I can just hold it up real close to the other one. Can you
Well,
see
the whole
it
thing
yet?
of us having an entire second camera is for this. Ooh, I am so good at this.
This is a lot like how you are when we play
Yeah,
Portal,
baby.
where you're frustrated at the thing until it works,
Until
and
I'm so good.
then you claim dominance over
Fix
it.
it. Yeah, I'm kind of a master at this. Cool. So now I have the chat on my phone. So
I just appreciate that. How you do that.
I'm gonna drop my phone.
Why we don't have the chat in the chat?
We do, but I'm trying to do the thing that Dad says so you can see the thing.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So you can hold this for now. Tell us about your day while I fix the card cam.
I did work, and I had many emails, and many people asking me things, some of which was very redundant.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot of emails. I am not a social person. I had to talk to many people virtually. I had someone control my computer to fix something.
Very spicy, very fresh.
I didn't have any of my office programs, so they had to come on and turn them back on because my company is weird like that in that it will give it to you without giving it to you. So it's kind of like you're leasing air. Hold it. Holding which part am I?
Hold the mic in your microphone. Boom. Yes. Setting up while live. Is this?
Oh yeah, we're opening Cipher Cards tonight because both of us didn't really remember we were doing this, and I actually had to remind myself. Maybe you just put your phone there and balance it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I was like, I need this to like not fly away. There we go. That's good.
And I had to remind myself actually several times.
Xbox in the corner. Let me just.
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
And I can cause I can crop the video.
You got a starter set and a booster box.
Could get like
And the Xbox One.
the Xbox One in the corner.
It served us well. It was so quiet while we were playing.
It was. It's like
Not sponsored, but it was really just very quiet. Both when you play the GameCube and it sounds like you're revving up like airplane
when
engine.
It starts, yeah, it's the best.
Although it has definitely the most iconic startup sound. Like you could like play that in a room and like at least 3 people probably will smile.
Donk.
Exactly. You ever seen like old like GameCube commercials or any sort of video game commercials?
Yeah,
like
see, that's not
they're
worst.
they're so weird.
I've seen worse. I've done worse.
Oh, we've done way worse.
Yay, that's a fun.
So I'm gonna try not to hit the table.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. So yay,
We're here.
we did it. Yeah, this is our pre-doing stuff time where we talk about our day.
Well, it's
While we get ready to do stuff.
I feel like even if
we're
we-
either eating dinner or I'm prepping for things. Normally we had actually.
I
the
feel like
microphone
even if
in
we
here
had
last time.
yeah, let's just not do that.
I'm gonna make it work. You keep
I
talking.
feel like it's gonna be
No,
asking
I just
for
gotta
trouble.
shove it in the thing.
So now watch viewers as Melon asks for trouble.
Hey.
She actually begs for it.
Oh. Okay, so it didn't work.
Wow, who would have thought?
Hey,
If only there was some warning where
it's
someone told you.
fine. She's just being so dramatic. But now we can both talk into the
So
mic.
you said I was so dramatic in an extremely dramatic voice.
Hey,
That is literally poetic
Hey.
irony.
doing our best. Anyways,
But
yes, today we're opening cards, and then we're going to talk about games, because we've completed a few nice games recently. We want to talk about mostly Portal 2, which we completed last time with Portal 1.
And then we spoke about for 2 more hours after leaving the stream, so we
And
didn't
that was
go to
also
bed
good.
until at least 3 a.m.
Yeah, so I think today we're going to just do, because we're both tired.
We totally forgot we were going to do it today. I had to remind myself several times today.
I didn't. I never know what's going on, though. So it's been a long day. She's been working. I've been applying to jobs and such. One of them is for web design, so I'm designing a web. Oh my god, let me tell you. Website design is not
You're
my
designing
thing.
a web.
Oh my god.
Spiders make it look so easy,
Making
don't
some
they?
sort of website, it makes me want to just flop over and die. I want to just stick my face in like 6 candles. Just burn all the hair, little baby hairs off my face.
I wouldn't use candles for that. You probably blow it out with your breath.
No, I want the most inefficient way.
I know, you probably wouldn't burn yourself. You'd probably be more worried about the wax.
Literally, candles, burn my face off, please. Take them from me. Yeah,
Take what, the candles or
the
your
candles
face?
from me. That's the plan. Let me do
But,
this.
so we decided we're going to do some Cipher card opening today. Just because we haven't done that in a while, and I keep buying boxes because I clearly have a problem.
Yeah.
And don't admit that's a problem.
Well, I'm just here to give you the great support you never wanted. Here we go. Is that good? Can you
Sure.
It's fine. I'll do that in a minute.
But we have to start opening some of these so we can add them to our collection. And we don't exactly...
Microphone.
We're in between games right now because we just finished Portal 2, the main game. We're going to do the co-op mode because obviously there's 2 of us, so why not? But we didn't want to jump into that right after doing the other one.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to start that up next week. And, I don't know, maybe it'll be better because we'll have 2 of us working together on a puzzle, or it could be worse because we have 2 of us working together on a puzzle.
Probably be worse.
Yeah, it's going to be debatable.
But 2 of us were working together kind of on all those puzzles.
No, but in this case, we actually will have separate characters and 4 portals to be throwing around.
Okay, that's better. I was like, if it's 1 portal per person, yeah, we're going to be having a hard time.
That wouldn't even make sense.
I'm eating cookie cake, by the way.
It'd be like, yeah, we had cookie cake. It was Valentine's Day. Much chocolate. We're probably going to be sick.
Well, the way we do it, and the way I think everyone should do it, is you don't actually get anything on Valentine's Day. You go the day after, you get everything for 70% off. And then it's Valentine's Day, but better because it was for almost free.
Yeah, that's true. But either way, we'll be doing co-op mode for Portal 2 next week.
Mm-hmm.
There is some story significance to it, but it's kind of just a multiplayer mode.
Yeah.
And I just think it'd be cool to do that, and that we're probably going to screw it up royally because imagine things are probably bigger because you have 2 people, and again, you have to manage more portals, so... We already had enough issues with just managing 2, and now we're going to have to manage 4, and who knows how that's going to go.
I'd be able to see who's watching, but I don't know how to do it. So, if you're watching, hey, welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome to the party. If you have any questions or want to make fun of us, feel free. I do it all the time. And if not...
I think it's worse when someone else does it as opposed to when you do it yourself.
It's up to you.
When you do it to yourself, it's just kind of self-deprecating.
Do it over here. I don't want to do it like right in the mic. Let's start opening, and then we can rant a little after we get some cards going. So today we have... show them off.
We don't know what that... It's a booster pack, so it's got 16.
It's a booster pack.
Cards.
It looks like
some cool art on it.
Yeah, we've got Fates characters. Oh, pull back a little bit. It's a little out of focus. There you go.
I'm gonna catch the glare.
Sorry. We got some Fates characters. Some I don't know who that is in the corner.
That's from Tokimura Sessions.
Okay, so
Fates
Awakening and Path of Radiance. It looks like, or Radiant Dawn.
That's
it's hard to
nice,
tell.
He's still alive.
Yeah, it's hard to tell until they show you like for Ike. I find it hard to tell because he kind of always looks the same. It's just depending on if he's more beefy or if he's more beanpole.
Actually, the way you can tell is how much shoulder armor does he have.
I think that's just, but also you have to worry about his classes too. If he's classed up.
If he's his base class, he has like a leather like spalder ray on his.
A leather what? A leather
what? Spalder or something like that. It's a rounded piece of armor that goes on your shoulder.
I thought it was just like called. I just call it the Vanguard thing in my brain because I like when Crom has it or like a lot of archers have it on their like to protect their shoulder. I just call it the Vanguard thing.
Yeah.
Because Ike's the Vanguard and he's the first person I saw who had it.
He starts out with a leather one, which isn't really noticeable, and the next one he's like, oh cool, you upgrade to metal, and the next one's just like 10 times more metal.
I'm a dragon,
class.
yeah.
And I'm just like, yep, because this is an insanely strong man. And the best part is that All Night, Ragnell, legendary swords, extremely heavy. Only the Black Knight and I can wield them in one hand. Plot twist, they are both wielded by a woman to start with.
Yeah.
She wielded both of them at once. So how freaking strong was she?
We never know.
We will never know. But she did fight a goddess, so she was the best of all.
And then we have these beautiful...
This is a starter pack for Fates. It's the Birthright one. I wish I had the Conquest one, because I love Nori and Corrin, but...
Conquest
the only one
slaps.
we got is this one, Birthright. But it's got some nice art. I appreciate that. Male Corrin looks better in anything but his own game, and it's kind of weird. It's like Rowan and, like, also looks better in not his own game.
Yeah.
So, that's just strange, but I don't know. That is how it is. So anyway, we've got the cover art one, just saying, which is the one with him, like, throwing down his sacred sword.
Sacred sword.
His sword.
Throwing his sacred sword.
Let's see. There's the Grim Yato, the Shadow Yato, and then...
It's like focusing on the wrong part of my hand. Hey, buddy. Because it's a web camera. It's not a real camera.
The Blazing Yato, and then what's the one before that?
The Alpha Yato?
No, not the actual one. Like the one that came... Like the first form of the light side.
I don't know. It's been so long since I've played Birthright.
We got Ryoma.
Ryoma, my boy!
In his actual armor as opposed to Madeline's game where he's just
I
wearing
have
a
Ryoma
towel.
in... Well, the first, like, good unit I pulled in Fire Emblem Heroes was Ryoma's Spring Edition. Like Hot Spring.
Hot Springs.
So he's just wearing, like, a little shawl thing, like a little vest, and then no pants.
No.
Just a towel. And when he gets injured, they break that towel. And you're like, ooh, is it hot in you? Or is it just you because you're naked?
He's the only guy out of that banner, though, so I mean, that's saying something.
It's all the sisters, like the younger It's Hanoka, not Camilla, Hanoka, Sakura,
Camilla,
and Elise.
and Elise. So it's all the sisters.
Oh, I didn't know Camilla was there.
Yeah, she's the free unit.
I didn't get her.
Are you surprised she's in it?
No.
No.
Boobies.
I know. There's more to her than that, but it's Fire Emblem, and it's sex appeal, so...
It's a Fire Emblem app,
Yeah.
so sex appeal.
Yeah,
Boobies.
but you should be able to get more of these, because you've been playing Heroes a lot lately. You got a holographic for Hanoka. I think it's in her second class.
It's her second class. You can tell by the braiding on this
Horse?
little bow thing. Yeah. And then this cape is from her second class. But yeah, Tsubaki looks the same. Takumi, my boy. He's literally, every picture they draw him in, he gets more beautiful. My lock screen right now is Takumi in his resplendent outfit. I want to see him with his hair down so bad.
I don't know.
You almost see in his beach outfit because there's nothing when they damage them, there's nothing to break off.
Yeah.
Because normally he's wearing 95 layers of
Unless
clothing, so they're just like, forget the hair, we're scraping up his knees again.
Unless you're like the beach core and she literally is wearing nothing. So when
That's so funny when they're like
breaks, it's like, so we're not gonna pay attention to the fact that her skirt is literally broken.
on both sides.
I'm just like,
Very funny.
okay, how is this one the one that's the most questionable?
He's literally so beautiful. What the heck?
I'm gonna put him down so everyone else can see him.
Okay,
You
sorry.
sure you don't want me to put the light a little bit more up there? I feel like it's just really dark over there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you turn this up or something? So
Yeah, I can.
more?
Give me a sec.
Yeah, I guess that works.
Beep boop beep. I can go all the way up here.
Maybe somewhere in the middle.
Like here.
Yeah, that works.
Try to
Anyway.
give you our
So we have Sakura.
very cute.
No, she's adorable.
She is such a good unit in her base game, but in Revelations, I will be honest, I didn't use her as much as Elise. Obviously, I brought her because I was not going to not bring one of the
It's
royals.
because Elise is mounted, so she has way better coverage.
Well, it's because Elise is a magic user.
That's it.
If Sakura was a magic-wielding
for some
priestess,
reason-
she'd be great.
The last holographic is Felicia, which is interesting.
Awesome!
Well, no, this is interesting because she's not from Birthright, technically speaking. She can go with any of them.
You can tell by her outfit because
it's
she's
probably
in
because she
an
goes
Orion
with male
dress.
Corin,
Yeah.
while Jacob, I keep calling him Joker lately. Jacob, it goes...
Alright, you weeb.
Well, no, because that's what his Japanese name is. But I keep calling him that for some reason.
Yeah.
And so his Japanese name is Joker, so I keep calling him that for some reason lately. But Jacob goes with...
I only know his English name, which is Jacob.
Well, that's
with
the thing.
K.
She
Jacob
was
with K.
introduced as... I think she was still called Felicia, but he was called Joker. It was interesting because they introduced the My Castle mechanic in the Fire Emblem ME, which is interesting.
Keep going.
So this is just the regular Corin's other picture, which I like that they include these as well because then, like, sometimes you can't see details as well with holographics because it makes things kind of shiny in the areas where it's supposed to be dark.
But you can see how beautiful Takumi is.
Yes.
No problem looking at that. Hottie
I know.
body.
Yeah.
Wow, wow, wow.
I'm sure you
I
are.
would do anything for you, Takumi.
I know. So we got Ryoma's regular one here.
Very nice, very nice. Ryoma's a good unit. He really is.
He really is. He's insane. He has Vantage and Astra, so he can hit before the enemy and then hit them five times.
He never gets to 5. He always gets to 3
Although,
and then kills
to be
him.
fair, Ryoma can't top Mia because Mia had Vantage when it activated every turn, and Astra when it was full strength hits.
Yeah. Instead of, what's it now? Like 30?
It was half, and then it was like 25, and I'm like, well, why even bother using Astra at that point?
Yeah.
And so we got
Ooh, look, Takumi, what's going on my wall, baby?
No, it's not.
I love Takumi.
And we got another Sakura.
Very nice. I feel bad because playing Fire Emblem Warriors kind of like soured my view of Hanoka, but Hanoka really is a good unit.
She is an awesome person. We got Male Corrin, and then the other pack, there's a female Corrin that obviously is attacking from the other direction. This is the light to the dark path type of thing.
I like male Corrin a lot. I've liked him a lot in Heroes. In his base game, I'm not a big fan.
Well, because
I feel like he doesn't, we've talked about this before, I feel like he doesn't vibe as well with either side of the siblings. He just feels like Corrin, you could feel like...
He definitely works better with the Birthright family.
Correct.
But he is kind of... It's weird.
He feels very much like an empty avatar, which is weird because he and Corrin technically have like all the same the female Corrins have all the same lines and whatnot. But for some reason, because maybe it's his stature, maybe it's just the way
I think, and there's something
he looks.
There's something interesting about the Corrins in that you have male, female Robin. And I personally prefer the male Robin of that one. Female one's fine because I play as obviously the female one, but female one outside of her own game just doesn't hit as right as male does.
No, male Robin really feels more genuine to the game.
Even though I played as female. And I will still continue to play as female. Male and female Corrin feels more natural out of her own game.
By far.
And then Byleth is just unique because either one of them actually feels fine out of their own
I know
game.
nothing about Byleth, but I do have a crush on the boy one. Just on your Switch skin alone.
I know. I haven't. If you want, I don't know if you want to hold up the camera. It might be hard to do.
Yeah, I don't want to unplug it by accident.
I have. I put a 3 Houses skin on my Switch case. So
we got this nice. Oops, kicked the whole table. This nice 3 Houses skin.
Got the Byleth on
I'm
it.
crushing on male Byleth alone from that boy.
No, he was the one that was introduced first. I'm like, that's really cool. I'm like, I'm not even sure. I might play the guy instead, but I'm like, oh, the girl's cool too. And the thing I love most about it is that she has a notable height difference. Like, they aren't exactly the same. It's like, no, she's notably shorter than he is. But that's just, I don't know, it's cool that they did that.
I was like, maybe I'll play as a male Violet. I'll play, obviously, a bunch of terms like you do when we get to
it. Depends who you
I'll
want
play
to marry,
both.
really.
Yeah, I was like, I'll play as female first, because I probably want to marry Claude, just based off of Fire Emblem Heroes.
And he, for some reason, is not a gay option.
Why? He looks
I don't know. He's really...
like he would swing every way.
He looks bisexual.
He looks like he loves swings.
He looks like
swing in every direction. 360 no-scope swing.
I think that's not even a swing anymore.
At that point.
So we got Azura.
Tiger swing, maybe. I do feel bad because in Revelations, I did drop her from my team. I no longer use her. Well, that's because you and I work very differently. You love dancers, which is very strategic. Ooh, look, she's very pretty now.
Azura. I love being able to move backwards a little bit. I love being able to go and have another turn, especially on my really powerful units.
Yeah, you're very strategic. You
know, in a strategy game, who thought that would come in handy?
Hey, I'm just here to simp for characters, and you're not supposed to say that word on you're not supposed to say that word on Twitch anymore. So I hope I don't get taken down.
Like anyone's watching us.
I know, but still. I just go on those games to all go out the cute characters and then die.
Die?
Yes. Baruka would always die, and so would Niles. My two non-royals in Revelations.
This almost looks like Ryoma in a younger class, or even just younger in general.
Well, look at him.
He's got less armor.
I see one of them.
He has almost shorter hair. I think he's.
No, this is definitely him younger because his headgear is smaller.
Yeah.
His hair is way shorter, and he's wearing much, much lighter armor. So this is probably him.
Like he'd be a Myrmidon in that way.
This is probably him when he's super young. Very cute, though. Very cute.
Yeah, it's nice. Okay, we got Hinoka. I don't know if that's her younger or not, but she definitely does look different.
I'll take one off the top while you look at those. She's so pretty. Look at her. She's giving you her hand. Her class is definitely lower because of her Pegasus armor.
It makes sense that they have one of them a higher class and one of them in the lower class.
Mm-hmm. But I always love the Hoshiden armor and the way that has all the scales.
It just looks very different than what you normally have in Fire Emblem.
Because both Nor and Hoshido both have kind of scaled armor, but it's different based off of their respective aesthetics, and I love that.
Hoshido is trying to look all traditional and Nor is trying to scare people.
And like you said, you don't see a lot of the way that Hoshido... Ooh, different Takumi. His hair is so long in that one. Every picture his hair gets longer.
I think this is just all them in the pre-promoted classes, and that's why Ryoma looks different, because he doesn't come as a pre-promote. There's Sakura.
Yeah, that's Sakura's first class. Takumi's first and second class actually is pretty difficult to distinguish. It's mostly he gets like another coat and then he puts on shoulder guards. That's about it.
Yeah, so he will never be cold.
And what I do like about Hoshido, which is about I guess Fates in general, is when you promote people of the same class, even though they're different characters, they have the same armor. It's a like and a dislike kind of.
Did you marry Saizo?
I marry Kaze.
I wasn't sure if you ever did marry him, because I remember you were between the two of them.
I like Saizo. My Revelations playthrough, I used Saizo way more than Kaze.
Yeah.
I like his supports more, because Kaze is very sweet, and I got a lot of his supports my first time around.
Well,
but Saizo's more like,
if you use somebody
different.
The first time, it's likely that you're going to use their counterpart the next time, unless they're a unit that's just way too good to pass up, and then you're just going to use them every single time.
Yes. Like the entire Norian family.
Or like when we go and play Radiant Dawn, we always use all the Archsages, all the Dragon Masters, all the snipers.
Yeah, why would you not? We were talking about this the other day with heroes. I think
Setsuna.
I love Setsuna. I did use her a lot. Because you can see
at her more natural position.
In a trap. Setsuna in her
she's just like
sniper.
Constantly out of it or high or something. I don't know, but she has no depth perception of literally anything. Despite being an archer, which is actually kind of interesting when you think about it. Hinoka's retainers are honestly kind of odd. Like, all of them are, like, kind of...
Aizawa's her other one, right?
Yeah.
No one uses him.
No. Well, I don't get his character. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to get.
Well, that's the thing. I don't even know his character because I never used him.
He's supposed to be, like, very pessimistic despite being a priest and always predicting the worst thing to happen. And I'm kind of like, how did she get stuck with this dude?
Mm-hmm. I always get confused. And I really always... I think that, I get to look at these. I always get confused and think that Tsubaki is her retainer.
You would think, yes. Didn't you get them shipped or something?
In the first time I played, I did get them married. I think they fit other people better, though.
Yeah. Well, the other one here we got is, Hinata. Never actually used him.
I used Hinata in my first game for a little bit. But you get...
Any reason why, either. I just didn't.
You get Ryoma. I didn't use either of them.
I did use Hannah because it takes a while for you to...
I'm a distance user.
It takes a while for you to get Ryoma, and I needed a sword person. So, that's what happened. So, we have both of them, their Swords Master outfits.
This one, Saizo's using the Flame Shuriken because he has a higher magic stat than Kaze by a significant amount. That's why I used Saizo more. Well, Saizo's stronger and slower. Kaze's obviously faster and has more, like, luck or something.
Why do they just keep giving Rinka so much boobs?
Rinka does have boobs, but like in that one,
she shouldn't be showing out over the
bandages.
wraps.
Well, also in her base game, which is interesting, they don't show. You know.
Well, they shouldn't because that's the idea for wraps is to hold everything while you're fighting, not for some reason it shapes around them. That's just.
She's like, let me just wrap and then tuck. I'm like, I don't think that you know how bras work, my dude.
Who knows? And Hayata with the demon bunnies. Not to be confused with the demon bunnies of Awakening. But because nothing strikes fear into an opponent's heart than a bunch of pink bunnies running at you.
Honestly, like, what the heck?
That's just the star card. So those are all the ones from the
Very
star deck.
Nice.
All the Hoshido peoples.
All the Hoshido people.
Let's see, we've been talking for 25 minutes, so we can do another pack.
Yeah, it's like, we're not long at all. That's because I didn't give you a lot of factoids. I know a ton about Birthright because it's the only game I know.
In those ones. There are a lot of repeats.
I'm gonna just shove them into this nice, undignified pile that we'll have to go through again later to put them in the sleeves.
I kind of showed it before. We're going to be going through this starter pack here.
Let me just...
So, it's largely based off Awakening. I always love this artwork. I actually had it as a wallpaper for a long time. It's kind of, I don't know if it's how hard it is to see the plastic. I don't want to open it because I won't be able to close it again.
It looked like Crom and Robin looking off into the sky falling.
And that's the other thing is with cutscenes. Robin's outfit is much easier to make it ambiguous of whether it's the female or the male than Corrin's was.
It's very, very
Which
true.
is really weird. And that's why I never understood why they did that. Like, why didn't they give some way to disguise their head? Or at least maybe film it so it wasn't so obvious that, like, they were trying to avoid their head. But, like, with Robin, it worked because they wore a hood half the time. So it's like,
easy.
You could easily say, oh, hey, that's Robin in the cutscene. They're wearing a hood.
Yeah.
As opposed to Corrin, where you're just like, okay, we're distinctly trying to hide the fact that you can't see the face, but it's really obvious because one has super long hair and one does not.
I never really noticed.
Go watch the cutscenes.
I was watching
Feels
it.
awkward.
I was always looking at Takumi, and if Takumi wasn't in there, odds are I wasn't paying that much attention.
Why not? So, fun fact, actually, we went to a game store and to get some of these cards. And normally you only get these are the specialty cards that come with the box if you get the 16-pack. And we originally went there, and the store was closed because they had power outage. And so...
Partial power outage. Not even full power outage. Partial power outage.
You want to tell them how we got inside?
Mm-hmm. So it's an old building. You cut some bottoms while I do this.
Yeah,
Cut the bottoms. So it's an old building. It's in Greensboro. It's called Lost Ark Video Games. If you have a chance, go there, support
North
them.
Carolina for
Love them. Yeah, Greensboro, North Carolina.
They rock.
It's small. It's like in this old cinder block building that it shares half and half with a tattoo parlor. So it said on the front, partial power outage. So we're closed for today. And
we drove an hour and a half.
We drove an hour and a half, pretty much just to go to that store. So we read the signs, and Evie and I were sitting outside. We're like, no, like screaming, like
actually,
I can't believe it's...
as in she was actually.
No, I was literally screaming, like I can't believe it's closed. I was like, what is our luck? I was like, because you know how they have posters on the windows. Sometimes those shops like they cover all the windows with posters, kind of black out the inside. So there's posters of like Persona on the front with Joker, and there's
across the bottom
Pokemon.
without actually opening in anyway.
Good for you.
Yeah.
And so we were like, no, look at that. They're on the window. What the heck? And then the guy, like, opens the door a little bit, and he's like...
He was still inside.
Yeah. And I was like, because I didn't know he was inside. I was just yelling.
You know how you, like, if you shout at a wall, like a poster or
And
something,
then the wall magically shouts back at you, and you're like, whoa,
like,
whoa, whoa.
Wait a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, so I opened the door. Or he opens the door, and he's like, oh, sorry, yeah, partial power out. He's like, there's power in the back, but not on the front, so we can't open for safety. He's like... But we're having the guy come this afternoon. We'll be open regular Friday. And we were like...
We're not gonna be here!
This was like a Wednesday. So we were like... We're from Raleigh. We drove all this way just to come to the store. Not really like that. We were just kind of like...
It was close to that. We were definitely very emotional.
We were just kind of like...
It was not that bad.
And he was like, oh, well, he's like, I feel so bad that you guys, like, came all this way. We were like, yeah.
You can look around, but you're not going to be able to see very well. I'm like, oh, we know what we want.
Yeah, which is a funny thing, because last time we went, we spent, like, an hour and a half in there just looking around. There's no store like that anywhere near us. An hour and a half is, like...
missing, like, the little area where, like, the thing breaks apart.
Just stick the scissors in there and cut it from the side. So he's like, you can just come inside and, like, look a little bit. And we were like, in our brains, we were like, I have my list, I'm ready to go, beep boop, card ready. Well, I was ready to, like, shuriken throw my card into the register, like, ching, take my money. And then just, like, yeah, because it was in the dark, and because I'm bad. So we went in, and he was talking to us, and he was super, super nice. Because he was like, yeah, he's like, I feel bad. He's like, it's really just a safety hazard because there's like a step in the floor, and if anyone gets hurt,
not even, but that's you find that in
it's
old
a
shop.
super old building. But it's like tiny, but it's packed. Like our stream room, I think is probably the size of like the shop, the front of the shop
probably
at least.
Maybe twice the size of our stream room is the entire shop. And
yeah,
we have about 4 feet to the opposite wall, just to put you guys in perspective.
Yeah, it's a front and a back. And the front is the shop, the back is like an arcade.
Why would you not open up all the way, you stupid carpet?
So he's talking to us, and he's like, yeah, sorry, like, the power's out because this building's gross. And we're like, it's okay, or like, we're super nerds, I'm not gonna lie, like, all we have where we live is like GameStop, and he was like, oh yeah, I definitely understand, because GameStop has nothing.
Yeah, but I buy there because I got
so expensive.
Points,
yeah,
so
expensive. It's like nerd stuff though. It's like
I spent,
imported things from Japan
there this year for you guys. Not to mention it's all in the news lately, and Dad wouldn't stop getting on about how I didn't get stock from GameStop. I was like anyone was predicting that was going to happen.
I don't even care. Either way, he let us in. We pretty much went right to our stuff. We picked our stuff out in 15 minutes tops. We were ready to go. And Evie went to get the Cipher cards because they have them on the back wall, which is actually how we found that they sold them in America.
It's the best shop ever because it started this obsession that we know.
Yeah, we didn't even know Cipher cards were available in America, and they're a shop that I didn't know they were a thing. And their focus on their goods is imports from Japan. So I went and I got some Demon Slayer keychains that you're not gonna get those around here.
Yeah.
Hot Topic's not gonna carry that.
Or they are. It's gonna be very expensive.
Oh
they actually have fairly good prices here.
They are, because when you look them up, it's like they don't even really charge you import tax. It's kind of just base product.
Yeah, we got packs of these cards for $5 a piece.
$5 per pack, which
you
is
can get Pokemon
awesome.
cards from America for that much.
Pokemon cards, 10 cards per pack, are $7 minimum. So it was really nice to get these.
And these things are going out of print, so I'm like, that's nice.
Yeah, we stocked up on them. We could do the thing like with the Pokemon cards and save our boxes. Unopened box, $60,000. Go.
We're not buying these for money. We're buying them for us.
And also, we'd have to wait like 10 years, and I'm super old already. I couldn't do that.
Oh, but then you just like
so he lets him,
and you have to watch the market. It's like playing stock, pretty much, with cards.
Stonks, and that's not for us. So he let us in. It was awesome. We bought our things. I went first because I was getting just like 5 keychains, and he was like, "That'll be $54." I was like, "Yep, here's my card. I planned for this. Here you go."
He did flinch definitely though at that price.
Gently, like like a shudder, a gentle wind whispering down my back. Hoo hoo hoo. My money is leaving.
You are poor. You have no job.
You don't have any money. Ooh. I'm like, this is my Target rebate because
you would not be a fan if you did have money, because fans never have money.
No. Excuse me. I'm tired because I've actually done work today.
Imagine that.
I know. Because I got my, like, the paychecks they never actually gave me from Target. So I had $800 and I was like, I'm gonna spend this.
And then I bought my packs, which I was just kind of like, how many should I get? Oh, I'll get 1. I'll get 2 more. So I ended up walking out with 6 packs for $30. So I still got more items than you did for a much lower price.
Correct. I think I got 2 Demon Slayer keychains, and then I got 1 Persona keychain and I got 2 Persona keychains.
You were lucky enough to get Yusuke again, so I mean...
I did. I got Yusuke for one of them. I was actually getting big Ryuji vibes from both of them.
Did
I was
you
like,
watch that Mercer thing I sent
I was
you?
like, no, because I'll overwhelm me and then I'll die.
It's so funny.
I was like...
Watch it, you need to laugh.
Okay. I was like feeling the blonde troublemaker vibe coming off these. And I got Futaba for one, which was like the new one that they didn't have last time we came.
Yep.
And then the other one was a Yusuke. And
so
I was
you
like,
were totally off. You didn't have any of the blondes, and there was 2 of them.
yeah. And then I got, for my Demon Slayer ones, I got the Obenai Demon Slayer keychain. He's a snake. Hashira. And then I got the 3. I got Tanjiro, Nosuke, and Zenitsu together.
Story, the thing that made it really cool was that, so we're talking to the guy the whole time while we're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just super nice. And then we go in, and then he's like, here, I also got you some stuff, because I just felt really bad that, you have to be in a bad experience. So he literally gave us, like, both lanyards, like 4
$50
pins,
worth of stuff.
3, like, keychains, big ones, some candies, a bunch of stickers, like a free day in the arcade, because they have arcade there when they're not COVID.
When it's not
so
COVID.
literally, like, probably 2 of each of the collectible things they get, probably like $30 worth of like collectibles.
It was.
And he's like, you can keep them or get rid of them or whatever. Just I felt bad, and I'm like, wow,
I'm like,
this is
bro,
so
this is
cool.
going on my wall.
So
like,
we
I'm gonna wear this everywhere.
5-star reviews with a couple of paragraphs, and we're like, yep, this is definitely our favorite.
Yes, this is us broadcasting to anybody who watches our streams in
5-star Games, Greensboro, North Carolina. You gotta check it out.
Absolutely go.
All your Japan stuff you want.
Oh my gosh, so much awesome
some really
stuff.
Nice figures in there too. They have like a full one of.
They
Joker
have all of
Makoto.
they almost all of the Persona people. They have.
That's Makoto the girl, by the way.
Yes, Makoto from Persona 5 in her Queen outfit. Then you have Joker in his Joker outfit. And you have Ann in her Panther outfit. There is Futaba in her like normal clothes, like winter clothes. They didn't have a Yusuke, and I did cry a little bit on the inside, but that's okay.
They had Cordelia and Camilla though. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they had Fire Emblem.
Because they have a lot of movement because they're flying units.
Yeah, so it was really nice, and obviously they have a ton of anime stuff there too.
I noticed the flying units either have very long hair or like crop cut. There's no in between.
Nope.
Like,
it's either blowing in the wind and they like it that way, or it's short because they don't like it that way. There's only 2 options.
There's no like middle, like I'm gonna have it in my shoulders. Like nope, it's either 5 feet long or 5 inches long.
And it's never in a ponytail. It's down.
Well, Tana has it in a ponytail.
Sabaki has his technically it's in a clip.
Yeah. Well, I'm.
This is so many cards. Oh my god. I forgot how many packs were in these.
Yeah, it's 10 pack. It's 16 packs, 10 cards a pack. So it was worth
160 cards.
I try to only buy them if they're around $70 or less. This one I think actually was on sale, so it was like $59.
That's good. Because 5 times 16 is some number that's probably big. I don't know what it is.
It's 5 times 12.
60?
Okay, now go from there. It's 5 times 4.
Probably some other number. Oh, 20.
Now add that to your original total.
80.
Yes.
So it's a good price.
You mathed.
I'm so proud of myself. I'm trying to redo our room and like measure it so we can move stuff around because it's fun and I have to destroy things constantly. But it requires me to do math to make the scales.
Art. Cool art. All of them are up.
Yeah,
like
it's
this.
the same as the front.
Yeah. But we keep it all.
Oh, let me see the box. I want to see the people on the inside.
Anyway. So we're looking probably at Awakening Fates and Path Radiance here. Those two, those are the special cards. But we'll put those out in the corner. So.
Oh, there's some girl in here. I guess it's the Mirage session.
Yes, that's the. Remember that I told you the lady who's like your leader, but also gets like super drunk sometimes.
She's very Oya vibes.
Yeah, definitely with a little more dignity though than that.
Takumi is so pretty. He's right next to her.
I find interesting people have issues dating Kawakami, but not an issue dating Oya. I'm just like, that was honestly the weirder one to me.
Tell me why. Takumi is so beautiful.
Anyway, so let's see, we got Hinoka.
Yeah, boy.
And what's his name? Brady, I think? He's an Awakening kid.
I think Brady.
Cynthia.
Who's Cynthia?
Sumiya's daughter, therefore I never got her.
Oh, did you never get Sumiya married?
She's the only one I didn't get married. Because I ran out of guys that she could get married to. It was either I married Frederick to Lissa or Sumiya, so I married him to Lissa, obviously. I find them having just way more chemistry.
Well, that's why I, for Revelations, took time and I charted out everyone's birth.
Path of Radiance form. Sean, best archer ever.
Hold him up a little bit to the camera.
First class jerk.
I was talking to Evie about Fire Emblem Heroes. I think Shinon might be the #1 marksman just out of all of them, and that's saying a lot for me because I really like my distance units. I've used every archer in every game I've played.
I like
all of them, even the bad archers. I used Niles, and everyone's like, "Niles sucks as a unit." I was like, "He's on my main team, baby! Look at him go!"
You always use units for the personality, but the thing about Sean is just like sometimes they have a chip on their shoulder, sometimes some bad happen. He's just a jerk for some reason. He gets drunk a lot, and he's very racist, and there's a lot of bad things about this guy. And he's just a jerk to everyone for whatever reason. But he has a soft spot for Rolf, who's the youngest member of the group, who's also, he taught how to use a bow. And he's, again, very good at his job. So he just sticks with the group because he likes them.
Personality-wise, he's just another stinky, stinky boy.
But he has depth.
I think
he's not just a jerk.
Correct, because he has the advantage.
That guy's just a jerk for whatever reason.
He's got the advantage of having 2 games to get more development in. But Shinon, because he can get the 3rd class in Radiant Dawn, that's why I think he, out of all of them, would outclass most, if not all of them, simply because he gets that 3rd level to add on more stats.
3rd classes are broken, but by the time you get in the game where you can have 3rd classes, it's kind of like, just go ahead. You've stuck through the game at this point.
Because it's for someone who loves Takumi endlessly. I would even say Shinon would probably beat him head-to-head in a battle of who's a better sniper. Just because
honestly, Takumi's probably biggest thing is he's not very fast.
Exactly, that's what I say. Shinon has got everything the mark of what you want a good sniper to have. He's fast. He's got a high critical rate. He can attack pretty well. Can he take a hit? Don't remember. Probably not.
He actually can take it fairly enough, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, yeah, Soren is 3rd class at 4 HP. That's unheard of for a mage, so...
Yeah.
It's all relative.
Even as a sniper, not even then you go to marksman, which is one level above.
One of the original people that comes with only the Cipher Cards, because I don't know who she is.
Why does Zama look like he belongs in a Shrek movie?
No idea.
What the heck? We just watched the Shreks? What a good movie.
This might be the original one too. It has an Awakening background, so it's probably an Awakening child.
Girl, I got no clue who these people are.
The most I could think of is maybe female Morgan, because her hair is like that, but that doesn't... She wouldn't be wearing that. Morgan always wears the tactician's coat, so I don't know who she is.
But you're right, the hair does look like female Morgan, but she wouldn't be a dragon rider, though. She's a Pegasus Knight.
Well, regardless of class, it's more the fact that, like, they always have something denoting back to Robin.
Hers has question mark at the bottom, so...
Who knows?
Who knows, my guy?
Oh, look, there's Sonata again. The guy that we both kind of didn't use at all. And
then here's cool.
Here's the regular Kid Morgan.
There's Morgan.
This is male Morgan. I like him better than female Morgan, because female Morgan just seemed like a nuisance to me. she's just very always like, I did pitfall traps and I'm doing these things. And I'm like, and male Morgan is just trying to, because the female and male things work in that game is
see if I can get them a better view of the cards.
Oh, okay. Because if you have the kids have a better bond with their mothers than they do with their fathers. So if you have male Morgan, then his big bond thing will be with Crom. And while you have female Morgan, their big bond thing will be with male Rum. So it's a little confusing. But I don't know, she's just very impish, and I don't like how tricksy she is. Because that type of character is very hard to do right.
Yeah, so she's probably like Nina from Revelations. A lot of their kids' personalities were bland and just one note.
None of them wrote home about with an awakening, but a lot of them you at least got what their gist was supposed to be, and it was usually very strongly related to the parent, which I liked. So male Morgan did work because the whole thing is that he's like, I can't remember anything besides my parent. So his thing with, well, I married Crom accidentally. Great story. But his whole thing was like,
short story.
It was, he was just trying to remember who he is, so he's just like, I don't remember you, but let's do things so I can try and remember you. Yeah. And then female Morgan's just like, I did a pitfall trap, and now people are chasing me around the camp because they don't like when I put pitfall traps in it. I'm just like,
that's lame. Give me some big brain moments here, girl.
It's like the whole idea is that they love strategy like their parent does. So I get what they were trying to go for with her, but it just made her sound like a nuisance to me.
I think male Morgan's better because he is Lucina is an older brother. Or older sister, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's...
Martha!
She goes both ways.
Yeah, whatever works for her, dude.
I love Lucina. But, Nah.
Nah.
I love the fact that they did the
whole, bruh.
Her whole character is literally the fact that, now he's her mom, and she named her Nah, and so everyone's just like, what do you mean? I didn't say anything. Like, no, that's just my name. I'm not saying no to you. That's my name. That's literally the entire point of her. With the exception of, when you actually get deeper into it, it's like, she, now he likes to go sometimes rampage and pillage a village every once in a while, and I'm just like, are we sure we're the good guys that we're doing that?
No!
But...
No, we are not.
I don't know. The Mankey have been handled way better in other games. That's one thing I have to say about Awakening. The Mankey have been handled way better in other games. With the exception of Tiki. I do like seeing older Tiki. Because it's cool to see how she's matured from when you saw her in the first game. As far as she's kind of like a deity figure now.
I like Mira. There's Severa, who's also Selena. I like Selena better because I think she looks cooler. Well, I didn't use her though because I also thought she was just a little meh. Just bland.
She arguably has more character in...
Conquest?
Yeah, I
thought she was okay in Conquest. I only got a couple of her C supports. I thought she was okay because I could see where they were leading with her character, but I didn't have any incentive to follow through because I could tell from the beginning kind of where it was going.
Selena is the other one that I look at a lot of people like the female romance option in Fates just bothers me so much because I can see so many other people. Selena's one of the people I could see potentially being the female romance option, and she's a main character. It's again everyone that I could have done that is on Conquest. So for some reason they put the female one on Birthright side, and it's Rajat, and who knows why? Because the Tharja clone child. So it means in order to marry a female, you have to get two other people married.
It's Hayato. It's Hayato's kid.
Yeah, but that's
so it means you have to use Hayato, and then you gotta get Hayato married.
And then female Corrin can marry
I
another
only
female.
used Hayato in Birthright because I had a special DLC seal that made him into a Dark Flyer, so then he was usable. Otherwise, even though he's your only magic user, homie sucks. Homie's not a good unit.
Male Corrin can go right off the gate and marry Niles. No worries. Why do you have to go through so much effort to get female Corrin married?
She could have
just married Azura for all I care.
That would have been sick, dude. That would have been awesome.
I think that they could be cute.
I think Azura gives big lesbian vibes.
Yeah, me too.
She's very confident and very sure of her emotions.
Yeah. Got Boyd. Also German.
Well, you didn't show it to the camera.
Oh, sorry. I forgot that you moved the camera down. There's Boyd right there.
See, you can see their faces a little better.
He's like the Knuckles to Sonic. He's literally his same age, and the two are constantly going at each other.
More recent Knuckles than older. Older Knuckles was more.
We don't talk about older Knuckles.
Older Knuckles was good.
No, I mean younger. Whatever the Knuckles.
Recent Knuckles.
Whatever.
We don't talk about.
Supposed to be in the Sonic 2 movie.
I don't know they're making a second one.
Oh yeah,
I'm worried.
They released
the first one was good, and I'm worried they're gonna crush it with the second one.
The second one released. It had its teaser dropped like 2 weeks ago.
I'm generally not interested in movies.
Oh, as in literally, it was the title, and it showed the two with tails.
Oh, cute.
So
because we never bring tails in it.
Knuckles is confirmed in it. Eggman's confirmed it. So who knows what's going to be going on?
Oh, the first one I thought was good.
This is Yarn, who's Pan's son, and he's just freaked out because he's literally the last of his kind. So he's terrified of the whole race going extinct because not only is the future destroyed, he's the last of his race. So he has to find someone.
Why is it? Well, that's why another complaint I have about just general Fire Emblem games in most recent iterations is that everything except for Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn always make your transforming units last of their kind, only survivor from a raised village. You meet their kind and all their kind dies, like the Kitsune and the Wolfskin in Fates. You meet them and then they all die for some reason, or you kill them all for some. And it's like it's always
the
you
one with
have.
The foxes was way worse than the one with the wolfskin because in that case it was literally just they were already kind of not happy about you being there, and then someone else just ticked them off. While in Caden's face is like, we're being chased by enemies. We need to pass through here or we're gonna die. Like, oh, it's nice that you found our village. I'm like, oh, good, because we want a place to rest. And like, well, too bad we have to kill you because you know where we live now, and you're probably going to turn us all into coats. We're like, no, we were never going to do that.
And then you kill them all.
And then you killed them all. I was like, why?
You're like, no, we exactly did what we said we were going to do.
And literally, this is right when Lilith is killed too. So, female Corrin, and then she has to go right into the palace after that.
Dang, bruh.
So female Corrin's just completely emotionally, mentally, physically broken down by the time you get to Realm.
If I had to choose between Caden or Keaton, I'd probably choose Keaton. It'd be a close contest because I like them both. But I'd probably choose Keaton in the end because I
do like Keaton.
Played with him through 2 games. Their personalities are very similar. I just like Keaton. I also like Caden's.
I like how you forgot Caden had a tail. When I'm like, that's literally 50% of his dialogue.
I really did.
Is how soft his tail is.
Because in Revelations, I didn't get a lot of his supports again because, like Kaze, I got almost all of his supports in the first game because I used them so much. He was such a useful unit.
Why would you?
So I got that. But in Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, I like it because they're a race. They're a country. It's like when you fight red units against blue units. This is like red unit, blue unit, then you got your green unit. It's nice to have, there's not just one, and you can only get one on your team. You get 4 or 5 people who transform, and they don't have a stone. That's my main thing. Yeah, they have gauges.
It's a way of life for them. It's not something super...
It feels more natural, and you don't have, you're always the one. It's either something with the ears and tail, rabbit, kitsune, wolf, or it's some sort of dragon. Yeah. I like how they had birds and then different species of birds.
It is weird that they don't have any
cats, different species of cats, you know? I like that a lot because it wasn't just, oh, another black and gray animal or brown animal that turns into something else that's brown.
Well, I like that they kind of call you out in Radiant Dawn where they're like, oh, one from the beast tribe, and they show you the wolves. I'm like, oh, you're right, beast doesn't necessarily mean cat.
That's what they have.
You were so judgmental.
When you look at them, you got tigers, lions, cats, wolves, ravens, hawks, herons, dragons of 3 different races, red, pink technically.
Pink is from white
the
and
blended,
red,
the
and
white
black.
And black. That's 10.
Like 10 different classes. Not to mention you have to rank all the kings on their own because all of them are just
beasts.
All of them are just insane.
And they are your enemies at a lot of levels. There's the bad ones, and then you can get a lot of them. You don't just get 1 per each race either. Typically, you have options of 2.
That's the other thing that makes Radiant Dawn fun is they give you all the kings. So just
so
like, I'm done using the weak people. I'm throwing all the kings at them.
Yeah, you're playing Revelations again, where you can get Rioma and Xander to pair up and they're invincible.
Yeah.
You put them together and you're like,
bye.
You
got the Lion King,
go on, good. Go. Yeah, you put the Lion King, you put Tybarn out there.
You come back when you're done.
Literally. You throw him out, you throw Tybarn, you put Naysala over there with Leanne. Girl, the rest of your units can take a nap. They're taking across the whole map. They can go far, they can hit hard, and they cannot be touched.
I tried to get Naysala killed. Even unshifted him, and he still dodged almost everything. His speed is like 45.
If I can say there's one thing about Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn that successfully pulls it apart from every other Fire Emblem game, it's their beast classes. I didn't realize that I went off on that whole tangent.
That's why I am like, we have so many packs of cards to get through, we have to keep going.
Sorry. Game rants for later.
Anyway, so, well, we can do it as we go. So, and then we have that, Oboro, one of Malin's personal favorites.
I do like Oboro.
I originally didn't like her as much until I got her, actually, ironically enough, in Revelations. I came to like her a lot more because she could go with all the Nor people. Which is where the most, like, because honestly, fashion just doesn't interest me. But I'm like, when she was able to show how, like, I hate all the Norians, and so you can give her all the supports with the Norians, and they're all kind of like, so what's up? She's like, no, just, it's fine. And you're like, you're literally glaring at me. Like, no, I'm not. I'm like, no, you are.
Yes.
There's death glare at me right now. I actually remember watching a fan-made support. That was between, I'll have to send it to you. That was between Camilla and Oboro, and it was just the best thing ever. Just because of how, originally, I'll just say, the way it started was the fact that, like, as Oboro does, she has her, like, death glare whenever she sees an Anorian, so she sees Camilla. And she does that, and the funny thing is, like, she's death glaring at her, and Camilla interprets it the other way. It's like, is there a reason you're staring at me right now? And she's wearing...
Oh, wait a second. We are dropping frames, my guy.
What's that mean?
It means we are not streaming good things.
We're streaming bad things?
Well, we're good. It just says we're skipping a lot.
I don't want to be bad.
Poor network connection. It's okay. You keep talking. I will be right back. I'm just gonna go make sure we're doing okay here.
Elliot's messing with the thing again. That would suck.
It's okay. You keep talking. I'll be right back. You keep going though. Continue on. And if you want to open some more cards.
I'm gonna keep opening cards.
Yeah, feel free to sit in the middle of the frame.
Oh. I'll say that one for later. That's the one you were asking about.
Yes.
But so they had this just very interesting support, just because I find Oboro can be very interesting. Again, a lot of the things. Again, we have another one of these original girls here. Clearly meant to go with the Fates ones because of the white and black background, but like she's one of the original characters that goes with these sets. I really need to get a guide for those ones because I don't know what any of them are, and they're in Japanese, so I obviously can't read it. Oh, cool. Holograph for this one is Owain. Has the whole thing. His thing is interesting just because his whole thing is he calls out the names of different Fire Emblem games before he does his special attacks, and he has all these very over-the-top names for his attacks, for his swords, for other people's swords, and he like will scream out like Radiant Dawn or Sacred Stones or Path of Radiance before he hits another thing. So he's definitely breaking the fourth wall. He's the fourth wall break character, which I think is just really funny. Fire Emblem doesn't do that a whole lot, so it's interesting when it's like a common JRPG trope, but Fire Emblem doesn't do it very often, so it's nice to see when they do. I'll try and hold back the cards I want to show Mallory in a minute when she comes back, because I'm sure she'll have some comments. So we're going to try and find some interesting ones. So, got another one of Owain right here. With his flamey sword, which is pretty cool. Let's see. Another Hinata. That one's weird, because his nose is kind of weird. It's just an odd angle. See, I have nothing against Hinata. He was just very much, he's a samurai, you know? Fire Emblem, like, goes in over... It redoes a lot of tropes that... Got another one to shit on. That, you know, it repeats over time. Usually with a fresh coat of paint every once in a while, but... Sometimes it's just like, okay, you're just a mercenary guy. And you're like, okay, cool. How do I define you from literally any other mercenary dude up until this point? Well, who knows? You know? That's just the way it is sometimes, which is not a bad thing per se, but it can, you know, sometimes be hard to remember.
Elliot did start streaming.
That's our thing.
It says his thing is coming through at 100% fine, and he's got the green thing. Ads. Remote controlling it, I think.
Our dog. I would lift him up, but he's like 50 pounds.
Big guy.
Even though he's like a 2-piece.
Come here, I'll pick you up. No, he doesn't like being picked up.
No.
Come here, baby.
He's like, I'm leaving.
Anyways. Hi, sweet
Cynthia,
boy.
again. I just don't really like her because her whole thing was that, like, if she's looking for Crom, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the future, and so she literally goes up to a random bandit a bandit that looks like a bandit, mind you, like fur skin, scars, and he says he's Crom, so she believes him and joins his bandit troop because she's looking for Crom.
Well, that's
and
cute.
I'm just kind of like, first of all, assuming as the quote-unquote canonical pairing for Crom, so probably a lot of the time you're going to have...
Luckily, we have this
married,
recorded.
Yeah,
We'll have to post this on YouTube because it says we're dropping most of our frames into the stream. Because I saw
it's a good thing we're not playing games tonight.
Yeah, he's got 100% green and we've got 3 red bars. And
don't subscribe to Bounce Pad. They are our evil nemesis.
Unsubscribe to Bounce Pad. They're eating the internet.
killing our internet.
That's okay. We'll post this on our channel.
But anyway, so Sumia most of the time will be married to Crom if you don't get married to him and yourself, which you should. Female Robin is definitely a way better pairing for Crom. But
Here, let that into.
Which one did it say dropped it on? Which computer?
over here.
Because if you look
That,
at our
oh, which one's ours? That one there?
this one, because if
The
you,
one currently
I
in
went
front of
to
us.
and asked his, and he's got 3 green bars, and we got 3 red bars.
Should be fine. You're connected to the internet. You're plugged in. Just check it upstairs. I can get to it so you can find it. Should be good now.
All right,
Sharing a household
good times.
is fun.
One day we will be in an apartment, and whether it would be worse or better is still to be seen.
Probably worse.
Probably worse. But anyway, so the thing is that a lot of the time, Cynthia's father will be Crom, so it's kind of stupid that her whole story, like, they could put the story be on literally any other kid. That, you know, like, even one that Crom's not likely to be related to. And her story beats, when Crom is her father a lot of the time, is that she doesn't know what her father looks like, and therefore can mistake him for a bandit. And so you have to go and have the real him meet with her as an enemy unit in order to recruit her. And I'm just like, that is just, why is that her... Again, I don't want to dislike Sumia. I don't want to dislike Cynthia. But, I mean, same name as, like, my favorite Pokemon champion. But,
Yeah.
well, she definitely competes with Steven. I love Steven a lot, too. Steven is
I like
awesome.
Steven because he and Wallace are married.
I know, you say this every time I bring this up. But
Because Wallace
I don't want
is
to dislike Sumia
flamingly,
and,
canonly gay.
and Cynthia. They're supports with the person that they want you to pair them with, like with Crom, are just so weird. I feel awkward watching them.
Yeah.
And just to put this in perspective, female Robin and Crom is them both walking on each other naked. So, you know.
Cute!
It was great.
And then
so
they
awkward.
immediately have a kid. And you're like, oh, okay.
No, the third one is them just kind of staring awkwardly at each other, being like, okay, we've seen way too much of each other now.
I like that they walked in each other naked. It's very awkward.
He does it first, and she throws a book at him, and then she does it because he goes, again, doesn't realize that he's in the storage tent when he goes to get a tub, essentially.
To get a tub?
Yeah, he went to go and find some place to take a bath, and...
So why did he take it back to his room?
It's Crom. He's essentially Ike, but a little more regal.
So he walked naked all the way to the tent?
No, he went regular into the tent, but then
Okay.
essentially both of them walked in on each other like that, and...
How did he walk in on her? He walked into her tent like, hey, Ron,
Yeah,
what's up?
he wanted to ask about some strategies. He's like, there's a lot of steam in here. I wonder why that is. And she's like,
Didn't,
get out!
He didn't, knock
So he
on
got
the tent.
So he got hit in the face with the book twice. Essentially.
Did she throw a book at him when he was naked?
She threw something at him.
Why? He was naked in there.
Because she still threw something at him, honestly.
Why? He was just trying to get bathed.
I know, but it's just...
When you're just trying to clean your butt and you get books thrown at your face.
So,
One
theirs is just funny, because I'm like, it definitely feels like those two awkward friends that somehow managed to find it into, like, the lover stance. It makes the most sense, honestly, out of all the, like, romance options, because it feels like, again, two friends that do essentially just fall in love. It makes sense.
Nub. I didn't see any of these. I'm gonna look at these.
It's okay. They're mostly people... I went through the ones that you probably wouldn't be interested in. Anyway, so then we got...
Odin. Oh, is that Odin looking cooler?
That's Owain.
Oh, Wayne. Oh, I only know it's Odin. Is that him classed up then?
Yes, that's...
Why does he got a fire sword?
Because remember his whole sword hand, slow yourself. He has the whole thing in Warriors. We played it.
I don't know about anything. I only
Anyway.
know about him as a dark mage.
So this is the one I told you about. She is your essential, like, leader person in Tokyo Mirage Session.
Yeah,
Yes.
booby. She looks like the one person from Digimon Cyber Sleuth that she's only wearing like a shirt and it's misbuttoned, and you're like, why is everyone in this game so naked? Nobody is wearing
has a reason.
Nobody is wearing a full shirt. The one other girl looks straight up like a stripper. I'm here for it because I think it's very cool.
Yeah.
But also she's got like 3 bras on and they're all out. And you can like clearly see her butt.
Your boss is just funny because you're like, how does she do all her detective work? Well, probably because she's not wearing a shirt, pretty much.
Because this isn't like a dress shirt. It's like
literally
buttoned.
like this.
It's like buttoned weird.
Straight down. Like, you should be seeing more than you're actually
you're
seeing.
you're
But
like,
it's a kid's game.
Like, are you using dress tape? How are you holding that up?
There's no bra.
Isn't she not wearing pants? It's just like a dress shirt for like a dress.
It has like shorts, but
everyone in that game for no reason. Like Digimon has always been like Digimon, digital monsters, boobs everywhere.
Because it's way less cool than the other one.
Yeah, it is. But it's like it's always been like kids doing stuff and just being kids, and then this game was like, hey, you're a teenager now, and everyone's naked.
So, she's essentially your boss. She runs an idol agency, which is essentially an
idol clicker game.
No.
Cookie clicker.
No. And so, which is essentially a front for a bunch of Mirage Masters who are trying to figure out why the Mirages, which are essentially shadows, are coming into our world and why they're invading, essentially. And they don't know yet. But anyway, and then we have Crom in his Mirage form.
Crom is so cool.
Looks so edgy. I love it. Anyway, so, speaking of, here's another one of Crom. That's him when he's a human.
And he's holding your hand.
That's the first moment you meet him, was where he's literally like, give me your hand, and he helps you up. Like, people say Awakening Story is weak now, but you have to remember, like, literally the fact that he was able to grab so many people, it was the first one that was kind of casual, open.
Let's pause for a moment and remember there's like 9 Fire Emblems that come before anything we even know about. Yes. And they're calling these stories weak. Homie, there's one where there's like 60 kids in one game, and it's like a 12-year-long game. No matter how good the story is, it's gonna get boring after a while.
People didn't really care as much until Fates, when they thought was absolutely the worst of writing. I mean, I don't think it is. It really isn't.
No,
Have you played Shadow Dragon? It's really not that great.
Have you seen any TV show on the CW?
Shadow Dragon is ironically good. It's not very good, though, because I'm not talking about the original, I'm talking about the remake, where they could have updated
on the 3DS.
Things. They could have made improvements.
And you're like, this is the ugliest game I've ever had to look at. And I've played the 3D Harvest Moons. And those are some ugly games.
If they had given it they had the Echoes treatment, and where they really remade the game, it would have been fine, but it's just like, how can I love all these characters that are literally supposed to be so lovable? Because they're the first Fire Emblem games where I barely get to talk. They show up, they give you a line, and then you never see them again.
It's like the beginning of Danganronpa, where everyone has to get a line, so you never really get to know anyone, because they all have to equip something really fast, so you remember they're all there, because there's like 18 of them!
Yeah.
And then they die! And you're like, should I feel bad? I don't know you.
So, I watched a video today about Awakening, and it's kind of the thing is like, I think that it's like, I don't think that the story has to be totally immaculate for it to be so seared into everyone else's consciousness. And people are like, that's where the waifus are. I'm like, no, first of all, that's just because we happen to attract a lot of anime culture, which, yes, those are a lot of anime culture.
It's because they updated the art style. Have you seen the art of the older games? Girl, some of them are ugly.
So,
what's his name? Not Self. No, what's the green? Leaf. Girl, the art from Leaf's original game?
It's not best.
Bruh, it is. Ew.
But the thing is everyone's like, it would turn into waifu, and I'm like, it wasn't ever about marrying people. It was more like the fact that you could. And that for once it mattered. It wasn't just a support.
I thought when you said waifu simulator, all I think about is just boob simulator. And I was like, is there really anyone in Awakening that has a boobs out like that? I don't know. I haven't played that game.
Really, besides Tharja, and even then, hers is like Camilla's. Her hands are in front of her the entire time. So, yes, she is wearing like nothing, but at the same time, her hands are always like this.
I actually like the characters
really
that have less boobs. As a well-endowed woman myself, I'm like, hey, I like the girls who don't have the big boobs because it means they can fight well. When you have big boobs, no matter how hard you fight, it's still going to be a hindrance. You're still going to be lumbering yourself around, you know?
Well, that's why I give Camilla at least props for being a physical unit. Most of the time, they just put those on the magic users.
Oh,
she's
Kagero.
only half magic user.
Kagero is like out here being a ninja, and she's just got...
I'm talking about something that would actually
chest out, ladies. Woo!
Talk about something that actually takes strength in order to do it.
I should cosplay as Kagero.
You should. You
Got
could. You got the hair.
the body for it.
You do.
Well, the top half at
Well,
least.
that's the thing. Hair is also a long-range unit, so she doesn't have to do a lot of physical. I only give props to Camilla because she actually is a physical frontline unit.
Kaguro's the only...
And axes are the heaviest weapon in existence, so she has to technically be stronger than both of her brothers.
Yeah, and she is.
And she's taller than them,
she
too.
She does heels. In heels.
Anyway,
Come on.
so speaking of fates, here's
With
one
no pants.
Corrin, male Corrin, in his dragon form, which I think is pretty. I like this because they kind of like show like there's the, like the two of them together. I like it when they do cards like this where you can see the human part and the.
Is he naked?
beast part.
Yeah, I like
But
that. There's no.
everybody, yeah.
I like he has no shirt on.
Yeah, you better believe they don't show as
Yeah,
much of that
baby.
female Corrin.
Yeah, baby.
So we
Shirtless.
got Mist, which is Ike's little
One
sister.
of the many OGs, sister of the sword-wielding blue-haired protagonist who happens to be a healer with normal colored hair.
We have Ileana, who literally eats everything all
Very
the time.
good, very good mage.
She ate like a tiger or a lion.
Lion,
Maybe
probably.
both.
Definitely tigers.
It was one of
though.
those things where there's like, it was with Mordecai, and he's like, "How did you do that? You're so tiny." And he's like, "Please, I'm going to die." And she's like, "Here, I'll give you all my food." And he's just like, "Wow, I couldn't even eat that much." And he's a big burly dude.
Yeah,
And she's
large
just
man
like,
who likes
"I'm
little
so
birds.
hungry."
Her and what's her face from Conquest? What's her name?
Effie.
BFFs.
Oh, speaking of which, here's another one. This is Garon in his dragon form.
Garen becomes a dragon?
Don't you remember the ending of Birthright?
Nope.
Okay, well he
Give me
turned into a
card.
dragon.
Let me look at it. I did not remember that he turned into a dragon. I remember in Revelations you had to fight the swirly eyeball dragon that
Yeah.
you couldn't save, and I was like, I'm gonna die! So you have to fight one level, and you have to fight that level right afterwards. And then they keep respawning enemies, and I was like, man, what the heck? This level sucks.
So this is Kajal, I believe is Sully's daughter. She's pretty cool.
Oh, I recognized her from Heroes.
Yeah. So, who do you think that is?
Oscar?
Yeah, it's Oscar. Who has this
know this
interesting
song.
thing where he cannot open his eyes all the way. He's always squinting. And
He's
they
Brock
never,
from Pokemon.
well, they never bring it up. They point it out occasionally, but they never bring up why.
He's just always happy.
Well, no, they say literally he can't open his eyes more than that. It happened some point after their father died, while he was still in the army. But I'm like, that seems like an important character detail. Why does no one ever bring it up?
Can he see okay? Like, I'm
Yeah,
opening
he
my
can
eyes
see
only
fine,
this far,
but
but
he just can't open his eyes all the way.
he's
It's
literally the Fire Emblem version
It's almost
of
like
Brock.
a forgotten support or something, because, like, is there ever an explanation for that?
Nope, they're just like,
At least put him with the other ones.
sorry.
Trying to keep these guys somewhat sectioned off.
I'm not. Like,
I know
I made
you're
a
not.
pile of the other ones.
I know you did. So I'm gonna have to sort through all these there.
Severa again.
Sphera, who's... I'm just throwing all the
High
Fates
point.
people over there.
Do you like my shirt? I got it for $0.
Indigo.
Indigo. He looks
And
weird when he's
dancing
got
out of the
armor.
forest.
I like him in his Norian unit. I feel like that very fits his vibe. I think that outfit
I'm
looks
guessing he's
good.
just an original character.
I think he's gotta be
Back
someone from
roll.
Awakening.
Back girl too. Oh, and here's Gatry. He's in like a similar style too. He's completely over.
Womanizer.
Every single woman in existence. He's Sean's buddy, so he kind of sticks with him.
He and Shinon are
Oh,
hombres.
here's Crom classed up as a Dreadfighter.
Crom? What's a Dreadfighter? I didn't play that game.
It was a class that could use all weapons, melee weapons.
That's Crom?
Yeah, that's him.
His hair looks so good.
That's
I
him
don't know
in
if
his
you guys
second
I wanna
class
see
as
if you can see it
because
closer.
like Mirage is their like personas, they can class
Oh,
up.
this is him as a Mirage. That's very important. That's why he looks so cool.
It's this one, but different.
Okay, I didn't really see that one.
It's cool though.
He looks
that
good because you
girl
can't see
again.
his face because they covered his face.
In here. Oh, and we got the holographic talk to me.
Yes, we did! Gimme,
pretty
gimme,
cool.
gimme.
Now it's gonna just oogle over that.
Oh, this is the one from the inside of the box.
The inside of
Bro,
us?
why is he like inside the partition thing has him
Okay.
on it? He's so pretty, bro.
Like... Another one, Cynthia.
This is the only time you ever see him from the front.
No. Got Azura. I don't really got her yet for this box.
He's so pretty.
Cordelia. Oh.
Let me see, let me see, let me
That made me
see.
cry.
Okay, let me see. No!
Cinder and Elise.
No, it's Elise.
From a very
saving-
a
So-
very notable point in the game.
How this happens is, I'm sure it's not a spoiler at this point, in the
It probably is.
birthright pathway, you have to face off
If you haven't
against
placed it by this
Xander.
point, you're watching the stream. Then I'm sorry.
Yeah, and you have to kill him.
Because he won't back down. He won't let you pass.
Yes,
He can't.
because you're trying to go kill Garon,
As
and he can't
Crown
because
Prince,
he's
he literally
the prince.
cannot back down.
Yeah, because if he backs on, Garon will just kill him. So
he
he's
doesn't
staying
have
there
an
to
option.
protect his siblings, and Elise runs in front of them, so you accidentally kill Elise instead of Xander.
No, he accidentally kills her.
Oh.
He is too strong for you. And so you're on your knees and such, and he's ready to strike you down. Elise jumps in between the two of you and takes the blow instead, and then she dies.
I'm trying to figure out where
And
the
both
sword
of you are
is.
pretty much crying, but he's like, no, I gotta stand up and I gotta keep fighting. You're like, why do I have to do it? Our sister just died. And then you gotta kill him too. So literally, you lost half of your adopted family
Because
in
there's
one
no
level.
way Leo and Camilla will never talk to you again, no matter how much they love you.
Well, actually, on the contrary, that's the thing that's kind of sad.
Leo would never talk to you again.
It's more like a matter of the fact that they're just literally scrabbling for anything left of their original family. So actually, they're more accepting than the Hoshio family are at the end of the game. Like, Leo's actually has no issues with you because he's kind of just compartmentalizing it. And there's really no way Camilla could hate you. She
Trying to figure out where he's
she
holding
cry
this
for like the rest of the end game until you beat the game? Yes, but it's like you beat her the level literally right before that, and it was literally the fact where she's like
This card literally depresses me. I never want to look at it again.
but
That card makes me so freaking
because
sad.
Camilla's boss fight was right before that, so she you literally beat her and she backs down because she can't kill you. Kind of same thing with Leo, where you beat them and they're like, I'm gonna kill you. You're like, you can't. And he's like, yeah, you're right, I can't. Let me help you instead. And so she does the same thing where you and Elise essentially say, like, convince her to back down. So she just hides away. She's like, I can't help you, but I won't turn my strength against you.
Oh my god, it scared me.
Really?
Someone's doing...
Come on, Grandma!
My grandmother is calling
That's our grandmother
father.
calling us on the
You
Google
have to
thing.
yell. Your yell scared me more.
I'm sorry.
Don't
I was
yell.
scared as well.
Yeah, but don't yell. It's so loud. Okay, next card. I don't want to talk about this card anymore. Next card, please.
So, that's Noir. She's really weak-willed, so her mother cast a hex on her so she can go into, like, a demon mode.
Cool. Who's your mom?
Tharja.
Of course.
Yeah, it's really kind of weird in a way. It's like, she doesn't have any personality outside of that, so it's an interesting quirk, but again, it's one of those things with, like, you really gotta like what Tharja's
Why
playing
is she
down.
an archer?
Well, in my case, it made sense, because I got her married to Virion, so I'm like, oh, it makes sense.
Why?
Because their support is actually really cute. No, seriously, it's like the whole time she thinks like she's hexing him, and he's just doing what she asked because he wanted to please her, and then also because the things that she was asking him to do were actually to help out the rest of the army, like to help, like there was one case where there were kids who were getting hurt crossing the stream, so she wanted him to build a bridge. It was to help the kids ultimately. It's like ultimately all the things she was trying to get him to do, he did, pretending he was under her hex. He was actually doing it of his own free will. Because he's like, I like that you have this sweet center. And she's like, don't you dare say it. He's like, I won't say it out loud, but I know it. And so she's like, okay, maybe you're not that bad then. And so actually it felt kind of organic. It was a thing I never expected to work. I did it literally to see where it went. And I actually, oddly enough, ended up, like, that's why, like, all of Awakening ships are kind of, like, a lot of them work. It's like Sacred Stones, where, like, there's ones that work better than others, but a lot of them just kind of work. Mm-hmm. So when I got Noir, it made sense, because
Do they get married in Sacred Stones? How do they do in old games? You get the A support, then after the game?
And then they get married sometimes at the end of the game. In Blazing Sword, you had a lot of them where it's like, they were in love.
Then they died,
But they had different social classes, so they could never be together.
This sucks!
Why?
I don't want to see this. What
the
the
heck? Effort for that? I have 5 limited supports, and I chose that.
Oh,
so
well. Next card.
Felicia.
Let's do like 2 more packs. I'm tired. So it's time to...
Well, if we get repeats, I can go faster. So her again. Our holographic this time is Gatry, which you can see Astrid in the background with him.
Astrid's cool.
Well, she's
I'm gonna start pulling the doubles out of these.
She's cool as a concept necessarily as a unit. The reason she worked in the first one is because she has Paragon, which doubles experience points. Mm-hmm. Even then, it takes a lot. So see, this is Lucina, I think, just based on the crown.
I would guess.
Looks like Lucina. Got another one, Hanoka. I think we already got that one. I don't know who this is, but it looks like an undead unit, so that's pretty cool.
Yo, that homie looks sick. What game are they from?
That's her Awakening. Cynthia. Oh, there's Marcia.
Oh, we liked her. She's cool.
She's cool.
That looks a lot like... I keep getting her confused in Heroes with Est.
I know, she looks just like Est.
Same exact haircut.
Same haircut. Oh, here's Boyd classed up as a warrior. That's pretty cool.
Boyd. Oh, I literally just... Okay, let me pull that double out of this deck.
Sphera. Zama again. Don't care about that guy. Oh, that's a really nice one of Azura for the holographic there.
Wow, shiny.
That's actually the super rare one, but that's really
The
pretty.
super rare.
I like that one. It's pretty. Give me the things. Oh, nice. Got one. Soren that has Grail and Titania. Now that's... Sadly, you know, Grail doesn't survive the whole game. But, like, Titania and Soren were, like, my favorite units ever. Because normally you have one guide. Like, one paladin or something who leads you through the game. Soren and Titania were cool because they worked as a duo as... in terms of not actually working together so much, but they were completely opposed on most everything, because he was all about being practical, while hers was all about doing things that were right. So they are advising you, and they both always had really good points, but it really gave like the full picture of, well, we have to help people, but we also have to help ourselves. Like, realistic things to consider as a mercenary group.
Yeah.
And I really like that.
I really liked it because
And
for
they're both
once,
good characters.
well,
Neither of them
normally,
was ever right.
yeah, normally they make you the strategist, so it's nice to have someone else be the strategist, and you were the main character.
And that was just the cool thing about them, is that the fact that neither of them were ever truly in the right, so to speak. It was more just a matter of, well, which one is the better option in this scenario. So they just go back and forth all the time, but they also did respect each other. You also got that vibe. There's no one to borrow, which I kind of liked. Because sometimes you have people that hate each other and they just hate each other and that's it. But I'm like, no, they kind of respected each other. They wouldn't say it out loud. But it was... Now that's cool. So, got Yarn, but...
Yarn.
Oh, this is definitely one of the special ones. Like, look at that.
Yeah, look at that, the holographic and the text on it.
I'll have to look that one up. That was really cool looking.
It's got a rainbow. That's like your Dragonite for you. I mean, let's got the
That's a
rainbow
nice one.
holographic on it. And it's Ryoma with
That's
Reginto.
super nice. I love that.
That's a really nice card.
That's a really nice card. We're gonna have to put that in a special case.
Oh,
We
yeah.
got Cordelia.
Put it over here.
Oh, Rolf. That's the Sean student. And also Oscar's youngest brother, who's actually their half-brother.
The 3 green-haired boys.
Yeah,
well, his
that's
green is
color.
slightly lighter than the others.
That makes sense.
Who's his mom?
Sakura. She's the one you meet in Radiant Dawn, randomly.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a thing you could easily miss. I don't know who she is. Nata.
Not to looking nice.
Inigo. Oh, here's Rolf classed up. Look at him. It's him and Radiant Dawn. He looks so much older. Like, look at him.
It's only a 3-year difference, but considering he started at like 10,
That's nice. That's Sunoka. That's good. Lots of thigh work going
Holographic.
on right there.
well, she's as big as the snipe.
Male Robin. That's nice.
Boy Robin, Crom's husband. Talk of me being gorgeous. Look at him.
I
Look
ship
at that
all
man.
forms of Robin with Crom because they all just work with him.
I should talk me
Oh,
with myself.
Fries. He's one of the ones that I would low-key put, like, I think I would put him with Titania just because they
I
are
was gonna
very
say the
nice
same thing.
together.
Because it's simple. For once, there's not a lot of conflict in a
There
relationship.
aren't a lot of strong romances because a lot of it is just natural bonds, like platonic and, like, built in the battlefield sort of bonds. There are a few good romances.
Well, because the whole point of that game is showing the
Cena.
effects of war and racism on war.
It's pretty cool. There's Mist classed up. We got a lot of good Path Radiance people going on.
Yeah, girl. Good Path of
Olivia.
Radiance drop.
See, she's a lot like Sakura in terms of being extremely shy, but does really well if she bounces off the right character.
Correct. Which is
Oh.
Elise for Sakura.
And Mia. It's nice. That's her and her Swordmaster in Path of Radiance.
Mia's a great Swordsmaster.
Love her.
That's what I think one of the
There's
another
Ike
great
and
things
Path
about
Radiance.
Path
Who
of
else is in
Radiance
that?
/
We
Radiant
have-
Dawn.
Oh yeah, you got Mist, Soren, and Titania in the background. Really
The
close to that
OG
one.
Grail Mercenaries.
Love them.
What's
That powered, like, when they were going to have, like, I'm a Heroes, the first Path Radiance banner, it was exactly what Nibi. It was Ike, Soren, Titania, and Mist. Because that's, like, your core 4 main characters. Of, if you had to break it down to everyone of the entire game, it was them. And there's Gunter right there. Like, they were like, the ones that, like, are the main characters of the game.
Yeah.
It's nice. It wasn't just the Lord. It was the Lord's sister, which is kind of understandable. But then also you had his, like, two, like, essentially his mentor and best friend, which I thought was pretty cool. And honestly, Titania is essentially Team Mom, so.
Team Mom.
Her Japanese name is literally Tiamat, which is Mother of Dragons, so. Yeah, she's the team mom, and she was also the first female I learned of, maybe the first one in general, who wielded a battle axe. So
Yeah,
she was the first one that convinced me that axes could be.
Yeah, the Camilla before Camilla was Camilla. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, they're both very motherly, but that's the thing I loved about it. Was like she was the first one, because before that I thought axes were just inaccurate. They're so boorish, and she was the first one that showed me that axes could have some elegance to it. This is Laurent, I believe. He's Muriel's son. She's essentially the one who was trying to invent science in an age of magic, and it was just
okay. I was
great.
like, I see Muriel, and she looks a lot like Forrest. They have the same hair, pink color scheme, and everything. But I didn't know anything about her personality. I didn't know if she was like Charlotte or not.
Oh, I think
we hate Charlotte here.
I think you're thinking of Maribel.
Maribel
And Muriel.
Is she the pink one?
Yeah, Maribel is the pink one.
Maribel then.
Muriel has glasses. You'll know her.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't have a unit yet, actually. That's Boyd again. Muriel's actually pretty cool because, again, she literally is like, they invented glasses in this time period. It's like, oh no, she made them.
She invented glasses.
She's like, she's the one who's like inventing science, but she's a mage. So it's actually kind of funny where she's just.
You're like, hey, get your priorities together.
You know, she's always she's like was kind of the person who was holding together the strategy part of the shepherds before Robin comes along, and after that she's like, oh thank goodness, I can go focus on my own experiments now.
Go do something that's not this.
So this is Itsuki, who's Crom's Mirage Master. You can kind of see him in the background there.
Mirage Master.
I like Gunter. Gatry. Oh, cool. Ryoma. Nice.
Good.
Ryoma. Armor too.
Ryoma's got gray hair.
He always has gray hair.
Well, that might be Ryoma if you change his.
Here's another one of Lauren. Oh, look at this. Young Titania.
There you go, Titania and Grell. They definitely had like a thing going on before he died.
Well, and that's the thing. But that's the thing that's
she's
cool
older.
about Titania is that she always had a crush on Grell. But she knew he was married and knew he loved his wife, and she had kids, so she
never acted on
it. But she definitely did love him.
Yeah, and she's never acting. She never goes in and tries to act like Ike's surrogate mom, surrogate mom after their mom dies.
Them.
Exactly. And I never got the mom vibe off of her, which is interesting. I got the protector vibe, but you know how it's always gonna be like, oh, sweetie. It's never that. It's always like I'm your guardian, kind of like a Seth to Erika kind of thing. Yeah. But never like a I'm your mom. Like it was never a Camilla vibe, you know, where it's like I'm essentially your surrogate mother and I'm attempting to act like a mother. It was definitely more of a Seth to Erika where I'm your protector and I love you, whether it's platonic or familial.
You only get that vibe off of Titania on subsequent playthroughs when you're looking for it.
Exactly.
You essentially know her crush she had on Grell, which is. I'm like, that's just the cool thing. She was literally just team mom. She was because that was the thing. She did protect Mist and Ike and keep track of a lot of their father's secrets, but she protected the entire group. That was her job. She was deputy commander, so it was her job to look after everyone, even the people who resented it. But that was the funny thing is that even like Sean and Soren, who are the people who have the worst attitudes in games, ultimately they still respected her. Like when she was almost killed, trying to pursue
the what? No, I already put the candle away. We need to get an on-air button. So people stop walking in on us.
Sorry. Just blurring.
Yeah.
Blurring up on top. I have to make sure my hand motions are on the right side. But that's the thing I love is like there's one where it's here's a holographic Sakura. That's really nice right there. There's one where they have
her second class because she's actually armored.
Yeah, exactly. There's one where they have actually in I think it's in Rise's support, but he goes and tells about the time that he first met Titania and Shinon and Gatry and Grell back when it was only the four of them being the mercenary group. And they went and were attacking some bandits. She went and followed one into the forest. Not great idea when you're a mounted unit. He got the drop on her, almost killed her. Rising Thing was in the forest collecting herbs and...
Herbs.
I almost said herbs.
Herbs.
And was able to take her back to the village so she was healed. But the thing that she didn't know afterwards was the fact that Sean was just beside himself, that she got hurt. Like, he was just swearing up a storm, but not because he was angry about it, because he didn't follow him and back her up.
Who was this?
Shinon.
No, the girl.
Titania.
Okay, that's all I want to know. I thought it was Titania. I was like, wait a second. I didn't know that strong of a relationship. I don't remember that.
That's the thing. She didn't even know that because she was obviously unconscious and bleeding out at the time. But he was actually really worried about her because that's his group, and so he cares about them.
Because he's a jerk, but he's also like a well-written TV show jerk.
Yeah.
Whereas there to obviously...
AKA not House.
Yeah, it's very much to give you a contrast of the characters. Like, you have a lot of characters who are driven by good, a lot of characters who are just driven.
Neutral area.
Yeah, driven for something, which actually Ike falls into the neutral area. He's not driven for good. He's just
just
driven
protects
as...
his family.
Yeah, he's just a mercenary. He's not driven for a greater cause, which is a
At
lot
first.
of the Ground mercenaries are like that, especially in the first game. The second game, it depends.
Yeah. Okay, got another one, Robin. But
Robin?
the definitely best team
Robins?
ever. There's Jerome, the only other kid who wears a mask. He actually gave Lucina the idea.
Looks cool.
No,
He's a dragon rider.
He is. He's sure she is son.
Hinata.
They actually ride the same dragon because dragons obviously can live.
Yeah,
longer
they
than
can
humans.
last forever.
Corn.
Male Corn. The Yeto.
Brady. Oh, here's one of Oscar as a bow paladin. Pretty cool.
I never used him as a bow paladin.
Yeah. I always give him a bow in Path of Radiance because then you can get the triangle attack with Rolf and Boyd because they also get bows.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's nice. This is like Fallen Robin.
Like from Heroes.
Yeah. Well, not quite. He's still a Grandmaster, but this is like what he would become in like the future.
But
I guess.
the art looks vaguely similar.
Or maybe-
Not the same, but
I can't tell what he's holding. I don't know, but definitely the evil version of him because there's an evil version of Crom and there's an evil version of him, and I think they're really cool looking. So I want Cordelia.
boyfriends.
Totally. Another one on Boro. So many cards. Kajilligan. Oh, cool. Holographic Crom.
There you go. There's his man. His
Crom is
husband.
just awesome. I love him so
Crom
much.
is such a good
He's
character.
also voiced by Matt Mercer, so I mean, really, is there
Yusuke's
anything
voice
you-
actor.
That was my first one where I found him. Like, I didn't even realize it was him until I watched Critical Role. And I was
Well,
like,
what's interesting is I didn't know it was.
Crom was the first like character crush I had.
Yeah, I didn't know it was him until I played all of,
Enter.
Birthright and then Revelations, both games which feature Ryoma heavily, voiced by Matt Mercer. And then I didn't know Crom was voiced by him from, like, Smash Bros. Where I saw him. And then we played Persona 5 Royal, and I was like, who is this golden chocolate voice man who voices my favorite boy? Because in Japanese, Yusuke's voice is deep, and it's gorgeous. Originally, I thought Yusuke he's not a lot to look at first, but that voice, girl, deep, sinks into your soul. And also, he's very dumb, and I'm very much in love with that.
Yeah.
I love that we're on
He's
similar
really good. He's really good at those sort of characters.
similar intellect levels. And then I was like, wait, these are all voiced by the same man? My slightly oblivious older brother who will protect me for no reason? And then your husband,
Yeah,
the
there's-
slightly oblivious, also an older brother to another woman? And then he also voices Levi from Attack on Titan, but I only watched it in Japanese
Yeah.
in like 2016. I haven't watched it in a
Probably
long
was
time.
amazing though. No,
That's what I'm saying.
Probably was amazing.
Considering it's Levi, I think that's a great voice actor because Levi's the only character I like from that
Holographic one
show.
with Grail here, that's nice. I love
Too
this
bad he's
holographic.
dead.
It's tragic. But then again, when isn't death? Morgan. Oh, cool. I like that they have Mia in the back here, because, again,
They are friends.
the funny thing with Mia's manages to befriend, literally, she befriends Storm for crying out loud. That's like,
Best
this is like,
friends.
he
They're
literally
best
has two
friends.
supports, because he's that isolated from everyone else. But it's like, yeah, Mia's the one who's going and joking about how he doesn't watch his back. And she's basically cutting the guy who is about to stab him in the back. And it was like, that's Mia
I
for
think
you.
if they could redo Radiant Dawn, I think they would give it supports because before it was like there's too many. But then they pull a Revelations, and they
yeah,
pull.
it's like now there's so many written anyway. I'm like, if they did that, I hope that they bring it back.
Well, it's just that they can show that now even when you have people with 40 characters, you can write a support for them. Because the trick is everyone doesn't need to have a support with everyone. You can have 3 people have a support with 3 people, and then that's it.
Yeah, and that's the thing that with Mia and Rise support is that Mia was destined to meet her rival who wears white. So she, for some reason, saw Rise, the healer who's frail and gets sick all the time, as her one true rival and tried to teach him how to use a sword. He stabbed himself because he used the wrong end of the sword.
I'm like, how do you pick up a blade? And you're like,
I'm like,
yeah, blade in my hand. This feels great.
He lives with mercenaries,
Yeah.
so I kind of have to be like, how did you do that? You live with mercenaries.
I think he picked it up and then he fell on himself. Like this.
So they become good friends. She eventually gives it up. But
Who is her person dressed in white?
it's never stated.
Sword in his arch season.
I
But he
see,
doesn't use
that'd
a
be
sword.
funny.
Wait, they can use knives,
Yeah,
can't
they
they?
can use knives, and you can use a staff to attack.
Yeah. Oh my god. Bring back using staffs to attack.
That was the funniest thing
I
ever.
don't want it to be like Heroes where it's like magic attack. No, I want it to be like Radiant Dawn where they take it and they whack you like a bat. They conk you over the noggin.
Or like Archsages where they just slammed it down. I was like, I'm getting some use out of this thing.
Like, I want that back. Bring that back. Make
we have to play Radiant Dawn again just to play that.
make healers be offensive again.
I think that's Cordelia. And then Shanna. He's upgraded there.
Yeah, Shina, marksman.
He's a cool dude. But
Great
it could have
unit.
also been Lucia, because Lucia's a swords master who wears white. So they never have
Radiant
support
Dawn
though,
would
because
be-
Radiant Dawn doesn't have supports.
Radiant Dawn would be a fun game to play, but it would be like a very low commentary game because we'd have to play it for like 14 hours at a time to get it done in like 4 weeks. It's like a Kingdom
It's a long
Hearts
game.
level game.
It would be-
It's a long
It would
game.
have to be like Fire Emblem Fridays after that. We would just have to go like for 6 hours straight.
It's a long game.
We don't know what we're going to be doing going forward in the future, but
Yeah, if you have any ideas, put it in Evie's Discord.
Oh yeah, but yeah, is that all of them?
That's all of them.
Oh nice. Look at all those cards right there. That's
Only took us
$60.
an hour and a half.
Well, technically an hour. The first one took us
Zoinks.
about 20 minutes. Anyway, so Fire Emblem Knowledge. Hope that you enjoyed.
We
should
could
play-
go on. We're probably
Yeah.
gonna sit here and just chat for the rest of the evening because we're trying to figure out what game to play. So
next. But the whole thing is
I'll separate them out over
if
here.
we did play Rain Dawn, then we have to play Path Radiance first, because that is like the most severe case of like sequelism ever.
Sequelism.
You will not. Well, that's what I call it when you have like a second game that will not make sense whatsoever without the first game.
Correct.
And it will, but you won't understand the impact. You won't understand why they're looking for the Gromar,
really-
who Ike is, or
It
anything
really won't
important.
make sense.
Or
I'm trying to think of
maybe-
other games that like Yokai Watch 2, where you can't just jump in. You have to play Yokai Watch 1, which in
Well, the other one I would say
retrospect
is,
makes
like, for
sense.
instance, Portal would be. You don't really understand the gravity of what's happening without the first one. They tell you. That's the thing Rain Dawn does do. They give you a whole library full of so much lore. It's literally right there for you to read. I did it sometimes when I was waiting for her to get snacks, but
Because we haven't played Radiant Dawn and Path of Radiance
everything from the
and
previous
probably
game is written down in a library for you to read. But I'm like, it really.
honestly, it might have been like almost 8 years by now since
Who
we've
knows?
played them. We played them back in high school, like
It's
Like,
been a
a
hot
long
second, let's just say
time.
that.
8 years might be pretty long, but I really don't know. Here is Hoshiden units, Norian units, which is just
think
Gunter
that's all.
3 times.
That's fine.
I'm gonna possibly
I'm
sort
just
these
going
up
checking
while
through
we just chitter chatter with
No,
our
but
one homie in our chat, our one lurker.
we appreciate you,
That's
Lurker.
what, I appreciate you, lurker. You lurk. I do that all the time with people's Twitch streams. I never put comments in there. Girl, why?
That's fine.
I'm here to watch and pretend I'm
We're
interacting
here to
with
have
people.
a good time, so you know.
Honestly, we talk to each other enough.
Yep. I love the cards that have more than one character because it shows you more than just the character. It shows you who they're connected to.
Yes, and that's what's so good about
That's the
that
so cool thing
game.
about it is like that, and also
Obviously, I have super heavy nostalgia goggles. If you guys didn't notice for those games,
well, I
because
don't think it's entirely that. I think some of it is the games are just good.
yeah. Cause like I don't have the same goggles for Sacred Stones, but that's because I didn't personally witness the playthrough. Because back,
Sacred Stones
well,
is a good game. It's just the fact that it's not a hard game.
well, the way you can tell how long ago we played through the Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn is I hadn't even begun gaming for myself yet. You hear
the
about
only thing that you
I
had
was
under your
the
belt was
sister-
Squeak Squad.
Yeah, I was the person who, since we're so close in age, she would play the games because she's very skilled, and I would watch because
Well,
I have
I'm
terrible
not
reflexes.
skilled, but I was very persistent and
Well,
probably have
here's
some
the
sort
thing.
of retention
We
thing
played-
that I just focus on things very intensely.
We played Fire Emblem, Kingdom Hearts, Disney's Hide and Sneak,
We should go back and do that.
Luigi's
I still
Mansion.
wonder if we could beat that.
Games that are strategy and have heavy story in terms of like Kingdom Hearts and Fire Emblem. Games that require good reflexes, like in Luigi's Mansion and like games that I didn't have an interest in playing because I have bad reflexes and I scare easily and
That's
all
fair.
these different things that like weren't good for me. So I was like, you know what, I'll be fine. I'm playing this.
They should not discredit how much nerves it takes to beat video games sometimes.
Yeah, it's just
'Cause it's not,
it was not for
it's
me,
can be intense
Chief.
sometimes, let me tell you. Let me tell you a thing.
Yeah, so that was that, and that was that, and that was that.
Are we gonna play Tokyo Mirage sessions on here? Or are we gonna do it
I
for us?
would love to, maybe,
Well, that's the thing. It's
or
like,
if you wanted to, we could sit somewhere.
Kind of like mirroring each other. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, cause the female and the male. We could play it, record it, and then post it as a video later, like edit it down.
Well, the main thing we're concerned about
Who
is
is
the fact
this? She's from Faith. She's somebody's kid.
No, she's
Elise
not.
is-
There's an original character for each batch of
Oh,
cards.
because she's got Hoshiden armor on.
No, I think she's just the extra character.
trying to figure
But
out.
the thing is that we could play a JRPG, but the thing is they are very big time sinks, which doesn't bother us, but that means that we weren't going to be making a huge amount of progress.
She's a Pegasus Knight healer who looks like she would be Elise's kid.
Like, if we were doing, like, a Fire Emblem game, it'd probably be, like, maybe 2 levels a stream.
Oh my god.
Depending on how
so
hard
long.
it is, because some of them are just long. And it's not
Well,
a
and the
problem.
problem is I also go slow because I am very dumb.
I assume you'd be doing
Takes-
the commentary, and I would be doing it to at least get through the strategy sections faster.
Well, I like to do because I like to do them slow, but I also like people not to watch me because I get embarrassed because I'm bad.
I just
And I
that
mess up a
RNG
lot.
is going to happen, and just...
Oh my god, the Fates
Yes.
RNG, I don't know why it was so mean to me all the time, but it really was. The Fates RNG just loved to look at me in the eye and then sock me in the gut. And I was like, hey, what the heck? And then it was always Takumi who did it to me, you know? It was Takumi, Niles, and Baruka. I can tell you who it was every time. They always missed, didn't hit twice, and got hit every time. Because those were my some of my favorite units. Because you can tell Baruka and Niles were because they were not in the Royals and I still used them. The other one was, there were people I supplemented my team with. It was heroes. I didn't even see on. Anna. Well, just threw it.
You sound like you got stuck there, like your brain just stopped.
I can't remember. I got mixed up with On and Anna and all of them.
Anna is someone I was okay with in Awakening because the merchant thing wasn't as strong. I don't like her in Heroes because it's just the only thing she does, and all the rest of the which is fine in the beginning. But now
What,
to
this
state
one?
that, like, the intensity of story that,
This Anna?
now
Commander Anna?
now the intensity the story is at in the game, it just feels like she needs to get more development. Everyone else has. Alphonse, Serena.
Alphonse
Everyone.
is my boy.
I know.
Sharina's a good unit if you supplement her with other better units.
She is good for her rally skill.
Oh, I put her on for the Tempest trials
Never
who
doubt-
needed one person,
Never
and I
doubt
didn't.
the strength of a rally skill. There's always something that you can hit harder because you have rally up attack. Trying to sort these out somewhat. But the thing is that everyone else has had development up until this point, so it's kind of like, I need her to do more than just I am the money-grubbing person, you know?
Oh,
That
in
was fine in
Heroes,
the beginning,
in Heroes,
but
I
it
didn't
isn't
think she
really
was
fine
like that.
And now it isn't as awesome because
Commander
everyone else,
Anna's okay.
literally, and everyone else has
I'm still
character.
early on. I'm only in book 3, level 2.
That's my
chapter
point,
2.
is that, like, has she had any character development since then?
Nope, I actually forget that she's there all the time.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the
it's
point.
because I will never see her anything besides tutorial girl, so I'll never expect her to get any character
Well, that's the
development.
thing, is that her only thing is, like, literally every single time to the point where everyone's like, okay, why are you doing the money thing again? And we're like, aren't we just facing the gods of death right now? Do we really need to be worrying about this?
Yeah,
It just feels like kind of, insincere.
yeah.
As opposed to-
Whoa! I
Because,
just
you
threw
know,
cards
at first
everywhere.
they kind of were like, okay, I'm trying to swing this because we're broke. But I'm like, why are we? Do you know how many people we have?
I didn't notice her doing the money thing in mine, but I think it's because I just haven't gone far
You
enough.
haven't gone through all the paralogs yet.
I haven't done any paralogs
Every
yet.
single beach paralog is literally her finding a way to try and make money off of all the heroes in swimsuits.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Well, I think it's because the paralogs are in a weird position where they can be played. They're obviously meant to be played after some part in the story, but also they don't tell you when. Like I did the first
Yeah.
paralog, and it's like they don't know who Bruno is yet, and I was like, I already know who he
There's
is.
later
and
on
his
one where
identity.
you're like, hey, look, there's the dead lady.
Well, so I'm concerned that I'm gonna unknowingly reveal plot points to myself.
Yeah,
but then
go
again,
through all those before you go to the paralogs, or at least go up to the paralog where like
I did 3 of them, and then
yeah,
I was like, it's
you can go through
too
like the
much.
first 12. Oops.
Evie, you just scattered them across the whole floor. It's okay. So here's I'll get them, our birthright cards. Luckily, this is a small pile. This is the Awakening ones. I got them, Chief. No worries.
I'm just trying to section them out so they're easier to sort when I put them in the case.
Ow! We're selling this treadmill so I can stop this bad boy right here.
You
So I can stop whacking me.
You telling me you don't want brain damage?
I already had brain damage. I'm already dumb. Brain damage from hitting myself in the flat with a flag all the time. Right in the kisser. 1 second, some of them upside down. Here we go. I don't know. Here you go. Here's these. Here are. Beep
I
boop.
just didn't really care for that aspect of her character anymore because at this point it's kind of like, okay, like before, let's before everyone had it was silly essentially because it was a mobile game. You weren't expecting anything. But now at this point, Fire Emblem Heroes actually has some pretty cool storytelling going on.
I'm in the third
So it
book, which is the
feels-
death book, where they
That's where
introduce
things get-
Leaf,
yeah.
Lif, whatever, however you pronounce his name. He's the undead first king of, what's it called? Asker. And, homie, he looks cool.
That's
He's
the
a
thing.
skeleton. He's got, like, skeleton
It's where
stuff going on.
It feels like there actually is some weight to what you're doing, not just you're doing this because it's a mobile game. Like there's a story going on here. So
It feels like,
weird,
yeah, if they could,
but
there's no way they
she's a
could
joke
market
still,
it.
while everyone else isn't.
Yeah, well, they obviously could market it like the way that the gacha style is, but the story could easily be a real, like, console
Cool Fire Emblem game.
Fire Emblem game. It's very good. I
And that's
appreciate
the
it a
thing,
lot.
so that's why I'm kind of like, I feel like she needs to have something, and that isn't what that is. But I'm like, so I'm just kind of happy when she just kind of gets ignored because I'm like, worrying about money right now is not really important when we're worrying about the fact that, you know, people are dying and coming back to life, and we have to kill them again, and you know that's a thing.
Yeah.
You know, it was tragic the first time. Fun times.
Good stuff.
Because, like, even
So
with
that's
Alphonse
that.
and Sharina, it's just like, you're like, oh, wow. Didn't see that one coming.
I am assuming Sharina's gonna die in this book. I don't know anything because I'm only on the second chapter, but I'm assuming because we're going into the realm of the dead that
Someone's gonna die.
Sharina's probably gonna die. Because also in like the animated clips in the beginning of each book,
Those were so
oh my god, the one for the Book of the Dead has like rock music, like heavy metal playing over it.
Whoever thought Heavy Metal was
It's
gonna go with Fire
so
Emblem?
good, and whenever you fight or like the rulers of the death plays, the heavy metal plays, it is so cool. And
I
the
thought Fire Emblem could do edgy.
units look amazing. I've never seen better designed units than the undead people because they're skeletons, you know?
It just looks
It's
very
so cool. Yeah.
So, I don't dislike Anna. I just wish that she would kind of grow up, essentially. Like, when she was just a tutorial girl or even just a simple merchant, it was fine, but the fact that, like, the one that's like, you're your commander, but you really don't have your priorities straight.
hmm
Like, when she's being helpful, it's cool, but when it's just, oh, you have an angle, I'm like, well, how can I trust you with literally anything? I don't like characters I can't trust, let's put it that way.
I think we should play a couple of those Sonic Generations tonight. Because I see that box right over there. I can play an Xbox One, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's gonna
doggy.
require actual reflexes right now, though.
That's okay, we'll do it in a minute. I want to play just Green Cityscape.
Which one?
Cityscape.
You named like 3 of them together.
Well, I said Cityscape, then my brain was like, Green Hill Zone, say Green Hill Zone. I was like, no! I don't even like Green Hill Zone. That's from like the old
the
game.
Green City Escape.
Green City Escape.
They changed their
Sonic
practices, so now they're
Heroes,
green.
Sonic Heroes.
If I don't know them.
Yeah, I like Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem.
I know. It's a great series. I love it. Okay, there's that one, and there's this one.
I think I'll play either Awakening or Three Houses soon, someday.
Oh,
Gotta get a job first, so I gotta keep
I was
working on
thinking
it.
of playing Through
Gotta freaking
Awakening
do-
again, just because I'm like, I've only beat, despite as much as I know about the game, I only beat it once.
Like, for people who
which
like
is
doing
not
web
a
design,
lot.
does anyone even like web design? Web design is such a
I think
disgusting
you have to
job.
have a coder brain.
I hate web design.
Some people do, and some people don't, and that's just the way it is. It's like math.
Well, I don't like HTML, and I don't like using freaking WordPress. WordPress makes me want to barf. I know it looks good and it runs fast, but it's so hard to use.
Well, I mean, you run fast is kind of a general thing. I have to do it for my job. And that's fun. What did we virtually get on here with the intention of doing?
Ranting about games and opening cards. So let me deconstruct our card setup, and we can get to some talking. And then if we want to play a game, we can. Cause watch this. I go boom, gone. I do this, bing bang. It's our faces, son. Oh, what up, ladies?
I don't like being able to see myself that much.
I'll close that out a little bit because it is a little too big. There we go.
I'm gonna go get my Switch.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew.
It'd be interesting.
I can't.
You left me alone like 4 times on stream.
Yes,
so
because I set everything up, so it's my expectation
you're
that
the way more
you'll do
interesting
some stuff.
personality here.
Anyways, who wants to play some Texas Hold'em? Welcome to my poker channel. Today we will be playing poker, but the rules are actually the rules of Go Fish. You can only bet the amount of socks you have, and you have to play with Fire Emblem Cipher Cards as your cards. It's the world's most interesting game. I call it Texas Pokem. You can also use Pokemon cards if you don't have Cipher cards, but only the shiny cool ones. Speaking of Pokemon cards, let me tell you about our Pokemon card collection upstairs. Homie, she's thick. We got a 5-inch binder, and that boy's like 16 pounds. Not really, it's like 5 pounds. But like, some of those cards, I sit there and I'm like, girl, why don't we get these cool versions of these Pokemon in the games? Sometimes the cards look way cooler than anything in the games can show you. And then the games come out and they give you 19 forms of Gengar and 16 forms of Charizard. And I sit there like, can I just get my clay Bulbasaur, please? The clay cards are really cool because, I don't know, they're just different than like seeing a generated model. Just like the pixel forms of Pokemon, like their old sprites, like the pixel versions, are sometimes cooler than like the 3D version. I feel like a lot of Pokemon suffered when they went to the 3D moving sprites. Especially the ones like my favorites are the ghost types. I feel like a lot of ghost types suffered because they lost like a certain edge that they had to them. I'm talking about Pokemon sprites. I think Miss Magus, who is one of, if not my favorite Pokemon, really lost its coolness when it became... Is this like a poster? What is this?
They're card covers.
Oh, okay. Those are cool. It lost how cool it was when it became... I think I like black and white because they were 3D, but they could also move a little bit, which is really all you needed to satisfy my big empty dome head.
I got stickers for my Switch. 3 houses.
They're so young. I feel sad because I feel like normally I'd fall in love with some kind of guy like that because he's got like the angry eyes, the eyes I like, which is always the angry I'm hurt, but I can change for you eyes. I am attracted to very toxic anime boys. Ada Glard I think is beautiful, and I think she'd probably treat me well if we got married.
I'm gonna marry all of them at some point. It's just a matter of which order.
Yeah, and then Claude, I don't know anything about him, but I had him. He was my free... Well, he was my free unit in Fire Emblem Heroes, so that's how we fell in love. And then he accidentally married Camilla. But that's okay, because Takumi and I are at our A support. Here you go. Put this somewhere.
Oh, my Switch is completely dead. Will you plug it in?
Yes. The HDMI isn't plugged in. Okay, good. Is it?
I don't know.
Oh, is it? Check. I am checking. It shouldn't be. It should still be plugged into the Xbox. Okay. Good. Whew. That was... Ooh. Yikes, dog.
Anyway, so, like, she got Claude and Camilla together on Heroes, and oddly enough, I'm like, actually for 2 random characters that I've never met in a different game, it's actually the one that actually would make entirely sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, they're both essentially the equivalent of royalty, but more the fact that, like, the way they both work, as far as they're both definitely outsiders, and are not what they first would appear to.
Here, take this away.
And they both ultimately have, dragons.
Mm-hmm.
They're dragon riders.
Claude's dragon looks cool because he's very, it looks like coral, and I don't know what's up with that. I also only know him from his Fire Emblem Heroes sprite. Put it on there. Close my laptop and put it on top. That's, the top of that box is where I put all of our stuff. Unplug this light.
It's one of those things that once you start thinking about, I'm like, no, you know what, they actually could probably really work, because I think he'd be someone who would be willing for that. Like, he wouldn't be someone who would be bothered by it. And he's also a complete schemer himself, so he's used to playing dirty, so I think he would fit right in Nor.
Can you
So,
put
like,
the ring light away too, please?
It's kind of one of those things that is like, you know what, actually, now you mention it, I'm like, that actually probably would work as a ship.
They'd be best friends.
There aren't many people I would play with Camilla just because she's intense, so I don't think there are many men who could hang on to her.
I had a hard time getting her married in Revelations
men or women
just
that can
because
handle her,
I didn't
honestly.
feel like anybody fit with her. I felt like she was just too strong and awesome for everyone. Eventually, I did get her married with... I got her married to Ryoma in the end.
Which that one is fun. But,
which I thought was okay. Her options were Ryoma, Takumi, or like Niles. Niles I thought was a good option, but I got him married to someone else, but I don't remember who. Oboro. Yeah, because that one fits so much better.
Yeah.
Oboro and Niles' support was good. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure I got them married.
But the whole thing was just like kind of like looking at the
Let me change our
two of them. There aren't many people I could say about like knowing what I do about Claude and how he's a survivor and he's very intelligent, but he's also the kind that's not afraid to use underhanded tricks and stuff like that because you do what you need to in order to survive. Like, I think he's someone who could handle Camilla, and if not, like at least being a good friends, could be a potential ship, just because of the fact that I'm like, he's definitely of the kind that would not back down from something like that. He's not someone who would go and judge someone based off of appearances or personality or even reputation.
What do you think we're going to be playing, if anything, or are we just going to talk for a little bit?
Is that actually charging?
Yeah, that's why it has the little thing.
I don't know how it got so dead. I haven't used it in like a week.
So I didn't know if I could change our time.
What are we going to be playing next Friday?
I don't know.
So we're not starting Portal 2 until next week. We're playing on Xbox, right?
Probably.
Well, I mean, you kind of have to know, because I need to get caught up on the other one.
No, I'm pretty sure we're playing it on Xbox if we get controllers.
I got so many Switch games I'm not being, and it's kind of sad. Like, I bought Morals Phoenix Rising, haven't even started it yet. I have Tokyo Mirage Sessions, haven't started it yet. I have Octopath Traveler, haven't even started it yet. I did briefly start Undertale and The World Ends With You, but I haven't gone very far in either of those games.
That's fun.
I did not beat DX yet, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DX. I did beat Three Houses, though, that's something. I have beaten Astral Chain. Astral Chain's a good game. It's a very good game, we should play that.
What's up for
you? Both Pokemon games. I got a lot of games I've just not even tried yet that I need to try.
Yeah.
No time to play anything. Every when we play this, I can kind of do things with this, but I'm like, oh man. Yeah, I'm tired today, dude, let me tell you.
I just said, if you don't want to play anything today, we're just hanging out, my God.
It might just be if we hang out for another, like, 10 minutes just to say we made it to 2 hours. But I've been talking so much this whole time, my throat's kind of dry.
I'm just in the middle of a project for graphic designing, even though I don't know how to do that.
So, any other one jump tracks and any other thoughts on Portal 2 from last week that we didn't say before?
Portal. It's hard because I'm on a Fire Emblem track.
That's why I'm figuring if we switch topics, we won't go on for another 2 hours.
Portal. Big brain, I have little brain. Those are my thoughts. My thoughts are, it's very, very satisfying. A lot of games are so worried about a sequel. Go ahead and close the door if you wouldn't mind. So many games are focused with having a sequel and having a big, strong, surprising twist ending, like a lot of movies, that it just feels unsatisfying. It just feels
something.
Yeah, it feels empty. You don't feel.
Or it's good, but it wasn't something that you were The stupid door.
You have to close the door. You can't just like slightly push it, then it comes back.
Slightly push it.
Just close it. Duh. Yeah, I think it felt good because it wasn't like there weren't 90 boss battles with explosions and guns and super high graphics and all this crazy stuff that I think a lot of games are like, we need to have this.
It kind of did have all those things.
Person. In a way. I know what I was saying. I was like, oh, in a way.
Like, actually, as I state these things, these are all the things that actually were in there.
Yeah, but I was like, it just honestly, it didn't need that to be good, you know?
It's like you go out for a drink to enjoy the drink, not to get completely drunk.
Exactly. I think that really sums it up pretty well.
It's like comfort food. It's like you don't need to have special mac and cheese, just you want the mac and cheese and it makes you feel better.
Yeah, it's like I think it was satisfying, and because where I was comparing a lot to was FNAF, because it's in the same, not the same, but it's in
essentially
a close time era.
The same phenomenon in its
exactly.
time.
It's like it's in a similar time era. It's within the same 5 years, more or less. They
essentially had an ARG sort of styled marketing system, which is how FNAF does its marketing now, hiding things in code.
Correct.
And that was before really ARGs existed either, because that was when the internet was still trying to figure itself out.
Yeah, it's essentially, well, the way that I compare them to is, they both got the mild, anxiety-inducing aspects. It's got a clear goal, and it's got stuff you didn't expect. But overall, it's a simple game.
And the story is 3 levels deep.
Mm-hmm.
You can't find it by just looking at the game.
Overall, it's a simple game, but if you stop and look at anything for more than half a second, you're going to find 6 different meanings in it. And that's what I really like about it, because you can breeze through it, and you can ignore everything, and you can have a good time and get it done, in 3 to 4 hours. Done. But if you want to sit down and analyze it, you can also analyze it for 5 days and keep digging and digging and digging and finding stuff. And that's why I think what makes it very successful, both of them as games, is because they're able to add that level of depth without making it feel overwhelming. Because some games, they have...
I think some games do over-explain
in comparison to
today's.
Kingdom Hearts or like Legend of Zelda's Timeline that I've only heard the horrors about, it's stuff where it's like, you know it's a good game. The game on the top without any of the stories is a good game. The mechanics are fun, the colors are bright, the characters are well designed, but they are so focused on creating a phenomenon similar to the deep story aspect, that the getting the story lodged in you so you won't forget the hook in your brain, that you get, at least for me, you get lost. You get lost in the story.
I'm someone who wants all the details.
Well,
and I can't get all the details.
Yeah, you can't play the game without getting the detail. Like, there's no way to just breeze through the game and be done, because then it doesn't make any sense. You can't breeze through Kingdom Hearts 1 without knowing Xemnas versus Xehanort versus Diz versus Roxas versus...
Roxas?
I said Roxas, I had an accent. Suck it up, wee boy! Versus Axel and all this stuff, and there's nobodies, and then there's the Organization 13, and there's the Dusk and the Heartless, and I thought they were just the little black guys who crawled around like little Muppets, but no, apparently there's this big one with the heart torn out, but then also the people ones, and it's a lot.
And the point is that it's not a matter, like, some people like lore, some people don't.
I'm not trying to bash Kingdom Hearts, I love Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah,
just put that drive.
It's more, well, that's what I was about to go into, is that it's like, in order to truly, and it's kind of the same thing with what you're talking about with Radiant Dawn, it's like, in order to truly understand the importance and the story beats and get the full emotional impact that was intended, you need to keep up. It's like the Marvel movies now. You are going to miss something if you miss an entry. And I like the idea that you can go into something with no knowledge of it and walk out of it with all that you needed. But
on top of that, if you already knew the knowledge from beforehand, you're still satisfied. That's where it's hard to hit the nail on the head, because it can be you're new to this. Well, that's why I see it's frustrating with a lot of superhero movies. As people who grew up in an obviously heavy superhero family, we love superheroes, like Wanda from WandaVision's right here. You know, like,
you didn't even know Scarlet Witch before that.
Yeah, you know. She used to be. I used
Brotherhood
to
of Evil. The Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. They were very on the nose back then with their names.
Oh no, we're evil. Team Evil Squad. It's like the League of Villains from My Hero Academia.
I just like the fact that they were like, we're the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. It's like they weren't even going for the whole, we're trying to mutant rights. Nope. We're evil. We're outright evil.
But back to my point, it's like, as people who know superheroes, when we used to go into like old movies, it's like they're over-explaining all these tiny little backstory details for all the people who are new and don't know it, because a lot of people aren't superhero people. So going in and they do that, and you're sitting there like, okay, yeah, I've seen Batman's parents get killed 99 times now. I don't care about that.
The only thing is more
I want to see Batman just go on an adventure.
Batman's parents being killed, Spider-Man's uncle being killed,
every
Superman crashing to Earth.
It's like every single reboot can't just pick up where someone else starts off. It's always, they have to start from the beginning and do it all over again and do it all, and like, I don't want to see that anymore. And that's where I feel like some games get stopped up, is that it's always starting, like, I don't know much about Legend of Zelda, but from what I've seen Elliot playing, it feels like that a little bit in some of the older games, where it's always started from the beginning, growing from the bottom to the top. It's a lot like that in Pokemon games. Pokemon games are very guilty of that. Bottom to the top every time. Here's your running shoes. Press B to run. You know, here's your starter. Let's explain the weapon triangle for Pokemon. Whoa. And being able, well. But then the trick is you can do that, and you can be successful doing in that. But you have to be able to give people who are returning what they want in order to truly be fully successful. Because if you're successful to that one group who's new and likes a new thing, or people willing to put up with it, you got 60%. That's a good percentage, but you're missing out on that other 40. That 40 is give them Easter egg. Give them those after credit scenes. Give them the go to the left instead of to the right, and you'll find the end game, hint.
The FNAF got progressively more troublesome as it went on, is that in the first 3, I think, where's 4, and we're kind of very strong in that regards, but then it kind of got where it was like, it started just, you had to keep up. It wasn't any longer. Oh, look
It
into the
became a
background.
Marvel franchise where if you
Which
didn't
isn't
see the
bad.
first, well, if you
We
didn't see
love
the first
FNAF lore,
6
but-
movies, you're not gonna
It got
understand.
complicated.
Yeah, you're not gonna understand Avengers Endgame if you haven't seen Avengers, or if you haven't seen
Everything
Black
in
Panther,
between.
or if you haven't seen Captain Marvel, or if you haven't seen Superman,
Well,
or if you haven't seen
we didn't
Batman.
watch
You're like,
Captain Marvel
they're
and
not even in these movies
We didn't watch Captain Marvel and we understood Endgame. Her movie's kind of pointless.
because. We can talk about that later. I have major gripes with that movie, which is awful because it was supposed to be like the women power movie, and I
They didn't realize what
love
makes
when they empower
that
women.
work.
I love when they have a great woman as the lead actress. I love that. The girls in Black Panther, the women there. Ooh, girl, give her her own movie. I love
we'll
her.
leave it at this. The issue is that you have to make a good character first, and then empower that good character. Don't worry about whatever it is you're empowering. Make a good character, and everything else will follow.
Yeah.
Female, male, black, white, gay or not. Make a good character with a good story attached to them, and you'll make an empowered character without even trying. You go in with an agenda and no character depth. It will fall through like tissue paper.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say on that topic for now.
That
but
movie was just very lackluster, in my opinion. Because
she wasn't a good character. That's why it fell apart.
She had no character growth. No character. And
She didn't have character
considering
to
we
begin with.
watched, Iron Man go through I am Iron Man and I only do Iron Man things for 3 movies before he was like, I am different now because I died technically and I'm back.
Yeah.
Considering we went through that, and it was still somehow more enjoyable than watching Carol Danvers go, I'm Carol Danvers and I'm a butthole
She
for
never-
60 minutes and then be like, maybe I'll change my character. Psych, nope, for another hour or whatever.
She never had a low moment.
Mhm.
Like, and that's, I think, they ran into the issue of. And I think they should have ran it like they did Wonder Woman, where she never technically got weak in the first movie. She had a low moment, though, where her worldview was completely rocked.
Her
and
paradigm shift.
Yeah, and she had to... she originally was, going to be like, I don't know that I want to keep being a hero, because are these people worth saving? And that was her rock bottom, and then she rose from that. And Carol Danvers never has that moment, even though she has amnesia, even though she has the whole, I'm figuring out from space, and here's my girlfriend, whatever, probably, I don't know what her relationship was with the black lady, but,
Oh, I thought you were about the old lady. I
not
was
the
like,
old lady,
that's
the
not
black
her
lady who was her
girlfriend, that's
partner.
gross.
That was her partner.
I was hoping, did they ever kiss in that movie? I don't remember.
I don't think they were just friends. It would have been
I wanted
cool,
them
though.
to date each other.
That would have made sense.
That would have been so much cooler.
It would have been cute, but, the whole
Apparently
point is
her
that...
daughter is some important something now.
Whatever.
I don't remember.
But the
Okay.
point is that she had all these points here that could have been her low moment in bringing her back up again, but it's like she never had that low moment because she couldn't fall down. To
She
be an
was
empowered
like-
character,
well,
she
the
could
thing
never
is,
fall to her knees.
They made her Superman, which is good because you're like, oh, good. Charismatic, very strong morals that they apply to themselves. Like there's things, goals they follow and rules they follow, and they're not willing to break those. But then they didn't give her a kryptonite. She was just strong, and that was it.
There was no literally limit
She
to
had
her
no
powers.
Yeah,
no
no
one could beat her.
emotional kryptonite, no strength-wise, no kryptonite. She didn't really even have a villain she was going against. You had whatever evil space lady who
She realized she was working for
first
the
of
bad
all,
guys, but even
yeah.
that wasn't a big twist,
It
honestly,
was-
because it didn't. You never learned her
Yeah.
relationship to these people.
Considering that we are superhero-y people, we actually don't have a great... I at least personally don't have the greatest knowledge of Miss Marvel's background.
We know her from
but
Ultimate Alliance.
we also know her as Miss Marvel. We also don't know her as Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel was
resent
always
that.
man. And that's what she was, Miss
That's
Marvel.
what Shazam now, and even that gay.
Yeah,
that movie
that-
kicked this movie's butt.
That got confusing when Captain Marvel became Shazam. I understand they had to do that for reasons, and then Captain Marvel became Captain Marvel instead of Miss Marvel, which is, I'm
And
assuming...
they said there's a story reason, but it essentially ends up no, they've been fighting them for years for the names, and they finally got the rights. That's what it mounted down to.
I thought it was they were trying to make her...
They've been trying to steal Captain Marvel from the beginning.
Girl, you're yelling.
Because Captain Marvel was their Superman. Their magic Superman, essentially. So they've been trying to steal it from them for years.
I thought they were doing it because they didn't want her to be Miss Marvel. They didn't want it to be
No.
attached to her gender, and they wanted her to be strong no matter what her gender identity was.
It's a stupid thing. Captain Marvel, the guy, has been a hot topic character between DC and Marvel since literally his inception. So, it's stupid, and I don't support it, and she's Miss Marvel, or Warbird, or whatever you want to call her. I will not call her Captain Marvel, though, because That is the
different
name of
guy.
another
Only because
superhero.
we also played Ultimate Alliance 2 a lot when we were kids. Like, a ton. Like, we went through Ultimate Alliance 2 like 6 times. 100% in. And in that one, it was... I'm pretty sure she was Miss
I only turned that because even in that one she's better, because I loved one of her things is like when she's
she
fighting
had,
she'd
she
be
had
like,
the cool, the lightning, and then the cool outfit, and then she had like a mask.
And well, the thing that I like is you go and rescue her because she ended up getting captured, and she's up to a torture machine, and she's still not giving them anything. And so when you break her out and like she fights with you, I love the things is like she's like, don't pick a fight with a girl. I'm like, there you go.
And she's gonna beat your butt up.
She's
well,
like
also
she's strong, but she's not like she's femininely strong, but she's not like showing it off.
Yeah, she's
just
strong. She's confident.
She's confident,
but she's not afraid to be effeminate in a way.
A little bit. That way we don't have to worry about
Put it over here. Well, we want to be loud, but you have a tendency to yell when you get excited, and then I have to yell over you in order to talk. So that's why I'm pulling the mic towards me, because you have a tendency to just... And Mom tells you that all the time.
Yes.
You yell. You project very far. I don't know how.
Yeah,
it's
I don't
so
either.
loud. Whole house. Either way, I feel like I might also be mildly upset by it, just like I don't even notice, just in the back of my mind, because Rogue, who's my favorite X-Men from like the comics and from the old animated TV show from like the 90s, I think, favorite one, is she got her powers from Miss Marvel, from Carol Danvers, through her absorption, her absorption
she
mutation.
put her in a coma.
Yeah, so it's like there was a whole thing with that where they brought Miss Marvel into that X-Men thing for a little bit.
They did it.
Which is weird because, you know, it's like genre. So it's like, here's Marvel stuff, but also X-Men over here, and they do not touch, do not kiss, no kiss. And then they're like, oh, kiss on the cheek, kiss on cheek. And then they were like, psych, pull it back. But like, that's why, because then you kind of got a view in there. And I'm fine with them changing her costume in the Captain Marvel movie, because I'm like, okay, they revamped a lot of people's costumes, because whatever. At least they didn't pull an X3 thing where they all wear black leather suits that all looks bad.
No, that was the first half of the movie where she's all green.
So bad. I don't remember. I don't remember a lot of that movie because I didn't
like it.
So I just
one remembers is Nick Fury.
Nick Fury was the only good part, and then there was that cat that ate the Tesseract.
Yeah,
that's all I remember.
Yeah.
No, it just felt, because I'm not one who's big. Like, I wasn't big on the Green Lantern movies, because I'm not big into. I'm a pilot, and then I'm a superhero pilot who likes doing pilot things because I'm a pilot. And they spend 90% of the movie.
They even do that better in Wonder Woman. They did everything, literally everything in that movie. They did better in Wonder Woman.
They're always in the army green. And they're doing army stuff, and they're doing stuff, and they're green and they're brown. I'm like, good color palette, dirt and grass, and we look at the gray steel of the army. Fun,
good times.
Like, I understand that they gotta open their genres up, because you can't have everyone be cool and have a fun color palette and have funny, witty characters, even as a background, or good, meaningful relationships. But, some of those things in a movie is fine. I don't know, I wanted it to be so good. Because I knew it was going to be a woman as the main character. I knew she's going to be integral to the plot. And I think a woman directed it too. Yeah. Where I was like, yes,
and the other thing that came is that around the movie is that, what's her name, who's the actress, that she kind of, was a little bit too abrasive about it. As far as she's like, yeah, this is a movie that women will get, but men won't. And I'm just like, I wouldn't say that as a woman.
I want to be as fully supportive to every woman creator that I can. Because I know in a lot of fields it's hard to break through and be successful, just because that's society, baby. We live in a society.
That's also why we didn't vote for Hillary Clinton.
We live in a society, baby.
You want the right person to be the first example.
You never know. So then seeing that and just being like, I went into it like I went into Wonder Woman, knowing these things, being like, I'm expecting it no matter what. I'm going to do my best to like it and pull out every good thing from it that I can. Instead of going into an Iron Man movie or a Batman movie again and being like, alright, I'm going to see if any of this even vaguely interests me, because I've seen it done better at least 6 times by now. So going into that and then still being so disappointed, and I'm someone who very easily suspends my disbelief. My parents always, all the time when we watch movies together, they're always like, that's a plot hole. I'm like, I didn't notice. Brain turned off. I'm here to watch the flashing lights and the good music, and then when it's over, I'll probably forget it, unless I really liked it.
You know, it was
So the fact
surprising.
that I had to, like, my immersion was broken by me being like, this is boring. This is not good. Like,
Wasn't even a
I've
buddy
read...
cop movie.
I've read stuff on Twitter that has had more emotional depth than the movie. And even then, Nick Fury wasn't enough to save it because he's cool and funny, but also wasn't
She's
he
a
supposed
plank
to?
of wood.
Yeah, wasn't he supposed to be also the serious director guy? And then also now she's so much cooler than him, and he was supposed to be super cool.
He essentially became the comedy relief because she was so lifeless.
Yeah, he became the slapstick guy, where everything was...
He wasn't meant to do
became,
that.
Well, he became the me of the universe. Everything bad happens to them, and that everyone likes you because everything bad happens to you, and you can make a joke out of it.
It would...
I was like, I don't want him to be like me. I want him to be the cool director guy who Tony Stark, you know,
And it could've been
rejects,
cool.
but somehow he still gets him to join the Avengers anyway. And Captain America looks up to him because that's his director, and he's willing to shoot people, whatever, and take down his own organization from the inside. You know?
The thing is that, like, when you saw the end, when he had the little marker that was the Captain Marvel symbol, you know, and you're like, cool, this shows that he has, like, I wanted to see this whole, like, relationship built between the two of them.
Yeah, like,
And
he's
it never
got-
really is.
well, I
She
don't
always
think he
condescends him the entire
Exactly.
time.
Exactly. He's got the secrets, and he's the cool guy,
I don't
and
believe
he's
that
the
they're
ultimate
friends.
director of the Avengers. He's so cool. And then she comes along, and she's like, but I am cooler than you because I'm a pilot who has space powers. And you've got...
With no weaknesses.
He doesn't have an eye patch yet, does he? No, he
No,
doesn't, because
he's-
the cat
he's
claws
literally-
his eye out.
He's just an agent at this point. He's
yeah,
even in,
he's like, you're not cool. I'm like, well, he should be more than just
this is back
quippy.
before they had an acronym.
Yeah, he should be more than just quippy fun guy. Can't he be quippy fun guy who's a cool spy guy?
Essentially anything cool that he tried to do, she would kind of downplay. And it was like, or like there was one thing they're singing at a bar.
I'm like, well, give
and
me a
she's
reason.
like, I'm just
to
gonna
think
blow up
she's-
this jukebox because I'm flexing on him. I'm like, why? What
Yeah,
does that need?
Give
in
me
this
a
scene?
reason to make her cool. You know, give me a reason to, like, you can't expect me to come in and be like, okay, knowing these things, I'm gonna instantly love this movie. I saw some commercials and she looked cool, and I've liked Captain Marvel in the past, and I'm gonna come in and I'm just gonna like everything she does. I don't even do that with characters I like Takumi and Leo, who are characters who are generally unlikable at first, and I'm not gonna be like...
They're abrasive. They're actually
Yeah.
more unlikable characters in Fire
Yeah, it's like those kind of people where it's like, you're not gonna sit down and just... If they were that was their character the whole time, you're not gonna sit down and take it like Byakuya from Danganronpa, where essentially he's like the Takumi and Leo, but without the redemption. And they're like essentially just jerks the whole time, who are abrasive and will never forgive you. And you have that, except they never get their redemption. They never get their B support where they become friends, you know?
Yeah.
It's always enemies. No enemies to lovers here.
I was talking about that with a writing person online about how to write an unlikable character that the audience can like. And you can find this all the time in likable villains. Because there is a lot of really genuinely bad people, but for some reason you enjoy them. Because either you just relate to their energy of how much they enjoy mowing people down, or they
Yeah.
have something about them that you just kind of get, like you understand how they got there, or they are just a perfect foil. Why we love the Joker? He's a perfect foil for Batman because he's his opposite in every way.
Mm-hmm.
And even
But
Lex
only a
Luthor is-
well-done Joker.
only the
A
well-done
Jared
Joker.
Leto?
We just don't talk about that. Like we don't talk about Boom Knuckles. But
We're gonna talk about Knuckles after Sonic Adventure 2 battle.
but the whole thing is that it's like you can make a character have unlikable traits and still be rooted for.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, but it's not easy. You have to think about it. You have to think about what makes a person relate to a character. And it's not easy. Because I was yesterday, I was touching them, I was deconstructing, I'm like, why do we relate to Shell so much in Portal? She never speaks. You don't really even see her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, why did we all of a sudden attach to her? I'm like, because of like a little detail of the fact that, yep, she's not mute, she just doesn't talk, but because she's trying to spite the robot trying to kill her.
Yeah.
Who we also love for whatever reason, because she's super witty.
Yeah, it's
And like, why do we like these characters that are generally
exactly.
unlikable?
Because it's shown that they've never shown that she's invincible or not.
No.
Like, you can die as something, but it's like you're saying, it's as bland as you can make a character. No characterization, no speech, no thoughts, no
Nothing.
visible actions, and yet somehow you're like, this guaranteed is the protagonist. I know they're fighting for this to live, but they're not fighting for the, sanctity
They're
of the
fighting to
human
survive.
race. Yeah. So like maybe there's something about her that makes it
it's like, it's amazing how you can so succeed with characters with so little, especially with the idea of silent protagonists in video games. I mean, Joker's a similar case where very little actually is being characterized, but the little things in what he does gives him a lot of personality. And that's,
There's
I think,
so
what
many
you have to do.
Avatar characters that the secret to the success with an Avatar character is not too much, but not too little. You can't be like Mark from Blazing Sword, where
And there's nothing.
you put your name in, you put your affinity in, and then you disappear. You never appear again.
You're talked to directly in Lynn's part, and then never again. It's
Never
like,
again.
It's like, it would have been cool
Or-
if they talk to you the entire game, but they don't.
Yeah. Or then you jump to Corrin, looking
That
at the two
arguably
different
was
Corrins.
too much.
Yeah, I was like, a lot of times I didn't relate with the female Corrin, especially like when I made my avatar. When I played again, I played as Corrin, which felt better because it meant I was playing a character. The first time I customized the avatar, I gave her blue hair. It was short, it was straight like mine. She had a little butterfly clip, and I named her Lyran because that's what I always name my Pokemon characters. Long story on that. Not really. It was Lyra. I put an N on the end from whatever
And your
game
name
that's from.
never fits.
My
into it.
name would not fit most early games because they didn't give you 8 slots. They
So
wouldn't
that was
give me
the
enough
reason you
slots.
had it while
So
I
I
didn't.
had to make a game. I had to make a name for games because they couldn't fit my whole like regular name. Mostly old games.
I think
That's
the
how
first
you
game
tell
you had
them
to
in
do
the
that
beginning.
with was when you tried to play Heart Gold before your game crashed. That was where
My
Lyra
game.
came from.
Yeah, crashed constantly. So I would always have Lyran. So I made her into Lyran, and I never felt like we were really on the same page for a lot of stuff. You know? Like, I was like, well, in this situation, I wouldn't have responded like that.
I related to it because like Corrin's was long me in terms of being the sort of naivete I am.
See, I'm the
So I
opposite.
related to her, but
I'm
that-
very
I agree with you in the
stupid
fact that
and I make dumb impulsive decisions. That's why I think I felt more accustomed to the two younger brothers because that's a more similar way where I wouldn't, as a character in that situation, I don't think I would be easy to trust. I don't think I would trust
Yeah.
people openly like that, and I don't think I would be willing to forgive certain things based on
And that's
I'm
what-
supposed to be coming from these places with this harsh grudge. Why would I be so open, you know?
And that's the thing that I think is the reason Robin ultimately worked because Robin had amnesia. So so they knew about themselves as much as you did.
Mhm.
So that made them more of a blank slate, typical Avatar character. Corrin's different because Corrin was essentially a character that you technically made and named, but they were already built as a character, so they were much harder like self-insert.
Yeah.
So Corrin would be, I think, arguably is. I still love her. I mean, she's definitely still like one of my favorite characters. But that's because I really strongly related to her, but I understand that a lot of people would not, because he somewhat was built as their own character that you essentially could insert yourself into. Well, I think Robin and definitely Byleth do a much better job of being that more blank slate character that you can attribute things to. And Byleth honestly reminds me of your typical silent protagonist like Joker, in terms of they don't ever really talk much, and that's literally their character. There's a reason they don't talk and emote a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, it's in the little things they do. The little eye movements, the little, like, kind of sassy looks they give to people and stuff like that. It's the little things that Joker does, too, in Persona 5. That gives them just enough character that you can kind of root for them.
I think also the success in that is not being able to customize. I think having a level of customizability, like a weapon or an outfit, maybe in a DLC choice.
Yeah.
But being able, that's why I think Corrin definitely never really struck home with me outside of being just Corrin, where the only thing I changed was her hair length because my hair is shorter.
Corrin's
so
the
I
only
cut her hair to shoulder length. Otherwise, I left everything else unchanged: eyes, face, ears, hair color, headband. Everything was the same, and I feel like I really connected with the story much more that way. Because I was used to Corrin from Warriors at that point, because I played through Warriors for 150 hours at that point.
More than that at this point.
Before I played Revelations, and I was like, okay, I identify much more with this character of Corrin now, because she's a built character, I can put myself into her, and if I change this, then it doesn't really make sense, because then I lose that character I've identified with.
Yeah. So contrary to what people say, Corrin is not a poorly built character. Corrin is a built character, which is a bad thing for a protagonist
Corrin
character.
is a good character. Corrin is a very poorly built avatar.
character.
Corrin
Avatar
is a
character.
great protagonist, poor avatar.
Because there have definitely been worse written lords.
Absolutely.
There have been much
By
worse
far.
written lords.
There's more Fire Emblem games than we know about, you know. And that's
like,
just from
I
playing
never-
Heroes where I see all these genealogy people. I'm like,
I honestly
there's
didn't relate to
95
Elliowood.
of you and you all look the same.
It's like, shoot me, I never related to Elliowood, I never related to Roy. But it's like, there are, I definitely think I would consider worse lords in Fire Emblem games, and Corrin is not a bad...
Our little Corrin amiibo.
I love female Corrin. But She's not a bad Fire Emblem lore, but she's not a good Avatar character because she's not easy. I can place myself into her shoes. I could because I'm like her. You couldn't because you're not.
Exactly. And that's why I think people like Joker make a little bit more sense because at least I relate more to them because I see this is how they look. This is how they act outside of the events you can choose. In the scripted events, this is how they act. And when you can choose decisions, that's where you can kind of, it's like the path goes like this, and you can either take one step to the right or one step to the left. You know, those things you have to get your coin, maybe like Subway Surfer or something. You take your one step to the right or one step to the left, but more or less, you're on the same road. You're never diverging off that road or off those tracks. You're just adjusting slightly to fit your characterization. When it came to a lot of Fire Emblem avatars, before they kind of figured out their system, and I'm assuming they will more so after Byleth, like now they finally got that going, it always felt like here's
People
the road.
still have bad things to say about them. Like, you guys are never going to be pleased, are you?
Here's the road, and with Corrin, you could either go completely off the rails here, and then but you're like, this road is still here, and some people might want to go this way, and now you're in Connecticut when your, train trip was to Ohio, and you're like, okay, well, I have no idea how I got here, and I originally wanted to go to Florida in the first place,
Yeah. And
that's how I felt personally in that game, and that's as much as I can speak on, because I haven't played a ton of them.
Yeah.
But from secondhand experience...
You have more than you used to. Before, you were entirely secondhand experience, so you're getting better all the time.
I love playing the Fire Emblem games. I just like playing them by myself, because I do die.
It's okay.
Constantly.
You have any idea how many deaths I would have in Conquest? I couldn't do a playthrough of that, because I died so many times.
I'm saving everyone. I can't.
I stopped liking the game after a while.
Her friends were like, "Yeah, I just let them die." I'm like, "No, that's why I'm not gonna play Conquest. I only play games where I can save. That's why I'm worried about
Conquest on casual. I would not judge you.
I'm worried about Three Houses because I like to save everyone, even if I hate them. I like everyone to live. That's why Danganronpa hurt me because the people I hated survived, and I was like,
to turn back time, so
I can save you.
So if you kill somebody, you can just go back a couple turns.
Yay. Well, more so, I'm talking about scripted events, like how in Birthright, Elise and Xander dies.
Oh yeah, they have those too.
Exactly. I was like, I want everyone to survive because there's
no case where everyone survives.
There's so much pain and sadness in the world.
I
want everyone to survive in my game.
There's one path where everyone dies.
And then I played Danganronpa and I watched that game played because I want to play those games, but I just don't have the skills. There's a rhythm section. I don't got that. I could do everything else. I can do the puzzle. I can do the shoot the word game. I can do every single part of that game up until the rhythm section. Rhythm section, I'm like, I'm lost. I got nothing. So I watched a playthrough, and it was much more satisfying.
Yeah, if you play Three Houses, a good thing to do is whatever pathway you choose, make sure you have the high support with whoever's path you're choosing, so that they at least survive. But every path has someone who dies, and there's one path where literally everyone can die if you don't have the right supports.
Which path is that?
That's Silver Snow, I believe. Which
Dimitri's?
It's a branch off of Edelgard's path.
Edelgard, I feel like probably goes... Even though Dimitri has the eye patch, I feel like Edelgard goes through some stuff. Because she's the girl.
All of them go through some stuff.
Well, it's like she looks like the strong queen figure, so I'm like, they probably tested her a lot just because she looked like a little girl in the first one.
It's hard. I don't know who I would say would go through more. Essentially, I don't
want any more tragedy. I just want everyone to live.
Well, let me put it this way: all of them go through a rough beginning. It's whether it's rough before the time skip, because Edelgard and Dimitri go through some seriously rough things before the time skip.
And you don't get to play through the time skip. You just gotta skip.
I
hate time skips. I can't describe how much I hate time skips, especially mid game. Oh, I'm gonna strangle.
But in terms of the game, they actually they write it in very well.
Okay. I only hate it because I hate missing stuff.
It made sense.
I hate not knowing, because that's what happened with me on Attack on Titan. I was actually I read the manga, and I was actually kind of low-key invested. I was like, oh, this is pretty good. I've talked about this before. I was like, oh, okay. Like, in the anime, when I first watched it, I was very new to anime, so I was like, I don't like this. Everyone's dying. Wait. And now I'm like, it's anime, baby. Everybody dies. Yeah. Well, but then they went, and it was good, and I was like, I see the rising action, and they were like, time skip 4 years. I was like, huh? There was no conclusion, and they were like, and now the main character who you're supposed to be rooting for is evil, and he killed a bunch of people, and also here's the rest of the world, a new country, and it's all politics now. Oh, and all the characters you like that survived and you thought survived for 4 years die, and I was like, so there's this, they introduced a new kid girl, and a brand new character. You've had her for like 2 episodes maybe. I don't know episodes probably in the anime. I've only read the manga.
Yeah.
You have her for a couple of chapters, and then she kills one of the long-standing characters from the very beginning of the series. I was like, you're kidding me, right? You want me to care for her, and she's gonna kill somebody? And not even the other one. She has to kill the one you like, and then right before she dies, you get to see her whole backstory, where she's really cool, and she's an archer. And I was like, okay, you're gonna kill the cool archer girl now? I hate this show. So I'm not gonna watch it. Anyways, what? What
was I trying to say?
I got into a rage tunnel.
I know
Attack on Titan gets me so mad.
Well, your rage tunnel is that. My rage tunnel is Steven Universe Future. I just get tunnel vision on how much.
This is our
how
rant.
angry I get.
This is our rant channel.
Anyway, but
hi, welcome to Rant Stream.
The thing that they do with Three Houses and the time skip, from what I can say, is that the first one is essentially you're with them as students. So when you come back, it's like kind of the end of Harry Potter, where it's like they've all glowed up at this point. So you can kind of see how they have taken whatever you've taught them to heart. They all are a little bit more stable with themselves, especially the ones that had like really depressed states to begin with. And they've all kind of grown into their own, and
got eye patches and stuff.
Yeah, well that's the thing. All of them have kind of a moment where they come back and you're just kind of like so thrilled because like, oh, you're all grown up now. And then you worry about the tragedy. But the point was, in the moment, you're like, oh.
Vibes, yeah.
It was literally a class reunion. It was so cute. Yeah. Even though it was really sad because you were meeting in the middle of a ruin. But it was like, still, class reunion. This used to be our classroom. And then I know it's on fire now, but it used to be our classroom.
This is feeling very Danganronpa to me. Trauma. I can't. That's why I'm worried about Three Houses, because I want to play it. And I want to.
You'll enjoy it.
I'm looking at the 3 main characters,
Fates.
and I'm like, they're so cool. They look so cool. And I already know they're going to be super strong and awesome.
Yeah.
One of them has an eye patch. One of my favorite characters from Fates also had an eye patch, so they gotta be cool together. And then I'm like, but there isn't a Revelations path.
There is
and that's what scares me, because in Fates, you're like, okay, I can go through this. Like, Birthright is like playing a happy-go-lucky game. You're like, haha, everything's fine. And the very end, it's like, psych, death. And you're like, whoa, 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 whoa.
That's why arguably the Birthright's deaths are worse than Conquest, because you did Conquest, they've been killing people all along, so your heart is just gone by the time you get to the final.
Birthright, it's like, look, there's sakura petals and cherry blossoms, and let's go to the hot springs. We killed the child. And they're like, oh, it's all good now. And I'm like, huh?
Conquest, just like,
you skipped the part where you murdered your sister. The child
and your
one.
brother. And your brother who taught you how to use a sword.
Yeah, I'm like, you murdered the people.
Because he went easy on you and decided not to go full strength.
I was like, you murdered
he let you kill him.
2 siblings that not even your related siblings, which aren't even really related to you. That's why you can get married to them, because you're not even half siblings. You're adopted. You're fully not related to them at all. So then you're like, oh, I'm just gonna kill the ones I grew up with. Yeah, the ones I know. The ones that I've bonded with for 20 years or however old I am.
However old you are.
Just because of these people who say they're related, but then turns out we can get married because I'm adopted. Cool. It's like the one Clueless.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm in love with my stepbrother or whatever. I was like, is this incest? Am I watching an incest movie? But they're not really, and that's exactly how it is. I'm like, I can't believe that happened.
Conquest is kind of like the moment you come back, it's like everyone's trying to kill you from the moment you come back, so you kind of like, you're just so toughened by the time you get to the end, and still your heart hurts.
That's what I feel like, even though I only played through Birthright at first, and I loved it when I played through it, because that was my first Fire Emblem game I played through on my own. I'm like, after I played Revelations...
Baby's first Fire Emblem.
I know. My first Fire Emblem, because I've watched the other ones, but I've never played through personally, you know, do the sports yourself, all that stuff. Even playing Revelations, I didn't even play Conquest, but I still naturally bonded to the Conquest people more, even though I already knew who I liked from Hoshido.
You almost feel like they matter more.
Yeah, it's because they go deeper than just, we live in the bright kingdom with flowers and everything's good here. It's like, they all have their own little stories, but they connect with the Hoshidan characters, and they make the Hoshidan people matter, where the Hoshidan people don't make the Conquest people matter. Hoshido people, they all are here, and they can do it perfectly fine, but then when you bring Conquest into Revelations, they all have stories that more or less directly intertwine with a lot of Hoshidan peoples. So it's like, it makes the game almost feel deeper. Because you're like, oh, this isn't just one kingdom and then another kingdom and nothing in between. It's like, this is a realm that has affected each other, and there's causes and effects.
There's a continent that has no name. It's just called the Fates world, because it's the only one that actually has no world name. Like, we have Tellius and Magville and Arcanea, and no world name for Fates for whatever reason.
Fates Land, woo!
It's just called the World of Fates because it's the only one that has no continent name.
And I don't know.
But the
I
thing
felt
is,
closer, even before, I remember playing Birthright the first time, before you make the choice, and you have those 5 levels or whatever before you choose your path, and I was like, I remember talking to you about it, because I played it, I think, early 2017, after it had already been out for a while, but it's the first time I had time, and I remember playing it and being like, I want to choose a Norian family because I feel close to them. Little did I know
had to because I
be
had
in love with Takumi forever.
Before you can use the DLCs that I had bought, you actually do have to start a game on the opposite path. So I with absolutely no idea how to play Fates and the horrible RNG and the new pair mechanics. I had to try 5 times to get through the first level of Conquest just so I could play Birthright.
And I can tell you that Conquest has got to be hard.
And it sucked.
Revelations is hard enough, and you get the buffer of having both sides. Also, Revelations is like, fine. Ooh, it's a little hard. Ooh, it's hard. And I was like, whoa!
You know I have to rate Conquest 2? Conquest was like being Portal 2, where it was hard, but the moment you solved the level, you felt
You're
like
there
a god.
Like, my brain is so large. I'm the smartest person in the world.
You got stuck on a puzzle. It hurt until you beat it. And then you're like, I am invincible.
I closed my eyes and I manifested the technology to create RNGs. Here you go. My brain is so massively huge. Here, take pieces of my mind.
There were some parts of Conquest that were just hard, but it never felt unfair. That's why
Revelations felt unfair many times.
Well, that's why I liked about Portal 2 was that it's like you felt very stuck at times and you felt very overwhelmed at times, but it was never a moment where you felt you didn't have the tools to succeed. Correct. And Conquest was very, very hard at times, even unfair with the RNG. But you never felt like it was stuff that you couldn't solve, and I did with everyone alive. It took a lot of retries. If I had let people die, I probably would have gone through it even faster. But
I remember you getting to the end and you had to take a break. Because it was too hard.
I got to the next to last level and it was so hard. That stupid Fox Village sucks.
Because we played through, we've already played through Path Radiant Dawn multiple times.
Why did they give characters the ability to turn invisible?
Straight up. It was like, it's very much a waiting game and very much of like, alright, we know we're heading into part 5, which is 80 chapters. We're heading into this long battle.
I'm trying to get to part 5, you're almost done. It's part 3 is the one that feels forever.
Whichever, like the desert one, I think it is the long one. Whichever one was like, it's long, you're like only moderately leveled, and
part 3.
You can't have any training. You can have a little bit of bonus EXP as a treat. But other than that, like, you gotta go in those levels and just not die.
Pretty much.
Like, being able to train outside of battle makes everything OP at this point. Because not doing that is also putting it on super hard mode. So it's a give and take. Because not doing that, like, in Path of Radiant Dawn and Conquest, you're heading into that and it's like, if you don't
Conquest would probably be the only one I would play again because it had a good storyline and I felt so powerful after beating it.
Like, if you don't have a good strategy brain, you're in the gutter. But if you like puzzles, if you're a Professor Layton kind of guy where you're like, I like puzzles, I like strategy, I like feeling accomplished because I know my units inside and out, those games are the games that you can just pound into the ground over and over and over again. I did so much
math in that game.
I can't do math. So I did Revelations, and I had 2 ninjas and 2 archers. And then 1 magic user on a horse.
That was good.
And then I had another magic user on a horse who could also use a staff. And then I had a dragon who technically wielded an axe, but it was a magic axe, so it was distance. So, as you can tell, I didn't play with math. I was like, I'm hitting you from afar, and then I'm going to put Xander in the front, and I'm going to hit you from behind him. And then that's my strategy.
My strategy half the time was myself in dragon form, Xander, and FE making a wall and hitting behind the wall. Occasionally, you have Baruka or Camilla go out and hit and then come back again.
Because Baruka, for as strong as she is, homie's a dragon rider, cannot take a hit.
No, Camilla can at least take a hit.
She gets critical, like, no, put her axe on her.
It's because her luck is immensely low.
Mm-hmm. She will critical you to nobody's business, but then she will also get critical by the enemy. And you're like,
says
what the heck?
Luck is a dump stat. It isn't. Not in that game. Not in Fates.
Yeah, she was... Because I used her, because I liked her a lot. I thought her character was interesting. I liked her design, because I thought it was cool that she was short. I thought that was funny.
I love that. Was great.
I like that she's short.
She's a little assassin.
She's an assassin. She's got like their little band right here, so you can't see her eyebrows.
And I love the fact that the reason
she's
she's
like
Camilla's retainer is that she was essentially hired to kill her, and she couldn't do it. So she's like, you know what, you're cute. Come home with me.
Yeah, and I like that. Like, I just like the interaction between all the retainers. Well, I think maybe I like the conquest people more simply because that's just Okay, I was making sure we didn't run out of music yet. I was like, okay, it's 24 hours. Okay, we'll be fine. I was like, if it's only a 3-hour playlist.
We're not talking that long.
Could you imagine? No, I think I might have liked Conquest better, their units better, at least just because I also have a tendency to like characters that are, the assassins and the thieves and stuff. I always have liked those characters because I like their units in battle, and I like their designs a lot more than I am the noble retainer, and I like to flowers, and I also like to do
a bad
laundry.
background. I love me some good knights.
Yeah, those are good, but I have a tendency to like the other ones more because they're less common.
Well,
you get a lot more knights in I'm a dumb knight, or I'm a knight that's clumsy, or I'm a knight that's overprotective of women. You get less of I'm a mercenary who got hired because I tried to assassinate a royal, and also here's the other retainer to their sibling who happened to try and kill my family when I was young, and then they did. And then that's how that happened. There's a lot less of that interwoven death and more. And
even Elise has arguably the most normal retainers. She has Arthur that is just comedically bad luck. Like,
Arthur's awesome.
If you had a chance of the worst possible thing happening to you, like a bird poops on something that causes something else to move, that causes a giant
like a
battle axe
coming. Machine.
Yeah, comes at you. That's him. And then Effie's funny because just the fact that she's like, sorry, I knocked the tower over. It's like, how did you do that? I was like, oh, I leaned on it. Sorry,
I'm super buff.
She's so buff.
And I'm so buff, and I also
she eats like Ileana too. So
I saw the little manga panel from Fire Emblem Heroes that has her and Ileana together.
Ileana, and
it's they're you can equip food. So it was them with a giant platter of food equipped as their weapons because they have the food weapons. Yeah. It was awesome because Ileana was watching Tomato Leo with his thing. She was equip the food. I was like, that's funny.
But it's even hers are weird, and I'm just I like that. It's not, and that's the thing I think is the difference between the two names. Birthright is about Hoshido is a land of light hiding darkness, while Conquest is a land of darkness with light shining through.
Correct.
It's they're just, not to say one is better than the other, it's just a matter of their perspectives of life are different. That's why I think arguably the more racist of the two is Hoshido, because they can only see Nora as evil. While with Nora, they're kind of well, everyone hates us, so, okay.
Guess we'll be evil, I guess. I don't know. We also haven't seen light in 10 years, so that might be contributing to a little bit of it.
That's the interesting lore bit about that everyone seems to have forgotten is that, the sky literally switches over the two lands every so often.
So Nora's been in darkness for 10 years.
They don't, why does no one know about that?
Yeah, I was like, because that means Corna had to live in Nora for at least a little bit when the sky was bright, because she's been there for more than 10 years.
Yeah, timelines and everything is a little... Honestly, the timeline on Revelations and all the stuff that comes after that is a little jank.
Well, because they also are here's the third realm. I'm like, no, more lore, no.
The one thing I will say about it, Revelations is good.
Because no one dies.
It does kind of screw with the lore of Birthright and Conquest. Birthright and Conquest are written with the intention that Revelations doesn't exist.
Correct.
So
Revelations is almost like DLC content.
Yeah, it literally is. So I'm
real?
Yeah, it really is. It was a DLC path that was released 2 weeks after the main games.
Whoops.
So, but that's my point is that I'm Birthright and Conquest kind of are built in almost better without Revelations. Revelations is great, but it's almost better without them because they stand much stronger. Mm-hmm. When they don't have the middle ground. It's kind of like when you show black and white next to each other, they look stronger next to each other, but when you put gray in the center of them, they both look dimmer.
Mm-hmm.
And Revelations is great, but it also did kind of shake the lore of Birthright and Conquest, which therefore made the entire timeline a little janky. So people who go from that perspective, I'm like, okay, fair enough.
They should make it just non-canon compliant or alternate.
It was the fact that they split the game into 3s, which was better than they have done in the past, but it wasn't quite 3 houses yet. 3 houses, they finally knew how to handle that, which is why I think Fates was important.
3 houses, 3 different games, or just the one game?
It's 3 different pathways, but each of them is literally its own thing.
But it's one cartridge.
It's one cartridge.
That's the difference. Where the other one is
all of them
3
start
cartridges.
The same, but they have minor differences in the first half. In the second half, it's major differences.
Gotcha.
But you're going to get a very different experience depending which pathway you do. But they're all telling essentially the same story from different perspectives. Which is exactly what Fates wanted to do. It's just arguably better done in Three Houses in terms of the balancing between the three paths.
Because I love the Fates characters. I love a lot of them. I think their designs are
They're some of my favorite games characters in the entire franchise.
Well, like, looking at, for instance, Oboro versus if you look at, like, especially in Heroes. I think Heroes is where it solidifies it for me. When I look at someone like her, I'm like, I like that design. You don't see anyone else with that hair color. And even if you don't even see in that style, you don't see anyone else dressed like that. You don't see anyone else wielding that weapon, because she wields a naginata, not a lance. But then when you go, like, when I go to Heroes, especially, and you get, like, those random maps, I see another pink-haired Pegasus Knight with short hair. I see another long green-haired Pegasus Knight. You know, I'm like, oh, I might know them. This might be Sigrun, you know, or this might be Marcio, whatever. Marcio,
who looks just like Est.
And then you click on it and you're like, oh, this is someone from Genealogy. This is somebody from whatever, you know,
they do
1776, 774, whatever that year.
Thracia 776.
Yeah.
Don't ask me.
1776.
I don't know
That's
why.
when America was founded. America. Fire Emblem America. That's what. Thracia, America. Similarities are there. It's just looking at those. I'm sure they're great games, so they're alright. Because I don't want to bash them without knowing. I feel like that's unfair to the games.
Like in Soviet Thracia.
Yeah.
Game plays you.
Thracia. Game plays you. Exactly. Like, when I look at those games, I don't want to judge them without knowing them. I'm only looking at the characters. And sometimes their units
are good. That's why I don't judge Twilight the books, ultimately, because I don't judge things I do not know the context of.
But when I look at these characters, I look at them, I'm like, wait, didn't I just see that blue-haired swords girl 6 seconds ago? Isn't that Altina? No, that's Athena from a different game. Another blue-haired girl who wields a sword, where their hair is the same shade and a similar length and a similar cut, and they also wield a sword. Just one wields two, but sometimes she only has the one, depending if she's lost. You know, it's like a whole long process. And then sometimes you get unique units like Micaiah. There's not a lot of units that look like Micaiah.
Yeah.
With the silver hair and the gold eyes.
Which is kind of a waste of good design, because I don't like her character.
Straight up. But it's like, but to be fair, there's a lot of people that look like the three brothers, Oscar, Boyd, and Rolf. There's one, Gordon, who I always think is Rolf. He's another small, green-haired archer boy.
Yeah. Who
looks just like Rolf, but his name's Gordon, he's from another game. You know? So there's gonna be people like Shinon, who you don't get confused with, or Titania. But even then, Titania might be confused with some other girl with long red hair who wields an axe or something, you know? There's things that make them unique, but when you look at them, if you were to take their face away and just look at their armor, a large majority of them, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Mostly just the magic users, because they all have more or less unique appearances.
Yeah, I was like, magic user is correct, because they typically don't give you 6 per game.
They're all orphans and broke, but they have the fanciest outfits.
You might have 9 axe wielders, but you'll have 1 dark magic user per game, and if they die, you're screwed, because everything's weak to magic. So you like take your 4 axe wielders and just move them around the map like this with the magic user in the middle, so you can hit the people in the corners. That's just But then when you get to somewhere like Fates, if you were to take their faces away the same again, so you can only see maybe their clothes, you'd be like, oh, this is very distinguishable. I can tell because
they do all have very distinct characters.
Yeah, like we were talking before, Sabaki and Hanoka both have very reminiscent of each other to show that this is the class. This is what the class looks like. But if you were to take that Pegasus Knight and push it against any other Pegasus Knight in the Fire Emblem universe, they will look distinctly different. You might not even be able to tell what class it is, and I appreciate that. Hi, what's up?
I'm just checking Wi-Fi. Is the Wi-Fi better in the guest room now that I put that new Wi-Fi downstairs?
I
hasn't dropped on me today. So, yes?
Alright.
Question mark? Further analysis needs to be studied.
Maybe.
We do need an on-air.
I gotta get an on-air button. Oh my gosh.
Maybe we just need AV is working instead of that.
Yeah. Please do not enter right now. We're trying to have a rant about Pegasus Knight armor. Like in Fire Emblem, in the Sacred... Oh, not Sacred... In Path of Radiance, I remember distinctly making fun of Marcy's stuff because it's just like the one boob panel.
It's just a boob.
I was like...
It's a literal breastplate.
Her organs are down here. She's got a rib cage for those. What about the organs? The important part. The squishy part. Where the lance goes very easily. They're like, no, boob plate.
Breastplate. It's
Yeah.
literally a breastplate.
Well, that's why I
It's
like.
for only your breasts.
Yeah, I like looking at Hoshidan units and Norian units and looking at them and being like, they're different. They have, it's very clear that this is how their units look like. The Norians all have.
Actually makes Camilla a bit of an outlier. She's the only one that does not have breast armor.
Exactly. Well, the rest of them have, they've got claws on their, like Norians, they have the claws on them, and they have the heavy plates in the black with the gold trim and the purple accents. It's like they're very heavily armored to show that they're used to taking attacks. Which makes sense in, like, their country thing where they're used to constantly being attacked.
And constantly conquering, so hence,
Exactly.
yeah,
It's like, they look like a heavy war country, but it makes sense. All their units follow that similar theme where they have black in their outfits or their dark, desaturated colors. And it's like, that makes sense. Besides Effie, but... She's pink.
She's clearly being
She's
pink. She's clearly being pink for Elise.
Well, even when you look at Laszlo, who's Inigo from Awakening, we don't know where in the timeline, but
I never bought that
he
DLC.
and Selena, who is Severa from the other timeline, they both take off their faces and they look just like the rest. You can tell they're Norian because of the outfits they're wearing. They have the certain shirt with like the puffs in it and the puff sleeve.
It is something
and the
that-
certain arm guard that's indicative of a Norian unit, which is interesting because it's no longer character specific, it's unit specific with character accents. And I think that's what's very
Fates
successful.
probably has some of the most distinguishable nationality in its games and some of the best character designs in terms of the units themselves, because they are, yes, just very distinct. You are not going to mistake a Fates character from another game.
Which I think is what makes it successful and memorable, because it also makes it easier on there, because it's no longer, oh my gosh, we have to design every character individually, which I feel like a lot of times stumbled up, might have confused people in Path of Radiance, not Radiant Dawn. Radiant Dawn, in Path of Radiance, it was like everyone's individual, and then they classed up and they lost any hint of that, and they became the whatever class it is. They became, especially what I remember is the Archsages. You have Ileana in her potato sack, and then she classes up and she looks like Khalil, and she's in this robe
That was
with
the
the
weird
legs
thing,
slit and the
was
hair's up, and I was like,
Ileana-
whoa, what?
Ileana literally turns into Khalil's sprite with her color scheme.
Yeah.
And Mia literally turns into Lucia's sprite with her color scheme. It is weird.
Yeah, I was like, that's the main problem when it comes with individual sprites, and you're focusing too hard on the character, is then you're tripling the work for yourself, because you gotta make the first, second, and third, and they gotta look different. That's where I think Fates found that good middle ground, where it's, you can tell the class looks the same, and then on top of that, they add the character differences. Like, one might have more armor on their
I thought you were
arm.
just going to cover, like, everything.
My boobs. Ooh. One might have a certain, headband they wear. One might wear certain colored gloves. One might have different gauntlets on based on their unit. Just comparing Selena and Laszlo, which I think are the same class. They're sword wielders with the shoulder guard.
Yes.
Heroes or something like
Probably.
that. So when you look at them, you can see them, but you can see obvious differences in the two between male and female, but you can tell they're the same class, even though I didn't even use Selena, but I was like, oh, thinking of people who look the same. Or you have Baruka and Camilla, who at their basis forms, I think are similar classes.
Fun fact, that actually is Camilla's armor. She gave it to Baruka when she first joined her.
That's so cute.
I know,
That's
it's adorable.
so cute. Because I think...
How can you not like
in
this
their
woman?
bottom-
She's just really cute.
Yeah, it's like, I think their base classes are the same, and then obviously when they level up, I took them a different path. I made her Malignite, and then Baruka I made into Wyvern Lord, I think, or something. Wyvern Rider, whatever that one is. Wyvern Lord, I think,
probably.
is...
Wyvern Lord is the upgrade of Wyvern Rider, and Camilla's Malignite.
Yeah, so it's like, then they split off.
Just
But
the
while
coolest class name ever.
correct, very awesome, dragons awesome. But when they're in the base class, you could tell they're similar. Their dragons look similar. The way they hold and wield the weapons is similar. The armor, obviously, very similar. Now that I know that, I just thought it was similar because I was her
I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is, but there's something in there that says that, like, yeah, that's one of her sets of
That's
armor. That's
awesome.
why it looks like that.
And then when they split off, there's the class change. The character differences don't change. They don't have to, because now they have a certain set of armor they move into. So you don't have to lose the headbands, you don't have to change their crowns or their hair. That was the biggest shock.
You know what's actually the funniest thing is changing Camilla into other classes that aren't a Dragon Knight.
With her hair.
Well, because her hair just always stays the same, so it's just the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, I did that actually.
This like a foot class. It's just really funny.
I changed it right before the last level because I wasn't ready to fight it. I was like, oh, this is so much. So I used all my money to buy all the heals I could. So I could change it. I changed everyone on my main team. I changed it to the class as far away from theirs as possible. I think I put, because they had their friendship and their marriage seals. I don't remember. I think it was Xander. It was Xander or Leo. It might have been Leo that I turned into like the sorcerer or the dark vision ones where their chest is all exposed. I was like,
no shirt.
Whoa. And like I think I made Ryoma into like I made him into a Basiji. Whatever the magic user is with like the big bow in the back. I was like, you look so dumb.
There's Anamoji and Basara. You put like both of those together. I
didn't like either of those classes because I didn't like the spirits. I like tomes. Just because I'm a tome girl. I'm a tome girl.
Magic also got nerfed in that game. That's one other thing I have to say I didn't care for, is that Magic is just kind of confusing because they split it in half.
In Hoshido, you get one feasible... You get Orochi, but her butt cracks out, and I can't stand that. So you get really one feasible magic user, and Hayato's not even a good unit. I'm gonna say, I used him for my whole game the first time. He's not even a good unit.
Hayato just because I preferred her over him.
Hayato's not even a good character. He's no growth. He's like Miss Marvel. He's annoying the whole time, and he just stays annoying.
He's literally just a more annoying version of Riken.
Which is saying something.
Who's a character from Awakening, who as soon as you will know the moment you find him who he is, because he looks so much like Hayato, but it's just slightly different. They have the exact same issue of being short men.
I'm a man, I'm not a boy, and I'm like...
Well, Riken doesn't worry about that as much.
He's more like,
he's more like, I'm trying to be a student of magic, I'm doing my best over here. They're like, wow, you're short. He's like, yeah, I know, it's why I got a tall hat.
Hayato's like, I'm a man, I'm big. I'm like, aren't you 12? You look like you're 5.
Yeah.
And then I was like, because I used them, I got married to Mozu. That's how I got Rajat with brown hair. As I got them married, and I was like, okay, this is it. Because I used Mozu my first playthrough, too. Apparently, everyone puts Mozu and Ryoma together.
I don't know why, but she's a good unit.
She is a good unit. I will give you that. She is a good fighter.
She's the best villager, in my opinion, because, like, you get Donald in Awakening, I just don't care for him. It's because he's a country bumpkin, and I'm just like, that's...
Yeehaw!
Well, it's
like Megan Braum again.
Yeah, you have to have that sort of thing in limited bursts, which is why Nephany is more tolerable than Braum, because she is literally...
Quite.
Well, no, she's country bumpkin, but in limited spurts.
Also, she's...
It's not so... It's intense, but it's
not... irresistibly good unit.
She's amazing.
She's such a good unit.
And I ship her with Heather.
Yes, they are... absolutely girlfriends.
They are the best.
Undeniable, because Heather's also canonly gay, so
she is. She loves
it helps
girls.
That. Just like Soleil.
She's well, that's why it hurts me so much that Soleil wasn't the gay option, because she is
Soleil, her supports with her dad are her talking about how she wants to go on dates with girls. She expresses no interest in men. She talks about girls, and Laszlo's
why is she not the gay option?
Well, Laszlo's like, yeah, I'll help you with these girls. And she's very cute, and her character design is very cute. She's got pink hair, because I got him married to Perry, so she had pink hair, and she was very cute, and I think she canonly has pink hair, so it was okay with me.
Olivia's her grandmother.
Yeah. I got her married to Perry, so I wanted to know what color, and her hair was, maybe it was...
That was the thing, is that, like, everyone shipped Icon, Soren, and Raydom. I'm like, no, I think the more obvious gay couple was Nephany and Heather. Because they are actually romantically interested. The other two, I'm like, you can ship them if you want. And I'm not as offended by it as I once was, but I still don't support as a ship, because neither of them...
hands sometimes, but only at nighttime.
Yeah, sure, why not? But I don't see them as a ship, because neither of them are romantically interested. If anything, I would see one, if not both of them, as being more on, like, asexual sort of area. Like, they don't seem
because he's dumb.
He's an
big
idiot.
Muscles, empty brain.
He's an idiot.
And that's where Soren is his good pair, because he's small muscles, big full brain. And then they can just lay down and read a book, and then they can hold hands maybe, and then Soren was gonna go take a bath, because he bathes at nighttime because he hates people.
Yeah.
And then Ike goes to sleep on the ground. Because that's what he gave his bed to someone because he's a good boy.
And that's the other thing to it, too, is that Soren's, like, very attached to Ike, but for reasons that aren't, like, attraction-based. It's more like the fact of, you saved my life. It's a devotion-based thing. That's why I don't see it as romantic.
Well, some of his lines in Heroes do lead
In
me to
Heroes.
believe, because he's like, no one can compare to Ike. I was like, I'm sensing a little bit of a crush from you.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that's after the course of the game. Before that, it sounds more like hero worship. And I don't think that's love. Not in the romantic sense.
I could probably ship them, but I'd
No,
have to go through the game.
I'm
again.
saying that if written properly, you can ship them, yes. But I'm saying in their base game, going off of the base content, he's more of a hero worship love than, or even a brother love, than it is a romantic love.
Yeah.
Hero, sure. Fanfiction, yes, definitely, if you write it right. But if you go and do it in the
Their
game
base game,
itself,
I feel
not
like
really.
I think out of all 80 characters they give you, there's probably 4 pairings.
Yeah.
Just because that game is about war and
that's
the
the whole
pain
point.
that war comes.
There's not a lot of very
Maisel
good...
and Leanne, which is
Awesome.
100% canon. Racing
Love
and
them.
Tybarn, because...
Yeah, let's just keep going.
Thank you.
Now that's a hero worship that feels romantic. That's why I would compare them differently.
Well, it's because
Oh, did
Tybarn...
someone just follow us? Thank you.
Oh, for real? Hey, I didn't even... Our viewer thing didn't up thing, so I didn't know there were people here.
I just noticed it said a minute ago.
But hi, Demon Love.
Thank you for following us.
Hey, we're ready to get back.
You didn't get the graphic up that said someone followed us.
I haven't gotten my alerts to
supposed-
work yet. I've been working on it.
You're
but
supposed to do that.
I don't know how. It's something wrong with the computer. I have to get Dad to fix it. Anyways, welcome back to us ranting about gay pairings and Death Radiance. Welcome to us ranting about the gay pairing.
No, but that's the difference.
I don't think
is
so,
that-
because Tybarn shows affection for Racing different than he shows anyone else. It's a softer affection.
Yeah.
That's why. That's the
I'm
reason
saying.
I think it's supported, because Racing obviously
Because
very
Racing
much
has a sort of hero worship for Tyburn, definitely, but it feels
Exactly.
more romantically driven than I think Ike and Soren does.
Yes, I would be more willing to put Tybarn and Racing together than Ike and Soren, because Tybarn definitely shows that open affection for Racing that no one else gets. Meanwhile, Ike and Soren, you never visibly see it. It's more
Like-
implied in the background, such as in Ike's epilogue when he says he goes off and Soren follows him. That's where it's more implied.
Like, I could see Soren having a crush on Ike, but I don't want to see that because I know Ike would never pick up on it.
Yeah.
So it would just be sad. It'd be falling in love with someone with the knowledge that they will never love you back, and I'd rather not have that.
Stop, that already hurts me. Anyways.
So I'd rather have them be friends for
So I
that
think-
reason.
I'm trying to think of all the characters, because I think there aren't really a lot of strong pairings outside. You got Heather and Effie. I
Yeah.
can see that. I think we put Eliana and Zyhark together.
That one is cute.
I think it's cute. However, it hurts me to say I don't know if I would push for it. Just because
there's
there's
nothing-
not a lot of evidence. I think it's cute because I like those two characters
have-
individually, and I feel like they would mesh if they had to. In game, however, I don't feel like there's a lot of support for
They
it.
have an issue of the fact of being two characters in the cast like 50 in Radiant Dawn. They have good build up in Path of Radiance. They have a good conversation in Radiant Dawn where he points out that he's the only person she remembers his name because she doesn't normally remember people's names.
Correct.
And like unless they feed her, and so he's the only one who doesn't feed her because he wants her to know him as a person, not just a revolving
food
door
source.
or a food.
Yeah.
So I do like that, but that's the issue, is they are two characters among like 50 who literally that one interaction is all they get the entire game. And since there's no supports,
Yeah.
yeah, I
It's-
ship them,
Big hurt.
but they don't have a chance for it to build.
yeah.
Maisel and Leanne is literally the only romantic ship that has no support but works because it's so set up in the first game,
It's-
and even more set up in the next game.
It's very clear.
It's
That's the
very
only one that they're
obvious.
like, hey, because I know they're trying to push a little bit of the Jeffrey Elyncia vibe, which is fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can see that. It's very reminiscent
But
of
again,
a more
it's-
war-torn Erika and Seth.
Yeah, but the issue is, again, that they are just two of very many characters who just do not get any time together.
Correct. I was like, it's very fitting. I remember in the first
Yeah,
game,
in like the
thinking-
last 3 levels of Path of
Yeah.
Radiance.
and she's not a bad unit as long as you take her mercy skill off of her. She has on her. She's completely
She
useless.
slays when she has that off.
Yeah.
She has a
Put that
literal
on.
legendary rave sword.
Yeah,
Kills
she's
everything.
Awesome. But in
Yeah,
the first
she
game,
can
I know a
miss
lot
4
of people were
times.
like, "Ooh, Elysia and Ike, whoa!" But I was like,
In Path of
that's
Radiance,
very
yes.
much like, because Path of Radiance feels
Radiant Dawn, they grew up.
Path of Radiance. It gives me almost a Pikmin vibe, like the first Pikmin, where you're like, this is new and different, and everything's kind of hopeful and fun. And the more you play out, the more you're like, this is getting a little bit more intense. This is getting a little
Dramatic.
a little less hopeful. You're
The
like,
one with the
am
level
I
with
gonna
Jill's
be-
dad.
Yeah.
That one was so sad.
am I gonna be able to do this and that kind of stuff? And
She'll
then
actually switch sides if she's forced to fight him. And you'll have to kill her.
that hurts me.
Yeah, I know, it's the saddest level ever.
Yikes, my
and
dog.
it's halfway through the game.
Wow.
All Rose and
Ouch.
Dan hurt.
Ow.
Everything, like, once you get to Benyon, it's just downhill from
It's
there.
just pain.
Downhill
Just
from
pain
there.
and fat guys in robes.
Yeah. We get that on a t-shirt.
Everything is just
Fat
pain.
man's pain. And fat guys,
Guys in robes. Radiant Dawn, more pain, more fat guys
in robes.
The sequel. This Tunnel's hit.
It is because it's more
Radiant Dawn.
Benyon.
Radiant Dawn is more pain. Now Heron's on fire. Special edition. That's so
Because
funny.
you do have more Benyon and Radiant Dawn.
Oh my god, Radiant Dawn's almost the worst sometimes, dude.
It's the
With
best and the
Mackay's.
worst game at the same time because it's so good.
Yeah.
But man, you hate the bad guys. Not even like I hate them, I love them. No, I hate them. I'm
I
so ready to kill them
just
from the very
hate
beginning.
them, yeah.
The
Just
ti- when
from
they
the
try
top,
and lock
make
up
it drop,
Sanakai
bro.
and then lock up Sephirin, they try to kill Zelgius, and I'm just like, what the
I thought
heck?
he was supposed to be the bad guy, you know.
It's just one of those things where you're just like, can we just burn Benyon and come back?
Zelgius gives gay vibes.
Oh yeah, I would definitely peg him as gay.
Yeah. I don't know if it'd be gay or just none,
I think, well,
but
I'm
I'm not getting straight vibes from him.
He's commonly paired with Sephirin.
That is very, yes, I very much like that.
Because, again, he has a very similar relationship, because I guess Branded are just that way. Because of Makai and Soph, too. They're just commonly paired up with the people who show them kindness.
I know Makai and Soph is probably a commonly pushed for one.
That's a
I
weird one to
think
me,
it's-
because they're introduced as brother and sister.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's fine if you like it. I personally, I'm not like, like some of them make me uncomfortable. Some of them I don't like. That one, I'm just like, I don't have any zeal for it. There's no zest in that for me.
It's canonical, too.
It's very, really?
Yeah, they start with an A support. You
Anyways.
have to get Riv if you don't want them to get married.
So gross.
You can.
Anyways, I just think, I don't know, I don't feel it. I know there's probably some romantic intention
I think it would
there.
have been better if they stayed the sibling route than if they got married.
Yeah, I think it would have been better because I think, I almost think sometimes Makai's character brings down Soth's. Which is saying a lot because
no,
Soth,
it's not even
he
slightly.
doesn't, yeah.
It does. The entire part of part 3.
He doesn't have a lot of deep, in-depth personality, you know? He's not a Titana with 6 backstories and this development. He's very... Because
That's the
isn't he a
issue.
special character in the first game?
He is essentially your paladin character in the beginning of the of part 1, and he's meant to be kind of your advisor, moral compass, and he is.
Yeah.
The issue is that Micaiah often ignores him, or he will bend to her will, which is not the way the advisor character is meant to work. They are meant to be the person that helps pull the young lord off their path. And instead, he's the one who will bend to the Lord even when they're making a stupid decision. And he says that several times. He's like, I don't believe in this, but I will stick by your side. Which is great. Except for when she's making a bad choice.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan.
No.
I would like to get behind it because I'm like, I want them to be happy, and I know they're in their wedding outfit and heroes. I just sit there and I look at it, I'm like, I don't feel it.
No.
I get more like a general, like, oh,
It feels
maybe
hollow.
I don't feel like I ate bad food, but I feel like I had a grape that was squishy, you know?
Yeah,
Like, I don't feel like
you still ate it, but you didn't exactly enjoy
yeah, like
it.
sometimes looking at certain shippings, I'm like, ugh, food poisoning. Ugh. I ate
Oliver and
rancid.
literally anyone.
Yeah, literally. I was sitting there, I was like Oliver and Race, and I'm like, I ate rancid fish. This one, it's like, you're like, okay, grapes, and then you took one that's overripe, and it's kind of gooey, and you didn't notice it until you ate it, and you're like, ugh, this
I
kind
had
of,
blackberries like that once.
yeah, it's like, this kind of tastes bad in my mouth. Not bad enough that I'm going to spit it into the sink, but also I'm not going to enjoy
You're not going to eat another
it.
grape after that.
Yeah, you're like, I think I'm going to have some goldfish after this, you know?
Yeah. And that's honestly, I think, a good metaphor for Radiant Dawn as a whole. It's a great game, and it's even better with Path of Radiance, but it has very high highs and very low lows.
Yeah, that's why
It's
I
a
can't
roller
say
coaster the entire way.
The biggest weakness by far for Radiant Dawn is exactly that. It's like, when it's good,
It's
it is
amazing.
so good. The graphics, the battle animations, the
Combat,
third classes,
The returning characters.
Yeah, anything with the Grail Mercenaries, absolutely spotless, flawless. When it's bad, you
It
want
stinks.
to sell the game. You're like, I'm taking this out. I never want to play this again.
The Senators, everything in Benyon, the Dawn Brigade,
Yeah.
everything with
Micaiah's
Micaiah.
entire story, anything
She
in
didn't
Dan,
need to be that
anything in
unlikable.
Benyon. Well,
You know,
I don't-
actually, I'll get
Go
you
ahead,
in a
no,
minute. But the thing that's actually brought me up to a point I was bringing up earlier, remember I was talking about unlikable characters that you can still like? and like how that works in the favor of like avatar characters or silent protagonists. The other thing that makes that really work is liking someone who they are opposed to, and therefore being able to rally behind that. For instance, the reason you can relate so well to Shell is because originally you're up against GLaDOS, who's insulting you the entire time, so it's almost like you have a common enemy, who you kind of respect in a way, but also want to take down. And in other cases, like with Joker, he has a very strong cast of characters around him. So you cannot necessarily know him at begin with, at least, but you know the people around him. He's surrounded by strong characters. And that's why Micaiah I don't think works, is because she's not surrounded by strong characters. She kind of falls because everyone else around her is weak.
I think if you introduce her in her
not
own
likable.
game, and she wasn't on the Tellius map, if you took everything involved with her entire brigade,
it's what
her
Salta
entire
is, essentially.
story, if you took her, removed everything about her, even Salt, pull a Fates and just make him a new name and he's the same character in a different universe, pull them and put him in a new game, she would be at least 70% more successful, because she's not against one of the stronger Fire Emblem games in the franchise, which is Ike's game.
Yep.
One of the most recognizable and well-loved characters in the entire franchise.
Everyone agrees Ike is best lord.
Exactly. So you can't take that and then expect us to want to split that game with some girl who isn't even good. It's not like we're putting Chrom against Ike and being like, well, Chrom's side might have been weaker because he had a weaker supporting cast. Because Frederick and Lissa don't measure up to Soren and Titania. But we're not. We're looking at someone who burns Pegasi, who goes against her own morals again and again, takes claim of this place that we already didn't like, and now all of a sudden she's the Harry Potter of the universe. She's the savior of everyone. It's like, I can't like you when you're setting him up as Voldemort for the whole thing, and all of a sudden he's Harry Potter now.
And that's why I brought up the thing about liking unlikable characters. Is like, I think, in a way, when I look at it objectively, is I think she was meant to be the showing of the danger of what Ike did in the first game. Of someone rising to power, unchecked, of someone who is, is uncompromising. She literally compromises her own morals for the sake of her country, and Ike technically did the same thing. He...
Continue. I'm listening.
It was the fact you did it. It was the fact you... Straight face, slight little smile. And...
Keep going! Sorry. I had a lot for dinner. Keep going. I had sour cream on my taco. Keep continuing. Something about my guy. Now I'm embarrassed. Not really.
It wasn't the fact you did that. It was the fact that you kept a straight face and it broke for like a second and then it came back, and that was so funny for some reason. You were like... It was just the fact that you smiled for like about a fraction of a second, then went back to a flat face.
I hope the microphone didn't pick up any of that, because I'm so sorry. I'm not normally like this. I had sour cream and I'm lactose intolerant. I'm lactose.
I'm promising I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at your face.
Let's talk more about Makai and get back into that hate train. We're back in the tunnel of anger.
Sorry.
It's a one-way street where we're riding a truck named Micaiah.
There was a tunnel of anger, and then there was just a, cement truck of that. It knocked me out of the tunnel. Wile E. Coyote style.
You're running full force, and then they just steamrolled you.
Anyway.
What were you saying about Micaiah?
We've been talking too long. We're going hysterical. Anyway.
No, but I think we're finally getting into a good rhythm here.
Anyway, so...
One more hour, then I'll do something funny again.
So, the whole thing I look at objectively and look at Micaiah with is I think that she's meant to be a foil to Ike and showing the danger of what he did. And the fact that she is meant to be unlikable, and the fact that, yes, she does compromise her morals. She is used by a big politician figure to essentially for a bad purpose. And I think she was meant to show that. The issue is just that... Again, you need, in order to have an unlikable character likable, you need to put something around them that still makes them be rooted for. And she doesn't have that. And again, I go back to the fact of, why is it hard to make likable villains? I'm it's not because they're bad people, it's usually because that evilness is the only level of their character.
Yes.
And that's the thing she suffered from. She only has one level of her character. It never goes 3 layers deep until literally 3/4 of the game is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you learn she has depth, but it's just way, way too late.
So, like, relating it back to Harry Potter again, because that's a real easy one to use, because everyone knows Harry Potter at this point. It's been out for a while. It's huge. At most points, I don't even like Harry. I think he's annoying. I think he's rude, especially in the books. Oh my god, in the books. He's self-centered. He's arrogant. He's quick to anger. There's a lot of qualities that make you not want to like him, but you're stuck in him. But you have the plus side of Ron, who's an idiot, blockhead, big dumb, big stupid, but he unwaveringly supports you. So you're like, okay, well, I have that support that even when he's doing something dumb, I know he's got a friend who will back him up. And then I appreciate that because there has to be something in Harry that Ron sees. That's why they're such good friends. So I'm like, oh, well then I'll wait out on Harry because I know there's something good that this character sees that I will see soon enough. Because I haven't seen it because it's behind the scenes. And then there's Hermione. Very smart, very practical, very logical, who
And
also
Richie doesn't like them, too.
But then she comes around and she sticks with them. So I'm like, oh, well, if someone this practical and logical sticks with them, these two idiots who can't get it together,
She's like the Makoto of their great.
Exactly. there's got to be some reason that I should stick with them too, because if she can do it and he can do it, these two opposite ends of the spectrum connect at this middle, there's got to be something great that I'm missing. Yeah. So that's why you sit through and you write it through, and eventually the character does become better because he learns, relegate that anger or whatever. He learns that it's not all about me all the time. Maybe being the hero figure isn't the best all the time. And then you get Daniel Radcliffe playing him and it's all better because he's a cool guy.
Well, and the other thing is like, I think that's what came down to is that most of them have the lore complex of they are the chosen one to save them. And Path Radiance doesn't because it's not that. They are a company.
And that's why I think Harry Potter works so well in this analogy, because Micaiah wants to be the Harry Potter. She wants to be I was going down the wrong path.
I was the chosen one.
Yeah, but then I changed
blatantly
it.
the chosen one.
Exactly. I had to be. I'm the chosen one. I have this trait, this trait, and this trait. I'm also the Mary Sue, and I have every ex machina you need to win the game.
Yeah.
I have all of these, and that should make me good. It's like she has everything she needs, but she stays like Harry in book 1. Where it just stays very much, I am me, this is what I do, and I don't change. My character is surface deep, and that's all there is to me. I'm a very simple written character.
I think Micaiah would have worked better as an antagonist, because she is a great foil to Ike in showing someone who has all the means and special abilities, yet cannot receive the same unwavering support that he did with nothing. And she almost is better as an antagonist than a protagonist, because when she has all these things, it's almost like, why are you screwing up?
Yeah, because then it could be a cool Fates situation where you fight as the villain. You fight as someone going against Ike. You're fighting as someone who believes in their cause, even though you know, as the player, their cause is wrong. Instead of trying to be forced to believe these two different paths, where these people you know and you like,
you're pretty
much
killing each other because you're switching off, and so you're killing yourself in the last level.
You're right, and then you're forced to hopefully believe you're right with this person who you don't know. There's no reason you should trust them, but you're going to fight with them for the majority of the beginning of the game.
And that's the other thing that I think really weakens part 3 of Radiant Dawn from Micaiah's perspective. Is because you know they're being swindled by Benyon. If they didn't know, if they truly believed in what they were doing was the right thing, which is how Conquest is. That they do that out of their respect. They are causing a lot of destruction, but they believe it's the right thing. Dayan is, they know they're on the wrong side. They know they're doing the wrong thing, but they're doing it anyway because they're trapped by Benyon. So really, why are they fighting the Grail Mercenaries? You know that's not the true enemy. It's the fact that you know it's not the person that they truly believe is their enemy. That's why it doesn't work. You already know it's Benyon. You're really kind of like buying time until you can fight Benyon. You know that's who you ultimately both are trying to kill. And so it's like, because they don't have unwavering conviction in what they're doing, you don't either. And again, this is why I'm again, it's ironic that we played Portal 2 and I started thinking about this stuff, because I was thinking about, like, these characters work on a fundamental level when literally everything is stripped away. Somehow they are unbreakably strong.
Yeah.
So I had to kind of look at that, and because I was looking at it for my own writing. And that's what got me into the whole thought process, is like, why is every single character in here immediately memorable, immediately likable, and they literally say 5 words and you know them, like their voices in your head. Also you can go immediately from rooting for them to hating them, or from hating them to they're your best friend somehow.
Mm-hmm.
How did they do that? And I think it comes down to the fact is like you have to have the characters themselves need to have strong conviction, and that's Micaiah doesn't have that.
Correct.
She's the Lord, and doesn't know what she's doing, which is fine. Most of the Lords don't. But if they don't, someone in their repertoire has to. And no one does. No one does in the Dawn Brigade, because all the Dawn Brigade, and that's the issue, all the Dawn Brigade have no character. And that was the fault of the writing. They have no supports. The best they have is info. You don't know anything about any of these people you have. While you have the Guerrilla Mercenaries, you know every beat about them. And so naturally, any of the new characters that came in Radiant Dawn, they did not have supports, which are the lifeblood of character development in Fire Emblem. They just fell flat. Except for there's like 40 other characters who had an entire game's worth of development. So they don't need it.
Yeah, I think if they would have franchised the game is not a direct sequel, if they would have removed the Guerrilla Mercenaries, like I said before, or if they would have put something in the middle, something, finding a way, maybe
There's a lot of things they could have done to
maybe
make it better.
A prequel, or even just like DLC where you get to do Micaiah's game, even just 20 levels. 20 levels where you learn about Micaiah.
Is actually really strong. I really enjoy part 1, except for with Izuka, but he's just annoying. But it's the most tolerable part of Micaiah's game. Part 1 is very well structured.
Yeah. It would, if they tried to do this with something maybe like Fates, or maybe even Awakening if they wanted to, I think they would have been mildly more successful because they would have more to work with. When you're coming off a game like Path of Radiance, that's very much like, we're working for this bond together. There's no infighting, like in Awakening, it's almost infighting at the end because it's Robin against Chrom. And you kind of know that from the beginning, and you know it's going to come to the end, so you know somewhere along you can never really get melded together because you know at the end one has to betray the other. Same thing with Fates. As close as you are, you know at the end you're going to have to clash, so you can never truly settle in on either side. With Path of Radiance, it's like older games where there's not infighting. You're together.
Well, more
and
like
you're up.
everyone is infighting, so there's not really any.
Fair enough.
There's not any definite good or bad.
You almost get lulled into a false sense of security based on the fact that
everyone hates each other.
There is no security. There is no peace. You're in a time of war, and you're with warriors.
And that was actually probably one of the strongest arcs that was in Benyon, and I remember the speech that Nasir made to Ike after he experienced severe racism in Crimea, despite believing that they were allies, essentially, that they were good and Dane was bad, was that he's like, yeah, drawing that fine line is impossible, because Ike originally was like, well, Crimea's good, Dane is bad. Oh, but wait, there were those Danes that helped us, but there were also those Crimeans that tried to kill us.
Yeah.
So it's like, there's no good or bad, you can't draw a line between people, you have to get to know them, and that was a very amazing thing for a Fire Emblem game to say, essentially, that there were no good or bad sides.
And I think that's what helps too, is just the way, because Path of Radiance, like Awakening did in its time, it pulls away from the older Fire Emblem games, where it no longer is kingdom versus kingdom. You're a third party, and you're talking about things like racism against the beasts and the other Lagoos.
And honestly, it's the first act of Awakening, is the dealing of
exactly.
old grudges and racism.
Yeah, and that's why I think Awakening also is it has that high acclaim from pulling away from the mold that Shadow Dragon built, that even Sacred Stones and Blazing Sword, they build into it. It's very much royals, kingdom, bad royals. And everything in between is just seasonings, they're flavoring. You're still making chicken parmesan. Maybe you'll add garlic this time. Maybe you'll add Parmesan cheese this time,
Mm-hmm.
But it's all different. Versus Path of Radiance, you're pulling out, and now you're making lasagna.
Yeah.
You got a different noodle. You got a different way to put lasagna. Different way to put it together. And it's like, you're pulling away, and you can't fall back on a country like you can do in other games.
Mm-hmm.
In Hoshido, you fall back on Hoshido. In Nor, you fall back on Nor as much as you can, considering that country.
Considering they are all trying to kill you.
Yeah. So it's like, generally, you have a royal in your midst, and you're falling back against that country. Even in the second game, Micaiah has Dayan to her weird extent, and she falls back on Dayan.
That's the other thing that makes Micaiah weaker by comparison, is that you get Ike was originally a mercenary. He had no attachments. So it's like Crimea was the place that he lived. It wasn't a place he would fight for, though.
Exactly.
They originally tried to stay out of it.
Which is why your alliance is never stuck to a country. It's stuck to a person.
The thing with Micaiah is that they point out that she loves Dan because she felt outed as a branded. Until after the war, where everyone, they lost the war. So everyone banded together, and people who originally would turn a blind eye to her, they were helping her just because she was Dan, and so therefore she felt this strong patriotism towards her country.
Which I'm mad because her branded mark isn't even visible. She doesn't even know the half of it. What if it's on your face like Soren? You know nothing. Anyways,
break the chair.
The anger tunnel is back.
Yeah. Well,
Micaiah makes me so mad, my guy.
It's more the fact that she's like, my life is so hard. I'm like, it would be if Soren didn't exist and he wasn't the main character in the last game.
Oh, man, it just... Well, so it feels very...
Well, before we
go ahead, sorry, finish and then let me
Before we go down that rage tunnel.
Go ahead.
Before we divert.
Let's do a sharp left onto the tunnel of not anger. The bypass of validness.
The thing is that Ike's sort of patriotism, you will, his pride in, where he came from, is built over the game through the people he meets. We don't know that with Micaiah. We just pick her up in Dayan with a vague idea, if you remember the first game with Soth, where he came from. But you just pick her up there. You never once see her interact with the people of Dayan in the first, or very little in the part 1. And so you never really get to see why she's so connected. It feels like fanaticism because you don't see where that love came from.
Correct. That's why I think a prologue would have vastly helped her game. Even an epilogue to Path of Radiance would have changed the game for her. Because a story just for her. No Growl mercenaries, but you can hear about the consequences of their actions. Them not appearing, though, would make the game about her. I was going to say, just the 20 levels, because you got 3 years worth of time.
Yeah.
5 levels every couple of months, because then you can see the love she's talking about from Dan. Because from all you know, you just came off of Path of Radiance, where Dan is the hard and fast bad guys. Yeah. They're the bad guys, and that's the end of the question. And then you're supposed to come into Path
Until you get into Dan, and they have all the worst heartbreaker levels, where you're just like, I don't know if I'm the good guy.
My dad?
I don't know if I'm the good guy anymore. Yeah. Oh, it turns out Ike's father was a Dan general. Oh. Alright then.
Oh, and I just killed my best friend's parent who also ran away from her. Oppressive. Oh, this is a lot for me personally. And that's his uncle. We just
and we didn't even get to the Herons yet.
Yeah. There's a forest that...
No, you're forgetting about Raisin's older sister that was trapped there.
Gang. So...
That was a fun time too.
So you leave this whole thing and
and Nasir betrays you while you're there too. So much happens in Dayan.
Get it, Nasir? Well, he's loyal to the dragons, so that makes sense.
Well, he's trying to save his granddaughter.
Again, makes sense. But then you're supposed to go into... So you have all this confusion and stuff, and you're supposed to go into the next game with Dayan's your new Crimea. It's your new... They support me, I support them, I can get behind this country.
A pretty good job of it in part 1 because they made Benyon worse. Benyon is occupying them.
They pull the DC Comics thing. They're like, this is bad, and we don't know how to write it. So we're gonna make someone way worse.
Yeah, it's like, oh, hey,
that's how they always
Loki seemed bad until he had Thanos, and then you're like, never mind, he was our friend. He was definitely our friend compared to that guy.
He's so good, and yeah, that's it.
And that's the thing. Dayan works as your home country because it does. Again, part 1 does work. It does work cohesively because you're fighting off Benyon, who's occupying you, and you do ultimately win. The issue is that they show and that's why I say it would be good as kind of a warning of the power that Ike essentially accidentally wielded.
Yes,
was that the fact that after they get them out, they try and stand on their own, and they just get swooped in and taken again. Because they were always corrupted from within, and again, Benyon is the main issue, and that's why part 3 is so painful, is because Benyon's still the issue, but you can't fight them. You're forced to fight the people you know are in the right.
Yeah, because you spent this whole game with them, yeah.
Because that's why it's different from Birthright and Conquest, because there's no definitive, I know these people are right and I know these people are wrong. Mm-hmm. You know that even people who are technically in the wrong do have a reason for what they're doing. Mm-hmm. In part 3 with the Dawn Brigade and the whole Liberation Army and stuff, they know they're in the wrong, but they're doing it because if we tell anyone, they're going to kill our whole country. I'm just kind of like, so instead you're going to kill their entire race. Cool. Massacre all the Beast Tribe. They're going to be fine, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's like, it's just like a movie plot.
It's weird.
That kind of writing, that kind of point, it just always drives me insane. Cause
and it's meant to do that, to be fair. It's meant to do that.
So it succeeds gratefully there, but I am a simple person, and I like simple things like not being frustrated. So just seeing that kind of stuff, I'm
Why are
like,
you playing Fire Emblem then?
fair enough, my guy.
Why are you playing
It's like-
AJRPG?
Why can't you just... Well, forced conflict is what really drives me insane. I was like, you can't have a spy go back and forth. Someone who used to be in the... Because they have characters who used to be in the Ground Mercenaries who could go back and forth and see if we can come to a peace or come to a something where we can get
It's
your...
the fact that they were totally closed off to any sort of communication.
Exactly. Like, they can't get... Maybe they can get the Ground Mercenaries
didn't
to help,
try.
and they can go behind Benyon's back and take down
And-
Benyon from behind. I was like, that would have
And
been,
Ike
in my
went and
opinion,
told them
better.
he didn't want to hurt them. And all the rest of the generals
And
were
Makai's
talking.
like, yeah, that sounds cool. Oh, whoops, sorry, I already set your Pegasi on fire. I hope that doesn't
That's the thing.
go back on
Xanakai
that.
wanted to try and make peace with them. Ike was trying to make peace with them, and they refused to talk.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing that annoyed me so much was the fact that like I can have sympathy for your bad situation until you're literally given a hand, and well they never.
She's like, Opa!
The other
He's like,
issue
whoa,
that they
what the
did.
heck?
The other issue is they never quite showed you the stakes on Dane's side.
Mm-hmm.
It felt kind of petty when you didn't exactly know what was at stake here.
At this point, they should have just like absorbed Dayan.
It was-
Someone else should have just absorbed
And
Dayan.
that was the thing. It's like they had the whole thing with the blood pact, but again, because Peleus was ultimately just an idiot. And
What was the blood pact?
he thought he was signing a treaty. Azuka was working for Benyon and made him sign a blood pact, and he just...
He'll die!
He never...
He's gonna die anyway! He
No, they
sold
kill-
his soul!
That's the thing. They killed him, and the blood pact was still there. So.
Oh, for real? We killed him? I didn't remember that.
Yeah, you have to play through the game twice in order to not kill him.
He stole Soren's spot. You don't know anything about him.
Yeah,
I don't
really.
feel bad.
Well, that was the thing, is that, like, the stakes essentially for Dayan were never quite properly built. Like, in fact, the fact that the whole thing with Peleus that actually made him most interesting was when he actually had to go up against Soth, and like, yeah, stab him. But he was
Stab
like...
him! Take him out!
He was like, Micaiah can't leave. If she leaves, she'll die. She's like, okay, threaten her again, and I will slit your throat. I don't care who you are. I'm like, yeah, do it, Soth. And then you're like, oh, blood pact. I'm like, and Soth's like, dang it, gotta put the knives away. And I'm
Do
like,
it, so...
and I was just like,
so, still do it, it's
because
funny.
that's the thing,
Sorrel.
I don't know who I was trying to say there.
Sorrel.
Soth was, I don't know why. So that Soth was essentially being Micaiah's moral compass and being like, we don't have a part in this war. And she's like, yeah, I agree. She kept to her ideals
She
until
said, yeah, I agree.
until
but
the
let's
blood pact
go
happened.
kill everybody.
Until the blood pact happened, and then they're like, we have to buy as much time as possible to figure this out. And I'm just kind of like, or we could ask for help.
That's why
It's one country against literally the entire continent at this point.
I will sing.
Joined with the other half of the continent.
I will sing Radiant Dawn's praises for every day until forever, except for that part. That part of the
3
story
is hard to get through.
That
sometimes.
part, and it's long. It's a long.
It's the back half
part.
of part 3, so it's kind of like once you get to that point, you're like, first half of part 3, it's awesome. You got
You're
the
already
Girl
on like
Mercenaries
level
back.
65 at this point.
Yeah, you get the Girl Mercenaries pack. You're all righteous with the Laguz Alliance, and then you hit the Dayan part,
and you're
just
like, oh my god, this is the worst. It's like watching any. I can honestly relate it more
just
to
waiting
watching.
for it to be over.
You're watching a TV show now, and they've done the cool main arc, and now they have this semi-filler, forced contrived arc.
Yeah.
Because the main arc that everyone loves is at the rising action, and it's almost at the climax, but they're not ready for the climax because it goes climax immediately following action, and they're not ready to lose that. So they shove in this arc right here, and they're like, here you go. It's like My Hero Academia Season 4, where it's awesome. They're like, infiltration, taking down Overhaul, big villain, blah, 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 and they're like, death, climax, and then they're like, and then here's this criminal arc where apparently he's supposed to be super strong, but he's not really, and he's in love with this teenager, but he's old, and it's weird. And then they're like, and now the festival. Because it's like, festival, arc with gentle criminal, festival. By the time you get to the festival, you're like, I don't even know if I want to watch
that's probably
anymore.
why I heard online that Season 4 wasn't very well liked.
Yeah, it's like, Season 4 is phenomenal up until the gentle criminal arc. It's like, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. They beat Overhaul, the main villain who was taking on the other villain. He was beating out the other villain. He gets here. You beat him. Night-Eye, spoilers, Night-Eye dies. And then it's like, cut immediately. Because the arc that's going over all of that is, the reason they fought them is because they're having this, it's even the opening, they're having the school festival. They're having the school festival, and it's like, boo, 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 bing, and like all 3 seasons have combined up into the school festival thing, because Class 1A, the main...
Ruby really was based off of My Hero
Yes.
Academia, wasn't it?
Yes. Because this whole festival is very important because it's Class 1A, which is the main class who's been attacked this time, showing the rest of the school that they're not trying to steal a spotlight. They're just students with really bad luck. So they're giving this festival for everyone.
Don't you love when you have to argue over that?
It's like, you're almost there. It's like, it's literally an episode away. I think the Gentle Criminal is like 2 or 3 episodes. And then it's like, yes, 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 bah! It punches you out of the sky. It bops you down. It's like, here, this part sucks. It sucks. It's so bad. Ba ba ba.
So, Okumura's Palace?
Yes. Oh my god. Yes. And
it's the
like,
one part of the game where it feels like everything
like,
slows down.
I couldn't tell you how many episodes it was. It's not a lot, but it felt like forever. It might have been 3, but it felt like 17.
Morgana's story is only 3 days. It feels like forever.
So long. And then by the time it's done, you're like, why did they try to fit an entire season's worth of drama into that like 3-episode arc? And then the festival comes next. And at that point, you're like, well, everything at the festival has to go wrong because we saw everything going good and then it went bad. But then the festival is fine. So at that point, you're like, I want to enjoy the festival, but I'm worried they're going to bring up that arc again because it kind of came out of nowhere. So I haven't read there in the manga, and I hope they introduce it better. But I was like, that's kind of what it feels like with Radiant Dawn, where you're like, this is great. This is the best one so far. This has really got me hooked. Every episode, I'm on the edge of my seat. Every level, I'm wondering what's coming next. And then it's like, psych! Y'all thought you were having a good time? Time to suffer for 60 levels!
The thing
That's
that
what it feels like.
actually redeems Radiant Dawn, though, as well, parts of 3 are just
Whoa, there's a lot
absolutely
of users in our chat. Hey, everyone in the chat. Even if you're just lurking, hey.
like,
Go
like
on.
that's the whole thing that actually kind of I have to say on is that part 3 has some very hard parts, but what redeems it is that part 4 is good.
Mm-hmm.
Once everyone stops fighting and they're all on the same side, you actually get a lot of interesting stuff happening.
Which is why I can say it's better than Okumura's Palace from Persona, because
it
afterwards
does
you
go
have
back-
to get stuck with Haru the rest of the game.
Yeah, but then you also get Size Palace.
Size Palace, that's why I
It's
think...
definitely the best palace. Thing.
Yeah, it's like it goes back up to Size Palace, but
We
you're
need to
still
be green.
kind
We need to
the bad
be
taste.
royal, by the way.
The bad taste in your mouth of Okumura's Palace kind of sours up the very beginning of it, because then you immediately have to roll into Akechi, and you're like, nah. Ugh, he's trying to manipulate us, but he's weird.
Unless he's just totally coming onto you in royal.
Yeah, in Royal, he's so gay. For what? And for what?
It just hits you
normally
over and over again. I'm
normally,
like, wow.
I'm always seeking out any sort of
when it comes at you,
heterosexual thing. I'm like, give me anything that's not
It's
straight.
kinda like- it's
and
kinda
for
like-
him, they're like, he likes Joker. Hey, Akechi wants to date you. I'm like,
no, we're gay.
I'm like, whoa.
It's kind of like everyone likes getting a sample of chocolate. No one likes being chased by someone with a chocolate bar.
Yeah, no, it's like on Nickelodeon when they used to slime you. It's like you're like, ooh, I'll take a Ghirardelli square. And with a Akechi and Royal, they're like, you just got slime with chocolate. And you're like, what? I don't want to be covered in it. Now it's just weird. I was like, I like.
That's why I relate. I relate to someone.
Like Yusuke's ambiguity. You're like, oh, I can see where that's happening. I like that they hint some stuff here and there. And Akechi's like, give me your glasses and let's make out for a disguise.
Anyway, I like it because like the original was like, okay, sample square, Yusuke, here's special chocolate. Akechi, take the chocolate!
He's like a Fire Emblem Heroes character, and his weapon is now chocolate. He's like, da-da-da! And you're like...
Akechi was intense. I loved it, but it was still like so many things in Royal just took us by surprise in ways we were not expecting.
Yeah, because we know every second of Persona 5 back
the
and forth.
Showtime attacks.
Inside
just gonna
now.
leave it at that. Yeah. The first one, you're just like, I don't know what my reality is anymore, and every one you question it a little bit more.
When you get, because we're playing in the Japanese dub, obviously, and when Makoto and Ryu just comes on, you're like, huh?
What's been going on? But
and he's like, here goes Sensei, and I was like, what? Sorry, back to Fire. I had to take that break and just be like, why is Akechi so gay? I'm not mad, I'm just confused.
That's the thing, is like sometimes you're like, I don't like it, or I think his is just one of those things you're like, I'm not angry, I'm just confused.
I would love it a lot if I knew about it in the first game. He came from being mean, and now he's gay,
He came from nothing
nice.
to be like intensely obsessed with you, and you're just kind of like,
He's
okay then.
He's the male Haru.
Wow, that makes things weirder. Let's not go down that path.
Okay, back to Fire Emblem. Back to a safe topic.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't go too much later either. We don't want to be up all night.
Dang, look at all these homies. Well, hey, camera's over here. Our monitor's over there. Our camera's
I
propped
just
on our
keep
TV.
looking at it because I don't like looking at people. I have eye contact issues, so this is my way of looking without looking.
I love attention, so look me straight in these peepers. What were you saying about... Oh, part 3. Sorry, I got us off on that tangent because I hate it so much I didn't want to talk about it anymore.
That's every once in a while I throw in like a Portal or a Persona 5 reference because I know that will get you off something.
Yeah, it gets me distracted because part 3 of Radiant Dawn really just grinds my gears. Grinds them. There's no oil in there. It's just like...
Well,
I'm
that's the issue
I
with
hate
part 3.
Micaiah, and then even on Fire Emblem Heroes, I have a Micaiah. Great unit, super helpful, very strong. I still don't like
Bitter
her.
taste is still there.
Yeah, I still look at her. I'm like, ugh, did someone just poop in my mouth? Ew, I have to look at you.
And
but she's strong, and she's the one with the unit attached to her.
Micaiah isn't inherently the problem. The problem is what surrounds her, and that she's supposed to be a lord.
Yeah, I was like, her character
She'd be a
is
fine antagonist. She'd be a fine
Her
supporting
design
character,
is
or fine in
cool.
her own game. There's so
Exactly.
many ways she could have been better. Just the exact quality and perfect stale ingredients made for a very lackluster character.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it just...
Everything worked perfectly in the wrong way.
That's just like, the worst part about her is the fact that if you put her in her own game...
I'm not
it
mad,
would've
I'm just
succeeded.
disappointed.
Exactly, because I know there's other Fire Emblem games out there that they sit
I hate
there...
other characters more than I hate her. She's just a disappointment.
She's not even my least favorite character. She's one of them. Like,
One of 'em.
probably number 2. I don't know who number 1 is, but probably I
Olga?
just forgot. Yeah, that makes sense. Lumpy head,
Any-
dough head,
Any
egg
of the
boy.
senators?
I just ignore them because it's just like the senators in America.
Like the Licane guy who's essentially like, he's like the guy in Sherlock where he's like, I'm gonna flick you on the face because you can do nothing about it.
Yeah, and I mean,
And
like,
so when
okay,
Isola and
he's you.
or Tyborn, or both, go and kill him, you're just like, sweet.
Yeah,
vengeance.
no. Once you get the Bird Kings, it's like, I'm invincible. I can fly.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I can kick you.
That's the
or
other-
I can attack you as a
No,
bird.
that's what made Licane really evil, is not Benyon, it's not Sereness, it's not Sanakai, it's... He made Naysala betray them all again? Even he's tired of it at this point.
Doesn't he have a blood pact?
Yeah, that's why he didn't. That's why he had issues in the first place. He's been handling it way better than Dayan has, because he's been dealing with it for years. But
And because
Pelly's
he's
got it for
super
all of
cool.
a month, and he's freaking out. But Naysala managed it a lot better, and he managed to crack a deal essentially with Sephirin too. Essentially, the way that he was getting around,
That's cool.
in a manner of speaking, he
He looks cool. He's a very
he
pretty
looks cool.
man.
Yeah,
He's very
Let's
pretty.
leave it there. But he essentially
Nice to look at.
blackmails him into helping Sanakai in protecting her. He's essentially her bodyguard, essentially, for a while, which manages to keep him and his nation safe.
Plus, there's so many cool character designs in Path of Radiance that I'm so glad they got to expand. The reason I love Radiant Dawn so much is because you get to take these characters that arguably are better in Path of Radiance, where the story is better, but you get to see them in the graphics they deserve.
Yeah.
Granted, it's on the Wii. It's not Magic. You know, we're not looking at Switch.
But also,
also,
this is from a Game Boy game.
exactly. I was like, we're also going from
8-bit graphics.
Yeah, you're going from sprites and sacred stones to full 3D models. And
I'm
you're
also
like,
going from Path of Radiance, which was not the prettiest game in the world.
Path of Radiance?
Good game, not the best graphics.
I will never hate on you. Great game. You're ugly. You're an ugly game.
It was a jump from 2D to 3D, and it's not an easy jump for any game series.
Yeah, I was like, to be fair, it's still better than any
It's
3D
growing
Harvest
pains
Moon.
Every
I
game
just
goes
started
through.
the Light of Hope, the newest Harvest Moon on the Switch. Girl, it's ugly. I'm gonna go back to play Harvest Moon DSQ from like 2004 because it's cuter.
And
I was
you can
like,
play as a girl.
yeah, well, you can play as a girl in this one, but I'm like, just make
It's just
it.
stupid
Make
that there's
me a
only
little
one game where you
sprite.
can play as a girl.
Make me a sprite and then put it on the Switch. Easy. I don't want to play in 3D.
Yeah.
Because the 3D looks like it's a bad computer game. Not like Genshin Impact. I mean, like, this looks like a Neopets level 3D bad game.
Yeah. So
So it's like, Path of Radiance is ugly. But that's why I love Radiant Dawn, because it takes these characters you loved, and you grew to love them even though their sprites are, like, kind of janky. Looks like you did them as your first project in a 3D modeling class. And then you put them into these glorious they've got layers and they've got scarves and there's ties and there's beads and there's swords everywhere and there's some magic and Soren has a white coat and it's really cool.
My mind went off on a tangent for at least part of that rant where I was just thinking about
My mind's always on a tangent. That was a tangent out of off of what I was trying to say originally.
I was thinking about this fanfic I read a long time ago before I knew what fanfiction was, really, about with Naysala, and it was essentially an alternate reality of Benyon, where Sanka was a bit older, and there were a lot of different people, like, for instance, Soren was Prince of Dan, actually. And I was just thinking
He
about...
would hate that.
Oh, yeah, he did.
He's not a prince.
Well, it's more like it's too much of a bother for him. He doesn't really want to deal with people.
Yeah.
But, it was more a matter of the fact that, like, I remember, I don't know, I was going through a conversation they had where he essentially was going at it with Seneca, and Sephiroth breaks it up, and afterwards she's like, he's such a child. It's like, hey, he's actually 3 years older than you, and she's just like... Alright then.
Whip.
And then afterwards, Naysala was like, so you want me to deal with that? Because he's essentially your bodyguard.
Yeah.
And he's just like,
Naysala slaps.
No.
I don't
She's
wanna
like,
hear what it
no,
is.
we'll incite a war with the dragons if we do that. He lives for now. I'm just like,
Yeah.
I don't know why I was thinking about that. It's been so long since I read that.
It's funny. It must just think like the reason Radiant Dawn is so memorable in my mind is because it's gorgeous and it frustrates me to no end.
Yeah,
Because
it stays
the
with you.
character design is great.
So
You
good.
got so many unique characters. You got to see your favorite thing, which is your old characters grown up, revamped, even better. You get to see Soph in his little baby clothes, but now they're tight because he's tall. You know, you get
I
to
was
see.
like, I like you can't afford a different outfit. I'm like, that's wonderful.
But you get to see your favorite thing, which is these characters you like. It's like getting a sequel to your favorite show that's good. That's not bad. Not like Steven Universe and Steven Universe Future. It's like, we'll talk about that in a minute. Talk about that in a minute. Before we go on that tangent, let me finish my tangent. You get to see these people
go on that tangent, honestly.
grow up and be put into these more glorious outfits. And you're like, this is...
Just hold on to that for 3 houses. That's more or less what happens.
I hope. And you're like, everything looks great. I love the way this looks. And then you're like, what could be better than fighting with people I already love, who can now class up one class higher and be more powerful, who look better, because the graphics are better and their costumes are better, and we're fighting against the rest of the corruption that we kind of left unchecked in the last game. And they're like, hey, good thing you're enjoying everything about this game and it's perfect, but did you ever consider that we could just drop poop on your faces? And that poop's name is Micaiah. They're like, here, drop the mic, except it's poop and it's also Micaiah.
Yeah, I feel bad for her because she's not an inherently bad character. There are much worse characters.
That's the only reason it frustrates me. It's because the rest of the game
it's a bunch
is
of weak supports supporting a weak character that ultimately end up with this just big sinkhole.
The rest
in
of the
middle
game
of an
is
otherwise good
so powerful and strong that she's not bad.
She's not even bad the entire game.
Exactly.
She's just annoying in part 3.
If you put her into any games before Path of Radiance, she probably would have come across as average or even very likable.
Yeah.
But because you put her into this game that's very, very strong on its own, she looks... I forgot whether there's another thing like this. She looks just very poor and very weak. Because if she was on her own or in a previous game, she'd be good. But because she's in this game against Ike, of all people... There was no chance from the start. And that's why it's so frustrating, because she doesn't have a chance, so then you can't care about her, because why give her the time of day when she won't even give herself the time of day?
And I think the other issue is that knowing what makes Ike strong, Ike himself is not a necessarily amazing character. He has an amazing cast of supporter characters. Well, she has the Dawn Brigade, which, not for lack of trying, but none of them have any substantial depth. Can you tell me a single thing about, like, even 5 of the people out of, like, the whole, like, group of 10?
I'll name you the Dawn Brigade people I know. Leonardo, because he's an archer and I like archers. He's blonde. Does he like cooking?
No.
He's shy.
No.
He's rich.
He's a nobleman's son.
He's rich. I know everything about this game. Laura, a healer. She's She's rich?
No.
She's poor. She's a laundry woman.
She's worked in a clerical place.
She's just a healer?
Yeah, she's
That's
a healer.
so boring. And then there's Edward. He has a sword and he likes fire.
He's just scrappy.
He's just a fighter. Wow, that's interesting. Good for him.
He's friends with Leonardo.
See, that's good. That can be a little gay pairing right there.
Well, that's the thing, is
Hold
that
hands and
they
kiss.
have no conversations nor supports, but in the art book it says that Edward was originally a freedom fighter and he was on the run from Benyon soldiers, so Leonardo pulled him into an alley and they became friends after that.
That's gay.
He essentially,
And I love it.
He was essentially like, "Hey, you're one of them freedom fighters," and he's like, "Well, I'm this refined, noble person." He's like,
hey.
"Join me, dude, join me." He's like, "Okay,"
Okay, cool, perfect.
and then he became a freedom fighter.
So that's 3. How many are there? 10? Wait, there's one more.
You're not gonna get 5.
Well, there's Makai and So.
That
Does
doesn't
that count
count.
as
No.
What else is there? Astrid.
No.
Is that? Nope, that's from the other game.
No, she's in part 2. She's with Alicia.
Oh. There's gotta be an axe person.
There it is.
Is it a guy?
Yes.
Does he have short hair?
No.
Long hair axe guy.
It's about your length hair, so. He looks like someone from Lord of the Rings, honestly.
My length.
Yeah.
Is his name something dumb?
Give
Give me the first letter.
It's the same as a famous movie director.
Christopher
No.
Nolan.
Yes. Nolan.
Oh! It's like, it's Christopher?
No, his name's Nolan.
What if I just stopped at Christopher? You would have been like, nope. Nolan?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about him. I don't even know what he looks like.
He's essentially the old grizzled guy of the group.
An old guy? That's weird.
No, he's like old in the way Grail's old.
So he's just an old guy.
He's just essentially like the Grail of their group.
Is he like 30?
Probably.
These are like 10-year-olds.
I
That's
know.
weird.
It's weird.
Does he have brown hair?
Yes.
What does it look like?
He honestly, I mean, you can look him up. He
I
looks
don't want to, I'm lazy.
He looks like an Lord of the Rings character, honestly.
Okay,
He has a goatee.
is he like a dad figure?
What I told you is what I know about him.
So he doesn't like to cook? One of them
No.
has to be a chef.
None of them are chefs.
That's so lame! Are any of them painters?
No.
These people have nothing going for them. What's the fifth one?
You have to come up with that yourself. I'm just giving you hints.
So he did sword, bow, axe. We need a lance. A
Yes.
lancer.
Yes.
It's not
There are
Nephany.
2.
There's 2?
Yes.
I remember neither of them. Devdan? Is that one of them?
No, he's also Crimea.
What is his problem? He comes out of nowhere and you know nothing about him.
Yeah, that's
They're
his
like,
thing.
here's a guy. He's
And
got
then-
green hair.
Well, there's Dan Ved, and then there's there's Dan Ved, and there's Dev Dan. And they are
Dan?
not the same person. They make that very clear. And they talk to themselves in the third person. And everyone's
I
just kinda,
like them.
And everyone's just very confused.
Well, they're so confusing because they have orange armor, but then that green hair.
Yeah.
I'm like, that doesn't work at all.
I'm willing to deal with him. He's cool.
Yeah, I'll still take him.
You're not out of your thing
Lancer.
yet.
2 lancers.
Yep.
Are they halberdiers?
One can be. The other one isn't.
Is one on a horse?
Yes.
Is it a girl?
Yes.
She's got hair that looks like Astrid's.
No.
It's long.
No.
It's short.
Technically.
Is it shoulder length?
No.
Is it shorter than shoulder length?
It's in a bun.
It's in a bun. Is it pink?
Yes.
Ooh, I'm so close.
You're
I'm
really
so
not.
close.
You're really not.
It's not Meg because that's someone else.
No.
So start with an M.
No.
Start with a... What letters to start with?
Trying to remember how to spell. I can
Pink
picture it in my head.
bun. She's on a horse?
Yes.
What color is her horse? Brown?
Yes.
What's her name? Just give me the first letter.
F.
Fiona.
Yes.
I'm so smart.
Do you remember this character
I
at
know
all?
everybody.
You're just guessing because you watched Shrek yesterday.
Correct. Or Shrek 2, actually. Good movie. Is she poor?
No.
She's also rich.
Technically,
She ran away from home.
No.
She's adopted.
no.
She's in hiding. She wants to fight because she feels bad about being rich when everyone else around her is poor.
No, you're just guessing all the tropes that Fire Emblem tends to use.
Yeah, but it's easier that way. She has a horse, so she likes horses. She likes flowers.
No.
She into cooking?
I don't know. She has literally no character.
Oh, that's
She appears in her chapter and that's it. She never talks again.
You going to get to use her?
No, she literally, you have the chapter where she's there, you recruit her, and you really never hear about her again after that.
That's cute.
And she doesn't have a support because that game doesn't have any supports.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying the Dawn Brigade
So
has a very weak cast.
I'm going to go ahead and I'll give them character traits. So Leonardo,
she's a
who's
noblewoman's
rich,
daughter who essentially was working with Benyon, and then when Benyon decided to start murdering civilians, she and her group of knights decided to go against them, and then they joined with the Dawn Brigade.
And her secret passion will be cooking.
Okay.
I'm going to assign them all secret passions. Leonardo, who's the rich boy who's in love with Edward, he likes poetry. Edward secretly is a poet, but he's ashamed of it because of his rough and tumble exterior. So he pretends to really be
I do respect Edward. He is a good troop leader.
Yeah, he really pretends to be into things like boxing and sparring. Boxing?
Is that what he said, boxing?
Boxing! But really, secretly, he likes poetry, and he's very into sonnets, is his thing. Because he likes the symbolism in them.
I don't know if sonnets are the ones that do that, but okay.
Poetry is all about fancy words that make no sense. I took a poetry class. No, I didn't. I took an old English literature class, but everything is in poetry. And it's also not in English, so I was like, why is this old English if it's not even in English? Anyways, that's a rant for another day. That class was a whole bucket of... That's the class I was in that semester when COVID started, so that was fun.
Let's try and let's try to wrap this up in like 10 minutes or so, because my intestines are in a lot of pain.
Well, let me finish with the Dawn Brigade first. Laura, who's the boring healer girl, her passion is redecorating. Not by decorating things, but I mean like major home improvements. Like she likes busting down walls. She's one of the staff users that she'll hit you and she'll knock down your wall. Bah! Wall, down, open the living room up. Look at all that space.
She's actually the reason Makai gets captured once.
Why?
Because she goes off to go retrieve something from her abbot and gets captured by the Jerry guy.
She had to go back and get her trusty, handy-dandy screwdriver that is absolutely necessary for all home improvements because she's a home improvement fanatic.
And then they get let out by her friend who's the Lancer.
The second one?
Yeah.
Who's the other one? Is it a boy?
Yeah.
Is it...
Aaron, the one guy who's like...
You didn't let me guess! That's not fun! Aaron. I vaguely remember him more, because doesn't he have, like, blue-green hair?
Yeah, he has very bright green hair. He's actually pretty good, too. He's the opposite of Nephany. He's not fast, but he is a tank.
Big brain. His secret passion
him, too.
Is he's like the one character from My Hero Academia. I forgot his name, but he's the one with, like...
He definitely has a crush on her, by the way.
He can talk to birds. He's very much into birds, like
You're gonna
Mordecai.
say that when Micaiah has a literal bird she talks to?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why Yune, when she's not talking to Micaiah, it just chills with Aaron. That's his name, right? I forgot already. Aaron, because he's really into animals. And, like, squirrels and stuff. He and Mordecai get along well, because they always have little animals on them. They're friends.
Cool.
Is that all of them? Did I win? Oh, I forgot about Nolan. His passion is being a creep. And hanging around with little kids, because he's creepy and old. And also he's good at card tricks with his hands, so he can scam youngsters into being with him because he's old, and hanging around him because he didn't utilize his youth correctly, so now he tries to live vicariously through these kids. And he's creepy, and he has a goatee.
I think that's everyone.
That's the whole Dawn Brigade. The Dawn Brigade is so boring.
Yeah, well, I mean, because they also pick up Ilyana, Zyhark, and Jill, and then Volog.
Volog. What is Volog? He's a wolf?
Yes.
Cool wolf.
It's always shifted.
Why?
So,
because
he has half shifts, so he just enjoys being in his wolf form more than his regular form. So normally a full shift is very tiring.
He's a furry.
Sure. Normally his full shift is really tiring, but since he has a half shift ability, essentially he's like not shifted at full strength. So he just can sit around. He can just sit around as a wolf all day, and so they don't think they're like, oh no, some people they're just like, I don't know, she just domesticated a wolf. That's cool.
Alright, that's pretty sick, dude. Yes, so that is my opinion on the Dawn Brigade. I didn't know any of their names, except for 3 of them, because those are the ones you get in the first level.
Yes.
That's the only reason I know them. The rest of them suck. Jill
is
better with the Growl Mercenaries. Ilyana is better with the Growl Mercenaries. Zyhark is better as my boyfriend, but also in the Growl Mercenaries.
Well, that's the thing. Ilyana does leave with the merchants and go to the Growl Mercenaries, ironically enough. And Jill can, but it's better to leave her with the Dawn Brigade so they have a fighting chance. But yeah, if she talks to her, she'll just switch sides instantly.
Yeah, because they're best.
Oh, that's the other.
I forgot about that pairing.
That's the other one that is an instant pair for me.
I mean, true as gold, girl. That's true as true. That's what I
love the fact that everyone's like, well, aren't you guys like? They are literally Ren and Nora because like, aren't you guys together? And he's like, no, and she's like, yeah.
Yes. Actually, we are married and we have 4 kids.
They're literally Ren and Nora, where the guy just doesn't realize it yet.
Yeah. So if we had to name all the people, oh my thing. Oh, sorry, I thought my like phone broke. I was like, the dot is gray. What does that mean? It wasn't like red, like streaming. I was like, but it's because my phone went into nighttime mode, so it goes back. So we'll close it out by naming all the pairings that we remember from Radiant Dawn.
Okay.
Because that's all what I'm always thinking about is pairings. Because I am super super lonely. So we have.
Read some more fan fiction.
So we'll do with we'll just go through all of them that we think are good that we remember.
Yep.
And if it's not good, we'll say it and then we won't put it on the hand of official accounts.
Do we have an unofficial hand then?
Yes, it's my foot. That's where my Cayenne's so already at. Look at my big toe. So we start with Tybarn and Rayson.
Yeah.
And then we have Leanne and Naysala.
Obviously.
Easy. Har and Jill.
Yep.
Good to go. I would say Jeffrey and Alencia. I would give it to that.
I would give them that, yeah.
Who else?
There was one that's funny just because Ike and Lindsay work in Path of Radiance. Because
only
that.
Exclusively.
She's young and she's naive at that point, and he was her hero. So, but by Radiant Dawn, she's grown up and he's grown up. So
and
they're,
she's very
I see them
cool.
as very platonic friends.
Because she's so cool. She was what I want Captain Marvel to be. Because she's
Alencia
cool.
rocks in Radiant Dawn. I wish she was in the game more.
She's still feminine and delicate and clearly...
But she puts her foot down. She
clearly appreciates her royal blood.
Tybarn and Skrimir back down because she's saying, I'm not moving. And Tybarn's like, I like this woman. I like her. And so he backs off.
That's who I want Captain Marvel to be. That's who I want. And Tybarn's awesome. Tybarn's one of my favorite characters in the game.
He's amazing. But like that's why Lindsay is the best princess ever. Just because the fact, probably on terms with Eureka, in terms of the fact of how devoted they are to keeping peace, where they're like, no, I will stop it. Right here. This is my line in the sand. Don't cross it.
And I also have a cool cape that's kind of see-through. Because I'm a royal.
Yeah, Lindsay rocks. I love part 2. It's pity it's only 5 chapters, but I love part 2.
She's awesome.
Anyway.
What other pairings? There's 95 million characters. Raphael and Nyla.
Oh, yeah.
Good one.
They actually,
That's
I believe, yeah, that one is Karen.
Which I love that. Get married and be happy forever, baby.
Well, that's the thing I love the fact about it is that, he saved them. He was dying in the desert, but they were lost. So he was able to find the way through the desert, and they just saved his life, because hammers be fragile and all that. And
it's
so
cute, dude.
she's just has no filter, is incredibly blunt, which just matches so well with Raphael just being the most gentle thing ever. And so it's just it's almost understood like a betrothed sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like a consort or something like that, where you're just you understand that this is a thing happening, and you're just kind of okay. Cool.
Like that.
And I like that we have one queen among all the other kings, and she's like, I'm not intimidated.
And she's like, everyone else can suck my butt.
It's her abilities glare. She has one eye patch.
Yeah, because I read something in her thing that said, I thought she lost her other eye, and I thought she was super cool, because I think people with eye patches are just really intense. But apparently it's like a magic eye underneath that, and has some special ability.
Yeah, that's why
she sees super far or something.
Yeah, it has to do with her glare ability.
Which is so cool, because she's
got
that cool
lore that's not in the game because she was introduced in this game, which is a pity.
Top 20 coolest characters. I would say top 10, but there's a ton of characters.
There is a lot of characters.
Who else?
You'd have to count at least half the Grell Mercenaries.
Exactly. Who else from things good?
Heather and Effany?
Heather and Effany. 6. I would put Ike and Sora on there tentatively, depending on post-game content.
They're kind of a hard one. So,
I'm putting it on there. I'm saying it's tentative.
I will say in the fact that they are meant to be together, not necessarily what status that is, though.
Yeah. Not necessarily in a romantic context.
Because I don't see them as a romantic context.
Depending on their orientations, too.
Yeah.
So that's...
I just don't see them either as the romantic types.
Yeah, it really depends on them. I definitely see them living together until they both die.
Oh, yeah, I definitely see that. Well, until Ike dies, because, Sora's going to
Sora will be alive because he's, branded. Who else is there? Kurt and Edna and Rajoin were together.
Yeah, and then...
But then he's dead. And she's pregnant!
Yeah, think about that. She's pregnant for all of Radiant Dawn and Path of Radiance.
Homie's pregnant for a while. I feel bad for her, dude.
Yeah, dragons and their long lifespans.
Who else is there? There's so many people in that game, but so many people I just wouldn't even put together.
Titania and Rise?
I could see it. I was thinking more Rise and Mia.
Mia's hard. Mia
Mia
could go
is
so
hard.
up. She actually is somebody I could see that could date on either side of the spectrum, honestly.
Correct.
Because I also like the fact that she has this whole thing where she constantly is fighting with Ike and she doesn't care if she breaks her arm in the process.
Yeah,
Mia is just an
she's kind
amazing...
of awesome.
Another
Well, that's
one
why
of
it's hard
amazing
because a lot of these
characters.
people are awesome characters, and you don't. It's like when
I
I
remember reading
first
some
watched My
stories
Hero
that were just
Academia.
her and Soren dueling,
Yeah.
just to be like, how the heck did these two actually get to the point of somewhat friendship, which is just impossible. With how did she do that? I'm like, probably because she doesn't take no for an answer. She probably literally just bored him to the point where he's like, fine, we're friends now. Are you going to leave me alone yet?
Exactly. Well, that's what. Like
She's
the
like,
first
yes.
time I watched My Hero Academia without reading the manga.
She's actually kind of like Nora in a lot of ways.
It's very much. I watched it and I enjoyed it very much, and I didn't see any pairings. Even though they were obviously trying to push them, I didn't see any because I was enjoying. Also, it was weird because they're high schoolers and I'm not a high schooler, so I felt weird for shipping kids.
There's an age.
There's
an age where it's
it felt
appropriate
really
to ship.
weird. I am in love with Aizawa, and I'm free to ship him with President Mike if I want because they are adults who are older than me by many years. So that's
how I feel about
okay.
Ruby. Honestly, I didn't ship them until they were out of school, and even then, the most of the ships I did were adults.
They gotta be at least within 3 years of my age. Otherwise, it's weird.
Who else is there?
I'm trying to think of Ground Mercenaries. There's Titania Arise, Mia, the three boys, Shannon, Gaytree.
Some people ship Mist and Boy, but I never saw that personally.
It could happen.
It could happen, but there's no evidence for it, really.
Who else is in the Ground Mercenaries?
That's pretty much everyone.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome. There's Zyhark, there's Liliana.
So you could put them as a tentative one. If they had more content, they have more.
Alright, that's it. If Ileana and Zyhark could get a support outside of...
Because they do show that in the Radiant Dawn that they do have a connection. More than anyone else Ileana knows. She does remember him, and she does remember he's a friend.
If they could get more supports in Radiant Dawn, I think they would be.
They would be.
They would be Gucci to Gochi. I'm trying to think of more of the Lagoos.
Nah, I don't think of any really there unless you're going to try and put, like, Randolph with Ike. I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, Randolph was somebody. Randolph gives me...
He's literally your gay best friend, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's like, he doesn't give me just gay vibes. He gives me, like... He could even be pansexual if he wanted. He
could.
He gives me... He just loves whoever, and that's just who he is.
Randolph is awesome.
Randolph is so cool.
Randolph.
And he has the heterochromia, which is cool.
Yeah, that's also really cool.
Yes.
But I don't really have any pairings with the Lagoos besides the birds. They're all just kind of really independent.
Which is awesome, and I very much appreciate that.
Yeah, not really anything for the dragons, because there's not a lot of them.
There's like 3 of them.
And...
What about Zelgius? If you had to put Zelgius with someone, who would you choose?
Saffron, definitely.
Okay, we'll put that right there. This is really hard, so...
That's the only... He literally has, like, that's
9. We'll do one more and
you have Micaiah to Soth, Soren to Ike, and Zelgius to Saffron. Brandon to get very attached.
That's good.
You have the Stefan off in the corner being like, I'm good.
Yeah, that's how I was thinking, like, who would you put Stefan with?
I don't even know who I would do. He's very independent. I think he's kind of gives me the Steven vibes of potentially even just asexual. Just because, like, he doesn't seem interested in anything like that.
Well, didn't he have some... No, that was Zyhark. It was
That's
like, didn't
Zyhark.
he love someone and they died?
Zyhark fell in love with Kat, but she was killed.
Love it.
Love it. That's Pathorians for you.
Love it.
But no, Stefan's just kind of on his own, doing his own thing. He's been alive for
like
at least
Stefan
100 years.
He would settle down with someone, but it would have to be someone either branded or full Lagoos.
But he's like so devoted to his like cause of trying to get rights for Branded and mastering the way of the sword that I'm like, I don't think he has interest in doing it.
It would have to be someone who is branded, I think, honestly. It wouldn't even be full Lagoos. It would have to be someone branded. I think most branded characters are already paired off.
He doesn't show it. He rates Soren for, but honestly, he's just as racist. He's
really?
The thing is, he doesn't have any stock in any side anymore. He cares about helping the Branded find their way and survive. He doesn't care what Bjork are doing. He doesn't care what the Lagoos are doing. They can go destroy each other for all he cares. He's just trying to... He respects people who know the sword, and he's trying to help other Branded survive. That's his 2 goals in life.
Yeah.
So, he does not take sides in literally anything. He's a truly neutral party. He would be a true neutral character.
That's fair.
So, it's like, that's the thing. It's like, he literally helps people depending on, like, if they run into him. Literally, they find him. It's why he literally jumps into a war he has nothing to do with, purely because he's interested in
likes the thrill.
And not even interested, more like, hey, I haven't seen a cat in a long time. what are you doing
'Cause
here?
I live in the desert.
And
with-
because he's weirding Leith out,
Ew.
he finds that funny, and therefore he joins them, and he sticks around to help complete his sword training.
Yeah, he's a weird character.
Like, he could leave literally at any moment
cool
during the
coat,
war.
though.
Yeah, he does. He is, like, if you were to have an
like
archetypal True
Navarre.
Blade, that'd be Stefan. He's the true sword master of sword masters.
And he's
but-
got a cool jacket.
He has an awesome jacket. You know it's cool when they have only one sleeve on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's like Navarre when he classes up, except he keeps one sleeve on.
Yeah. But that's the whole thing, is like, Stefan
Also, let's
literally
just think about
could
for a
le-
second the attack animations and the way they just like they go. Psh, and
Maybe
then,
we
like,
just need to play
fast and
part
slow.
5 of Radiant Dawn.
Yeah,
we'll
we'll
just
see.
watch
We
everyone do
gotta
their
find an
ultimate skills.
emulator because we don't have the disc for it anymore.
Don't tell me that, it made me cry.
Yeah, we need one more pairing to cap it off though. Let's do one more pairing. Think of everyone in, I don't know, Benyon maybe?
Some people ship Tant and Sigrun.
It's weak because we don't really know a lot about either
Yeah,
character.
we're running out of
I
characters.
could see it. I could see it because Tant's very strong, and Sigrun's very delicate. But I'm looking for someone else, even just mild. That's like, okay, cool.
We're really running out of characters here.
If you had to put Shen on with someone, who would you choose?
Purely for the fact they would be funny.
It depends.
Liar.
Who?
The least younger sister.
Oh, I totally forgot about her.
She goes and meets with Sean, and Sean essentially rightfully antagonizes her. She almost claws his face off until Kaiser, who's the tiger one, comes and tries to get her off of him. The odd thing was that Gatry was the one who initiated the thing because he thinks Lyra's cute. And Sean's like, really? You would fall in love with anything in a skirt. So it would be ironic if she and Sean ended up together because of the fact he was berating Gatry for falling over her.
Then
just
I'll do
because
that. That'll be our closer one. I want to give Shen on something because he's another
This
ponytailed
is why-
archer, and you
this
know
is
that's my
actually
weak
why
spot.
I think that I generally have the rule that if you can give me enough build up as for why it will work, especially in Path of Radiance and the Tellius games, if you can
Because
give me
you're
a
working
reason-
off of scraps and less than scraps.
Yeah, so it's like you can literally make any ship work if you give enough. I saw a really well written thing for Lucia and Soren. You wouldn't think it worked. They wrote it and they actually made it work really well. Essentially, it's them both being cold tacticians and trying to one up each other, and that eventually turned into an admiration, which then turned into a love triangle. By the way, it was Lucia who was doing it. She was just trying. Essentially, he beat her in a mental game, so she was trying to mess with his head. And I forgot that he's kind of in a mentally unstable place anyway, and almost completely broke him, which made Ike almost completely break her. It was just so much drama going on, and so by the time you actually got to the point where there was a somewhat romance thing going on, you're like, yeah, this feels earned.
This feels hurt.
This feels earned at this point.
Oh my guy.
He's still alive, at least. There was only 3 death attempts, not by her, by the way. It was just his life was falling apart for other reasons at the time. It was actually originally Lindsay and Ike who were getting married, and Soren just had to come and be like, I'm not being the best man. He's like, yes, you are.
Dang, dog.
Because you're the only one I could think of who would do it. And so he was literally having this whole rivalry with Lucia the entire time. And that was the whole thing. And eventually she's like, I don't like being one up by a guy. And so she's messing with his head, not realizing that he has a lot of other things dealing with. One, he's trying to figure out where his relationship is going to be with Ike. He's getting married.
Mm-hmm.
But then someone's trying to kill Alincia, is trying to kill Ike because he doesn't like the fact that some just, ragtag person is going to be married essentially into royalty. And they're busy with that. So Soren, who's the only one off by himself and everyone else is busy, notices what's going on. So he's trying to prevent that from happening. And then there's the whole deal with Lucia trying to do that. She's leading on Karen, who she was pretending to date. Essentially, because she wants to try and show that she's okay.
You lost me 5 plot points ago.
It's like,
when I look
it
at
was
stuff,
23
it's
chapters
barely-
long.
It's 23.
Yes.
That's barely anything.
They were 10,000 chapters of 10,000 words apiece.
Okay, that's more likely. I was like, bruh, 23 chapters. When I hear that, I don't know if you're talking.
It's part of a 3-part series too.
Okay, I was like, I don't know if you're talking 10,000 words a chapter or if
It
you're
was-
talking 200 words a chapter, because that makes a big difference. If you're trying to go for plot of that deepness, it's gotta be 100,000 words minimum, because that's the length of a good book.
And they went and lied to it, like the assassin guy was someone who's ultimately was branded, and that's why he couldn't get past Soren, because they can sense each other, so he could tell something was off, always.
Spicy.
But again, no one realizes that's what's going on, because a lot of people, like erroneously guess, like, oh, you're just in a bad mood because he's getting married. He's like, no, there's seriously something wrong. I feel off right now.
There's a murderer.
Until he almost gets killed twice because he gets in the way of someone trying to kill and Lincia. And of course, everyone gets the wrong information at the time, except for Lucia, who also being a strategist sees what's happening.
Cute.
And that's why ultimately she ends up on his side, ironically, until along the way she goes and tries to be honest about something, and he's kind of delicately trusts her, and she accidentally very harshly breaks that trust by looking into things that she wasn't, because she gets curious and she's like,
and she learns that he's Brandon.
Yep, by looking into the thief and figuring out he was Brandon. It's like, wait, so how would you? Oh, that's why. It's okay, it doesn't bother me, but he freaks out.
Yeah.
Intensely, and then she thinks that's her getting rejected, so she goes and kind of lets that on to someone else who happens to be Karen, who cannot keep his mouth shut, and it kind of screws Soren's life up a lot.
I don't think I want to read this because it's too much for me.
It's just fun.
I like
because I did not
things
know
like
where
that,
anything was going.
but I'm very simple. Recently, because I've been trying to split my mind across 16 different things, trying to get a job, like I
It
like
was a
conflict,
good story, though,
but I
let me
like
tell
it to
you.
be simple. I like conflict, but I like it to be under 60,000 words sometimes.
It got-
100,000 is like good max.
It got intense. Let me tell you, there were at least 3 fake outs where the assassin was almost killed, and he came back, and ultimately went from, okay, I'm just killing the princess, to, okay, I've been slighted by this imbecile mercenary, I'm gonna kill him, and to eventually, she's like, I was literally accidentally hit by someone who was practicing tornado spells. I'm just completely embarrassed as an assassin right now. I don't care who, I'm taking someone down.
This would be something you would read. This would be something you would write too, because you've got big brain, complex Christopher Nolan plot points going on.
But
here.
that's what I'm saying.
Mine would be like, he sees her and he thinks hands are pretty, they'll hold hands and then marry.
ever ship Soren and Lucy in the games, but in that context, it worked somehow. That's why I'm like, if you're gonna ship someone and you can make it work, I will give it a chance.
If I don't see it initially, I don't click on it.
Well, that's also how I'm feeling with the Portal fandom right now. I'm like, where are all these ships coming from with characters that are literally not even alive?
Stuff I look at, because I'm very different from you, stuff I look at is I look for content, and then the pairing that's in it is more secondary, because I can plaster any name on them, and the most of the time people change their characters so much anyways, you can't even tell who they were in the first place.
Well, I mean, that was what this story was about, that's for sure.
That's what I like. I can put anyone's name. I'll put my name and Yusuke's name, or my name and Takumi's name, or my name and insert other random, probably ponytailed archer here.
You know, it's like that thing I told you about when I was reading the stuff for Portal with the blue sky thing. I'm like, I'm okay with that. I draw the line, though, it's fundamentally changing the characters you're using. That's the only line I will not cross, even for shipping purposes, is like,
Mine
if you
depends.
have...
A lot of times I say out of character.
Like, I would...
okay, cool.
Well,
like
that's...
with Byakuya. He's better written out of character, because in character,
Well,
a lot of times people go too far in the jerk way.
It'd be like saying you're going to ship
Fine
Ren and
line.
Nora, but in order to do that, you have to make Ren not quiet anymore. It's like, well, you're losing something then in the exchange.
Yeah.
So how are you going to enjoy the pairing then? So that's why that one I couldn't, even if it was really good, I couldn't realistically ship.
Oh, I got Mr. Sad Machine says, sub.
Sup?
Hey, sub. We're talking about fanfiction.
I don't know how we got in this, but it's like that's why
What's the deal?
That's why I go and look at like the thing that they're like, yeah, maybe with enough build up and like they make them into new characters, you could ship Shell and Wheatley in that case. I'm like, I couldn't because the whole setup would be the fact that like you're on the run from an evil supercomputer again, even though you only beat her twice.
My thing.
How the heck did we get here?
I don't see shippings in that.
I don't see shippings in it either,
it's
honestly.
the robots, and I just don't see material in that.
Well, it's not even the matter of robots. It's more in the matter of, all these characters kind of ended on a semi-good note, so I don't see any of them becoming villainous, and I don't see any of them becoming romantic. I see a, mild respect with maybe a new antagonist. But it's like, I saw one where they made Wheatley completely evil, too. I'm like, that doesn't work either, because then you lose the reason why his character's funny, too.
The pairings I like to look at the most are ones that I don't actually care for. Like Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, I don't actually care. I don't care.
Yeah, I have trouble with that.
When I originally watched the movies, didn't care. I was like, he's fine with Ginny, I don't care. He's fine with Draco, I don't care. And that's why those are the best stories to read, because you're not overly invested in the characters, so you don't care if they're out of character.
I need to be invested, though,
and you don't care if they're in AU. The ones that I care the most about, I have a hardest time, because I'm more willing to be like, well, that's not true to this character that I love, and I'm invested. Like, if I would try to read things with Yusuke and anyone, because I love him and I want him to love me back, if I was like, well, they're not writing Yusuke right, I'd be more willing to see that, because
I'd be more willing to look into more things, and then there'd be more AUs, and there'd be more different writers. Every writer has their own style. That's why it's better if you choose a pairing you're mildly invested in, or really don't care about, but you could see it happening. I've read more stuff where it's like, I personally don't care, and I never thought about that before, but when you mention it, that probably works. I've probably seen more stuff like that.
That's how I felt when I got into literally all the Fates ships. So I originally started as kind of a mild interest of...
The only Fate ship that I saw, and I was like, this has to happen because it's canon. It's canon. It's Takumi and Leo.
That's the thing. I
literally
shipped I shipped none of the royals originally because I didn't get any of them married. So I would.
Otherwise, I'm not seeing a lot of.
I went in curiously to look at like Camilla and Hinoka because I was talking to Chris about it, and so I went and looked into that. And then maybe because I was not invested and I had not been to Fates in a while, that I'm like, wow, this actually makes a ton of sense. And from there, I'm like, actually, Elise and Sakura are super cute together. And then I was like, oh wait, Leon and Takumi are actually super cute together. And it just kind of cascaded. But it's like I didn't originally start there because I originally was like, no, they family first. And then after that, I'm like,
a lot of times actually
they can be cute.
Fire Emblem games, I go for straight pairings first because it's just easier. Because a lot of times it comes more naturally in their supports and stuff.
Well, that's the reason I kind of went for that. I wasn't finding anything that was satisfying me straight-wise.
Yeah, it's like, that's what I say, a lot of times, it is harder when you have more options to marry, like in Fates. Like, I feel like in other games, when they do restrict, or characters that they restrict down to smaller marriage pools, it gets easier, because then you don't have so many options. When you have a large marriage pool, sometimes it's harder, because things don't seem genuine. Because sometimes you're like, this is okay. That's why I felt a hard time in my Birthright playthrough the first time. I was like, these feel okay.
Yeah.
This is good enough. I just want you to get married. In Revelations, I felt more I had the freedom to choose, like, here, I like this better, you know, that kind of stuff. Because I'm trying to think, there's not many pairings that I'm like, this has to happen.
Awakening has a lot more of those cute pairings where you feel like they, like, when you got to them, you're like, I don't know how I thought you guys would work, but man, you are meant for each other.
There's one, I was trying to think of ones in Revelations that I'm like, in Fates in general, I'm like, this has to work. And it would be probably Kaze and Baruka. I would probably say it would be one of... Probably if I had to choose 5. My number 1 would be Takumi and Leo. 1 would be like Kaze and Baruka.
Yeah.
I would put Jacob and Korin. Probably. That's a pretty strong one.
I do like them. Okay, I think we gotta get to closing thoughts.
Yeah, I was like, you mentioned like an hour ago you had to go to the bathroom, and then we just never stopped talking.
I know, and now I'm kind of like of the notion, like, yeah, really need to do that.
Yeah, and you also have to work tomorrow, and I have to learn website
Remember when we
design.
said we were just going to do this for an hour and a half?
Yeah, remember we were like, hey, let's talk for 10 minutes so we can hit 2 hours, and now it's 4.25 hours.
We have a problem.
I feel like this is a good Tuesday time to get our frustrations out from work. Because I feel a lot better. I was feeling so frustrated today trying to get that stupid WordPress to work.
All it took was the discussion about Persona, Portal 2, Radiant Dawn, Micaiah, Rage Tunnels, fanfiction, gay pairings.
Nothing makes me feel better than talking about gay pairings and Micaiah hate in the same conversation. Nothing that really describes my skill cells, which go from here to here.
Fat guys in robes.
Literally,
more pain. Everything's on fire.
Fat guys in robes. Radiant Dawn. More pain. Everyone's on fire.
Hey, if we ever need merch, we ever need merch, we need to write that down.
Honestly, I think that's a good one.
Okay,
I'm gonna keep that one. So
thanks for anyone who showed up and enjoyed our ranting.
The peeps in the chat who are hanging out.
We had a good time. We feel better. We hope somebody got some entertainment.
It's nice.
Off
Also,
of that.
It's nice to know we're not talking into a void. At least somebody's listening out there. Even if you hate everything we're saying, appreciate it.
I'm listening.
Are you though? This is a void for sure. So you're just talking straight into a void right here.
I've been doing that for years. That's why I have issues with people who actually respond back.
It's a void. In, out. I can't even keep my... I know there are parts of this conversation where I started talking, completely derailed myself.
We should do a reaction thing. Have you seen Has Been Hotel?
Nope.
I want to watch that with someone, but it's of the mature type, so I can't watch it with anyone in this house. I'm like, we should watch that.
Okay. Next Tuesday. Put it on schedule. We'll do something different every Friday.
Literally half an hour, but it's one of those things where I look at it and be like, I'm not normally into this sort of thing, but this is stylish animation. I'll give them that much.
Next Tuesday. Put it down. We'll do it.
We're supposed to be co-oping next Tuesday.
What are we doing Friday?
I don't know. We haven't decided what we're doing on Friday yet.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Anyways, thanks. We're going to bed because it's almost midnight and we all are super old and we have to work. So thanks for hanging. Bye.